Sorry, I was muted. There we go. Hi, guys. Excuse me. I am just greeting you because I just turned my stream on. It's currently 6:10 p.m. or 6:11. I have been recording for 4 hours because I had to upload yesterday's video. That will probably be the new format over the next, over the next while. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'll be playing some Rust Hardcore Zombies until I switch over to some other game, probably New World. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Just turning on my tablet here to monitor my Twitch, and thank you so much for hanging out. For those of you who have been watching my video here, this video will be on tomorrow. I'm like 1/3 of the way through a video. This video will be on tomorrow, on YouTube tomorrow, and yesterday's video has now gone up standard definition on YouTube. You can see it now, and the HD version will be up sometime this evening and ready by tomorrow. So it looks like the current format's going to be SD for 1 day, HD the next day, and by the third day, the video from 2 days before will be live, and it'll be between 8 and 14 hours, maybe a little bit longer, depending on depending on how many parts I do, and all this other stuff. So sorry for the delay. I can't do anything about that. I learned yesterday that if I upload while I'm on Twitch, at least for the actual full blown like instead of processing, it's processing right now. But anyways, gonna move forward. I'm gonna mute the mic here, guys. We're listening to H3H3 podcast for the rest of the day. I'm gonna get through the entirety of the 60 episodes of what's it called? Leftovers, right? Leftovers. So I like Leftovers. I think it's really good. So on that note, I'm gonna fly this mini heli home. I've been hunting for gears and mini helis for like 2 hours now, and it's time to go home with my just desserts. I love you guys. It's very good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. Drop a like, sub on my YouTube channel. I'm putting videos out every day. By the end of the 10 years or 50, or I mean not 10, it's gonna be like 50. But at the end of the 50 years and shit, it'll be hundreds of thousands of videos. So get in early. Get in early. Be a fan early. You know what I'm saying? I watched Skycat in his first year or whatever, his second year. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying. So I know I'm just trying. I know that's cheesy and corny, but I'm trying to self promote. So on that note, I got to get the fuck out of here before it gets any later because I've got a time crunch here, and also I've got to take off by launch site, which is no fun. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoy RHC. If I take off right here, I'm probably gonna die. So get ready to laugh if I do.
He and Walsh begin opining about the imminent collapse of cable news industry, and then the growing obsolescence of talk radio. And Matt Walsh basically says, he's talking about shrinking market shares, and he's a radio host at the time. He says that his primary goal is growing his personal brand for profit. He says there's certainly plenty of money to be made when you can get millions of hits online, and I'm a capitalist and I have a family, so I've decided to start getting serious about that.
If I said that, people would just go so anti-Semitic on me.
Yeah, right.
My only goal here is to make as much money as possible.
Yeah, and grow your personal brand. You're a capitalist.
By the way, notice it wasn't, I want to spread Christian gospel. I want to spread conservative doctrine, because I think it's what the world needs. No, is I want to make as much fucking money as possible. And boy, he chose the right vertical for that.
Yeah, he's an absolute freak.
Although I will say, Hassan, when the hack took place, he was giving a speech at Iowa University, whining and complaining that YouTube completely demonetizes his channel due to his transphobic coverage of Dylan Mulvaney. And he claims, at least, that he was getting $100,000 a month from YouTube. Which, going over his videos, frankly, I'll show you something really sad and disturbing about Matt Walsh, who is the most hateful fucking bitch-ass. So before his, transphobic crusade on Dylan, his views were consistently dog shit. Like, nobody cared about Matt Walsh. Even if you go as far back as 2 weeks ago, 88,000, 40,000,
Yikes.
80,000. But once he starts hitting this transphobic, here it is, let's see, 800,000, 500,000. Like, the views are crazy. Every single video's got, 1.1 million. Bud Light, the Bud Light shit. And now he's posted all of his videos. Look at this. He made the dumbest video about Blippi, by the way. He didn't even mention the diarrhea shit. 650, 850.
Wait. His video criticizing Blippi wasn't about the diarrhea?
No, I watched it on the member stream. It's so vapid. Let me show you. Let me show you what his thesis was against Blippi.
What, that he thinks he's like gay or something?
Right.
No, he doesn't. Let me just show you. He doesn't support it at all. He goes, watch this. Hold on. Okay, watch this. Watch
Selling Iraqi
This
dinar.
video is
Okay.
garnered
Watch this.
my family, and you can do the same. Text Walsh to
Dylan, he's selling gold
989898 to
coins,
get a
by the
free info kit on gold today. With an A+ rating with Better
You're gonna
Business
need to make
Bureau,
some sales
thousands of
now.
happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews. Birch Gold is the company I trust to protect my future and yours. Text Walsh to 989898 today.
Gold.
Now, a lot of Blippi content consists of John, who's the original Blippi, running around playgrounds like he's mentally disabled. Here's one of the most popular videos on the channel. This video has garnered.
He reviews it as if it's meant to be consumed by full-grown adults.
Dude,
like he can't
Dude,
perceive.
that's like, dude, okay, first of all, this is like 80% of Daily Wire content, if you haven't noticed.
Right.
They always look at like whatever the fuck children are supposed to be watching, and then they meticulously break it down with the veracity of like a fucking unboxing YouTuber, where they're like soy facing half the time. And if Disney is not giving them like enough gay content, they will literally make up Disney shows that don't even exist yet and then get mad at that hypothetical. It is so pathetic. Like, you saw the Ben Shapiro video, I'm sure, on Twitter that was going viral, where he's like, Frozen 4, Elsa's gonna be super gay. Like,
Oh, yeah.
it's like, dude, that never... You're literally fantasizing about a movie that hasn't come out, like, that is not even in, like, development or anything, to get angry at that movie. It's so fucking transparent what these guys are doing.
Well,
But there's a market for it.
Tell me what you think about this analysis.
500 million. Okay, that's 500 million views. And almost all those views coming from kids who are like
Watch
3 or 4
this,
years old.
please. Here's this clip that is so disturbing to me. This is the best they could find.
Hey, it's me, Blippi. Woo, and it's nighttime and we're in a parking lot. There's so many
Sorry for the delay on the video, guys. I had to troll that kid who was stealing my potatoes like some kind of fucking beggar on a 3-pop. Sorry about that.
Store. Wow, look at this store. It's the Kinderland Indoor Playground in Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on.
Hold on. Watch it in its entirety.
It is weird though. Like, I mean, he's not wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's like it weirds me out.
It's not weird at all, dude. If you have kids, this is like not fucking weird at all.
Dude, Matt Walsh probably responds to Dora when she asks questions.
He's like, yeah, done. He's like, it's so obvious. It's blue.
Blue.
This show's so easy. What are you doing, Dora? It's not weird at all, dude. It's actually pretty good kids content in terms of the other shit that's out there.
So Blippi is Ethan certified. That's what we're finding out.
Without the diarrhea shit, I think its content is good. Because like, there's so much bad kids content, especially online. This stuff's at least like educational, you know, thoughtful, like pretty good vibe, wholesome.
Play.
So this clip.
And shadow friend.
Yeah, he didn't mention that. That would have been good. Also a gay act, some would say. That's a slam dunk.
Hello.
So there it is. I mean,
That's enough of that.
He's very upset by that, huh?
I don't mean to overstate this, but I would rather jump feet first into a wood chipper than continue watching that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not for you, you
don't-
fucking freak,
You don't
you
have
donkey.
to. Why you don't? He's sitting by himself watching Blippi and being like, I don't get it.
Just angrily tuning into like YouTube Kids, opening up my YouTube Kids subscription just to froth out of the mouth at like whatever the next Blippi video is. Oh my God, he unboxed Kinder Surprise. Oh, it made me so angry.
Yeah, if those hackers happen to see this, by the way, and they're looking for some cover art for sassy shooters, we have you covered.
So here's the thing, Matt Walsh got his account back, and the first thing he did was change his bio back to theocratic fascist.
Yeah, which is way less offensive.
He literally was like, "Oh yeah, no, time to get my ducks in a row. You know, time to get my business in check here. Let me type out that I'm a theocratic fascist again in my fucking bio." What a freakazoid, dude.
No, that's great. I mean, that's cool. That's good. That feels comfortable.
He's so gross.
He does
and
one more reaction.
greasy and awful, which is why it's obvious what this is, right? People only watch him because he's transphobic, and they want to hear transphobic shit because they're just as transphobic as he is. Maybe not as much. It's hard to be as transphobic as Matt Walsh, but that's it. That's the whole point. Like, he's not charismatic, he's not unique, he's not funny, he's not creative.
Oh,
he's got nothing.
His jokes are horrible. His analysis is total nonsense. I mean, here, watch this. He shows another clip. There's literally no analysis. There's no explanation for why he's feeling the way he is, and it left me utterly stunned and confused that this is watchable content.
No offense to Blippi. And that's a video from 5 years ago. But the newer Blippi content is exactly like this. Of course it is, because he got 500 million views on this. This is children's content created by a weirdo degenerate through an algorithm.
Again, he didn't even mention the diarrhea thing. That would have worked if he mentioned the diarrhea
Slam dunk.
thing. Then I go, yes, he's a weirdo degenerate. But he has not given any context.
Okay, that's what this is.
He's a weirdo degenerate simply because he entertains kids, which Matt Walsh doesn't believe in, by the way. Mein Kampf only. That's the only book that my kids are allowed to read.
Here's a video from 5 days ago, which features the new Blippi in exactly the same sort of situation. Let's watch some of it.
So much to learn about, it'll make you wanna shout, Blippi!
Whoa! Hey, it's me, Blippi.
And it's me, Mika.
Whoa.
And today we're at Candyland Indoor Playground.
In Sherman Oaks,
I just figured out why he doesn't like this.
Oh, and
Oh, they think it's like gay? Because it's Candyland?
No.
Oh, because there's a black person in it?
Yeah. Miscegenation, brother, is
Well,
fucked up.
he doesn't say it.
Mika,
but
I
yeah,
have an
maybe
idea.
you're right.
Yeah?
You normally want to start your day with breakfast, but today is opposite day. So let's start it with dinner, because breakfast and dinner are opposites.
Hey, I saw super marking back there. Let's dance backwards.
Okay, let's go find some
Good.
tasty food.
You cut that off.
Cut it.
Now,
I can't
again,
say
I'm not trying to be insulting to Blippi, but all I will...
Listen to how dramatic he is.
You cut that off. Now, again, I'm not trying to be insulting to Blippi, but all I will say is that these videos make me long for this sweet release of death. And on the plus side, I've actually overcome my fear of my own mortality just by watching short clips of Blippi. It made me realize there are some things worse than death. And
Again, bro, it's like for like
The amount,
3-year-olds.
the amount he's like.
For 3-year-olds.
I mean, I guess he's trying to cut content, you know? He's trying to get in the algo. Meanwhile, I'm trying to change my username now that I've lost my blue check mark. I think I'm
can
going
you?
to change it. Yeah.
I'm changing mine to Elon Musk.
No, not your, you know, you can change your,
The handle.
yeah, you can change
at.
it. You can change your handle.
Wait, why would you want to do that?
No.
You not the at? You mean the at?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to change the at.
Switch it up.
I do want to become Elon Musk though. Although, can I still get banned even if I'm not verified for doing that? Or is it only people who are
I
verified?
think it was just verified. if I
But you know he'll
recall
ban
that
me.
whole stuff. Yeah, I mean, and so be it if so.
I agree. Twitter is just, it's so bad.
Rat hole.
It is, I mean, really.
Never mind. I can't change it because, of course, both of those usernames are taken.
Rip.
Ah, surprising.
Here, we got a small correction on the album art.
Oh, thank God.
Don't
Yeah.
Use that.
This dude, I heard that Matt Walsh, while watching Blue's Clues once, punched a hole through the wall.
Yeah.
His hand is.
He couldn't figure out the clues.
It's just
Yeah.
It was too hard.
Too hard.
that fucking dog
Why?
is lying.
Dogs can't talk. Everybody knows this. What the fuck?
This is insane. Like, is this really what are teaching our kids that dogs can talk?
What the fuck? Did Blue actually talk? Or was
No,
Blue the
he
dog?
just went.
Blue never talked.
Yeah, he just went.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Zach.
a crime-solving dog? What's next?
A
A
trans.
dog that can play basketball?
What's next? A trans who drinks Bud Light? Trans person who drinks Bud Light?
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, so Matt Walsh, yada, yada, yada. That's about it, eh?
Wait, there is a really juicy detail, unless I missed it when I stepped away for a second, about his contract with Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there was something leaked about that?
Well, so remember when Crowder had his war with Daily Wire a couple months ago?
Yeah.
He leaked the contracts and like his conversations with them.
Mhm.
And one of his biggest things was that their standard contract was that if you get demonetized on YouTube, they cut your pay by 25%.
Which
That was
did
the
happen.
biggest- That was the biggest sticking point to Crowder. It was like, fuck that, because if YouTube demonetized me, I'm not getting a pay cut.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt Walsh getting demonetized on YouTube not only loses him the AdSense revenue, but likely is going to lose him money from Daily Wire as well.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming the Daily Wire, they got to be sharing with Daily Wire. The
No,
revenue.
no. Remember the Steven Crowder
So what did they pay
like
them for
deal?
then?
The Steven Crowder deal is that like the Daily Wire cuts his pay if he gets demonetized or if he gets
Because-
banned.
Yeah, which makes sense because they're getting his YouTube revenue. It goes to
Yeah.
them. They give him a guaranteed.
Right, he
They
had to
take
give them a percentage
everything.
of that or whatever.
They
and then he
take
got
everything.
guaranteed. Right.
and they take
It's
that
mind-boggling to
salary.
me that Matt Walsh was making $100,000 a month off YouTube by just doing almost exclusively hate speech.
Right. Yeah. Very
Like-
profitable.
Any other subgroup that Matt Walsh targets to this degree, like if it was about gay people even, for example, YouTube would be like, okay, that's like, this is crazy. But because it's trans people, there is discussion surrounding the
well,
matter, so you can be as transphobic as you want.
Well, to be fair, that is why his entire channel got demonetized, like permanently demonetized. Or no, that's not.
No, he didn't get permanently
He
demonetized.
said as long as I remove the videos, I can get monetization back.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's because he's like regularly misgendering Dylan Mulvaney. Not when he basically justified the Q nightclub shootings or fantasized about like drag queens being beat up by cops. Not when he, talked about or lied about the Children's Hospital in Boston. Like, that's some real villain shit, dude. When you're like, when your main enemies in your commentary is a fucking children's hospital, it's like you're out of control.
Yeah.
YouTube's like, nah, that stuff's great. We love that. Thank you. Thank you, Matt Walsh. Keep making that great content, please. And it goes to show you, once again, there's a lot of money to be made in hateful content and hateful commentary. There's a lot of, like, freaks online who are extremely online that don't represent a broader base of support in the voters that really, really love this shit. It's that's why I say, like, transphobia is a mental illness, like actually a mental illness. When you become transphobic, or I guess everyone's starting point is a little transphobic regardless. The way I describe it is, like, I put it into 3 brackets, okay? Most people's starting position is, you know, transphobia because of the way that we've learned about gender and how deeply personal it is to our identity. It's a core part of it, right? It's rigid, it's this rigid binary. And for that reason, the normative position, for the most part,
Can we not call that transphobic? You know what I mean? I feel like that.
The normative
that
position,
doesn't do the acceptance movement.
Regardless,
justice.
the normative position is apathy, right? The overwhelming majority of the public looks at trans people and goes, yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't really get it. Whatever, right?
Yes.
It's weird. I don't really understand it. Who cares? That's usually the apathy is the normative position. This is what trans activists say as well. It's not just me saying this. And then there's 2 different brackets. You have the other people who see that and, you know, are faced with trans people in their personal lives or anything like that. And then they are no longer transphobic. They're against transphobia, which is not as big as a subgroup, obviously, but still, you know, relatively sizable. And then you have trans people themselves, obviously. And then the last category is the transphobic people who see that and then make a decision to actively become transphobic, where they're like, no, this is really fucked up. We need to put an end to this. This is destroying Western civilization. And when you go down that rabbit hole, the starting point could be something as seemingly innocuous as, like, I don't think that trans women should compete with cis women in athletic competitions, all the way down to, you know, trans people are all groomers and pedophiles and all this sort of stuff. And then the final stage of that mania is seeing trans people everywhere you go, where you think anyone and everyone is trans, where you become a transvestigator. That's what it's called. Yeah, transvestigations, where you are investigating gender and whether or not everyone around you is secretly trans. And the reason why that's really funny is because it literally it reconfirms the reality that gender is an expression and it's a social construct, and it's actually not as rigid as you think it is, because you start thinking like cis women who are pregnant, like fucking Daniel Radcliffe's wife, is actually secretly trans. And when you get to that point, the we can always tell crowd is routinely misgendering cis women over and over again. They start misgendering cis men over and over again, because guess what? You can't always tell, because gender is a social construct. It is basically like a sock that you put on top of your foot, if you want to consider like the biological gender or sex, which also isn't a rigid binary in the way that people think it is, but it's something that you wear on top of that, right? It's your outwards expression.
So people believe that his cis girlfriend is trans.
Who is pregnant, dude?
That's good.
Like,
oh, so they admit that trans people can get pregnant.
Well, that's the hilarity, is that like it basically is gender abolition, but from the other side of the argument. When you become so transphobic that you think everyone around you is trans, you are basically engaging in this weird, you know, right-wing gender abolition, where
this is crazy. Let me see the. What exactly? How are they walking that expresses a triangle?
I think it's that their shoulders are not square enough, like a man. Yeah. And honestly, I don't understand the triangle.
Like,
I can't
dude,
explain the
that's
triangle.
like just how pants work, bro.
that's where the pussy is, brother.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's being like targeted here.
Yeah. And I like to joke about this, but like the final stage of transvestigations is when you think that like your parents are secretly trans, actually. Because like some of them do get to this level because they become more and more like unhinged. They're becoming like delusional, right? Like it's delirium.
It's literally a paranoia personality disorder, and these people find each other on the internet.
Yeah, but it's like it's something that you basically broke your brain into believing. And my joke is that the last stage of transvestigation is when you think you are you were trans when you were a baby. Like you just by your trans parents. Your parents are secretly trans. They're not cis, and you were trans at an early age.
Serious, is it? Elon's feminine spine is evidence. What? Feminine spine.
I love Ryan Gosling because
gay
V-shaped clavicle equals female. Oh,
they're all men.
If a woman, if a woman has
their
even a
jawline
slightly squared off jaw, they're a man.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. This is science. This is very scientific. I can tell they really analyze this deeply.
And then they misgender these people too. Like he's so rectangular. It's like, yeah.
Let me analyze pictures of you, bro. Whoever put this together, let me analyze pictures of you.
Well, you would do that. You would say that, except I'm pretty sure this Mel article actually gets into that as well. Transvestigation communities on Facebook have been wrought with controversy, not because, you know, they're doing something freak-like, but because they actually end up having fallout because they start accusing one another of being trans.
Of course. Awesome. Yeah, the way that I think about it, and this is how I think about most of these social issues, is that at the end of the day, you're either in favor of freedom for people to be who they want, to love who they want, and supporting people's pursuit of happiness, which is supposed to be a God-given and constitutional right, or you are in favor of you know, projecting your worldview onto other people and forcing people to live in a way that you approve of.
Yeah,
So,
which
I mean,
ironically
it's
is
just
what they say about trans people
one or
existing.
the other. It's just one or the
no,
other.
but they say that about trans people existing, even though that's literally what the anti-trans folks are doing. They claim that trans people want everyone to be trans. They want us to subscribe to their belief system. It's like, no, man, they just want to be left alone, dog. They want to be able to get their medical procedures, and they want to be fucking left alone to, you know, keep playing Hearts of Iron and Crusader Kings and shit. You know, every Paradox game that comes out.
You keep saying that, and I just, as a big Paradox game fan myself,
I played
I'm not
Crusader King
understanding
too.
this
Why?
reference.
What the fuck?
You said that last week too.
Although, what's the problem? The trans people want to play it?
No, but
problem is those games are, for me, unplayable.
I like Crusader.
You know, the kind of neuroatypicality I have is specifically towards trains, and so it doesn't pertain to Paradox games for some reason. I've tried playing it
in Hearts
like,
of Iron.
literally.
Supply lines, you build trains, just so you know. You build.
I know, but I want to
create a
see the
whole
trains. I
train
want to see these
system.
like big, monstrous, you know, steel
I understand.
vehicles.
I understand.
Yeah, but at any rate, we were talking about how these guys are kind of blaming the victims and all this shit. And Crowder, again, who is, I think, monetized on YouTube. Or, well, no, he's gone, right? He's off YouTube.
I don't fucking know.
Is he still posting YouTube?
It goes back and forth. He's always talking about how
My
fuck
man's
YouTube
kind of falling off, I'm not
and
gonna lie.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. That dude is worth over $40 million a year, brother. Fight like hell, Mug Club. He, with Jim Brewer.
I mean, he streamed 3 hours ago, so I guess 4 hours
he's
ago.
still up on YouTube.
Well, so YouTube is allowing this kind of speech to continue. I'm going to show you this clip. This is the story
bro,
about...
his live streams get like 132K views on the VODs. He has fallen off a little bit.
Well, how long?
Bro, a day.
Let me pull it up.
I just click on his live tab. 1 day ago, 132K views. 3 days ago, 162K views. 2 days ago, 163K views.
What is his Rumble views like, if we can get it?
Well,
they've been really high.
Yeah, let's...
I don't know how reliable.
What are his Rumble views
but-
like? Okay, well, what are his made-up views like in his mind?
Right, because people aren't actually watching. Like, we know enough about YouTube. People on YouTube are they will not go follow you to another platform for the most part. Because yeah, if you go to Rumble, they saying his
And
video's
Rumble
getting, like, 2
itself,
million views.
and Rumble itself doesn't have enough active viewership to like justify having that kind of a major spike for one particular content creator over the other. One little trick is always to look at the second, third, fourth largest channels on any particular platform to see like whether or not there's a lot of activity going on. Ninja went from Twitch to Mixer. Mixer is a legit website owned by Microsoft, right? He went to Mixer. His audience drop-off was severe. How do we know that? How do we know that those views were legit? Or because his audience drop-off was severe. Whenever you see someone go from one platform to another, in that platform they're getting like way more views, and it's like, you know, Kick or Rumble or Getter or any number of these different platforms where they like are actively botting, most likely. You will see them get more viewership, but then you look at like the second largest guy and he's got like 20 fucking views. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, his views are pretty bad. I mean, our show actively gets like, I would say, 5 to 6 times these views per episode, and I'm not worth. I don't get. Where's my $40 million per year?
Well, you just
salary?
you know, say some transphobia shit, real quick.
By the way, Hassan, eat this.
Dude,
ass.
oh my god.
You were just telling me I'm falling off, man. I agree.
Awesome, bro.
Fucking
Sick.
badass. Dude.
Also, are you going skiing? What the fuck? It looks sunny. Why are you wearing like Fortnite goggles?
Those are the non-fall off shades, dude. Those are the hater shades, brother. Yeah, that's so. Ugh.
I don't think falling off means you're broke. By the way, you're missing the point.
Yeah, I mean, look, it clearly, you know, his braless wife is about to bring him a sandwich that he didn't ask for, by the way.
That's you both.
Yeah, right there on the plane. So.
Okay, so here's a clip of Crowder. This is great. This is on YouTube with Jim Brewer, world famous comedian now turned over. They replaced the leprechaun with him.
Yeah, what happened to my boy?
They didn't say. They booted him.
It's kind of sad.
I agree. They threw him out like a
I
used
hope
tampon.
he's doing all right, dude. I mean,
sorry, is that offensive to the ladies? Throw him out like a used tampon? Or do you prefer?
I mean, you do throw them out.
It just, I like the image of him being a
what do you
used
think?
tampon.
Women keep
think
their
I saved them?
tampons after they use them? Like, what the
No,
fuck?
I'm saying, is it offensive that I'm invoked like a used tampon? Because I mean, I don't use tampons.
I mean, it's a little vulgar, but
What about a used?
Yeah. I don't find that my used tampons have any value to me. So you can totally
I
call
love
it.
trying to understand how your mind
You don't
works
keep 'em like
sometimes.
that,
With
too.
respect to what is controversial and what's not.
Listen, I don't use tampons. I don't know if some women might be like feel targeted because I'm saying used
Like,
tampons, like
you-
it's gross.
You'll be hypersensitive about
Don't
this
worry.
particular thing, but then you'll say something insane and be like, "What? What's wrong with you?"
I don't understand.
Look, because like a joke about like B wording the N place
Yeah.
is like so,
Okay.
in my opinion.
No, that
inferior.
wasn't what I was referencing. Anyway, let's just move on. Let's not,
Yeah, maybe.
let's not press the button today, you know?
Whatever. Yeah, you're not the only one, by the way. But anyway, here's Crowder. Ralph Yarl is a 16-year-old black kid who went to the wrong house looking for his sister, picking up his sister.
No, it's twin brother, I think.
Twin brother.
I
Thought it was
think, right?
younger sister.
I think you might be both right. I thought it was siblings plural that he was picking.
Oh, okay.
Anyways.
And
not
the guy who,
PE
this
thing
old white dude who lived there, just fucking killed him. He just said,
No,
"Hey, dude."
he survived.
Oh, he
shot
survived.
him
He just shot him.
twice in the head and shoulder, I believe. But he miraculously survived.
And
Yes,
was he
shot him in
charged?
the head
or-
once, and then he fell to the ground, and then he shot him in the arm.
They shot him twice, once while he was on the
Yeah.
ground. And of course, this is apparently considered legal in Missouri because you must be able to defend yourself in your home, the castle doctrine. And,
Oh, people are going to get mad at you because you said Missouri. Wasn't it in...
This
I-
Missouri law.
Wait, I thought... Wait, hold up.
Okay, so there were a bunch of incidents like this. In
Oh,
past
yeah,
week.
you're
I
right.
think
It
you're
was
getting
in
confused
Missouri,
with
you're
another
right.
One.
Fuck,
Yeah.
it was in
this
Kansas
one was
City.
in Missouri.
So he shot the kid in the head and he survived?
Yeah, crazy. I mean,
Is he okay?
He's gonna have a lifelong medical problems, I'm sure. Like, no, not really. But
By the way,
at least he survived.
Look at the picture of this fucking guy who did it. Look at this
Yeah.
guy.
He is... Okay,
Let's
so...
arm this guy.
So let's get into
arm
it.
him.
God.
So let's get into it. First of all, right off the bat, as soon as the news came out over the weekend that the media immediately lied and said they kept him in detention for 24 hours is bullshit.
Oh, they just let him go?
No, they talked to him for 2 hours and then they let him go.
This man shot
Yeah.
a 16-year-old boy in the head.
When I found that
About
out,
to sleep at home.
Yeah, and when I found that out immediately, I was like, this is a fucking old racist guy who has a gun, who's out of his fucking mind from like watching a shitload of Fox News and you know all these like conspiracy theories that he gets on Facebook and on the internet or whatever. And I was right. 84 years old, Andrew Lester, a white homeowner in what they consider the neighborhood to be like a bit of a sundown neighborhood, I guess, shot Ralph Yarl, a black teenager who's 16 years old. And the cops basically questioned him for like a little bit, and then they were like, well, this is an old guy. You know, he's a good old boy. He's a good old man.
He was afraid.
Yeah. His grandson actually came out
Right
recently and talked to a Kansas newspaper, as a matter of fact, and said, and this will be a surprise to no one, that his grandfather has become a delusional person from watching a shit ton of right-wing media, became like an anti-vaxxer, a conspiracy theorist, and of course he owns a gun and is fucking, you know, perpetually terrified of black people coming into his neighborhood. Why, I wonder how he got this idea that like black people are coming to get him and steal his home or whatever, perhaps local news owned by Sinclair Broadcasting and Fox News has to do with it.
Fox News
maybe
and AON or OAN.
Yeah.
But so now that we've set it up, so here's Crowder's response. Okay, let's see. You guys, where's he gonna take this?
Doesn't mean that Lester is a racist.
Exactly.
It could still mean that he saw a strange man, right? Jiggling the handle on his door, trying to get in. He didn't know what was going on, got scared, and maybe he made a mistake.
Yeah, all those things are possible.
Yeah.
Even Ralph, the kid, he's a street kid, right? If I'm a street kid and I'm at a door and I see a white older man approaching, and clearly I could tell if he's stressed, I would say, "Hey, man, I may be at the wrong. I'm looking for my little brother."
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of elements, but you're hitting on a subject where.
Yeah. So according to them, it was actually the 6-year-old boy who fucked up, who should have been more guarded.
Yeah.
He should have and by the way, we don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean,
he probably saw a gun and did all the things they're saying.
If you're a black kid, if you're a 16-year-old black kid, like, you should wear Kevlar
Doesn't mean that
vests everywhere you go. Because, like, everyone has a gun. People are fucking terrified. They're going to shoot you. Like, you fucked up. You should definitely always wear a Kevlar vest.
By the way, this is the street kid they're referring to.
It's like, dude, this kid's been apparently asked, according to his mom, by Yale twice. He's like a super achiever. Doesn't even matter if he wasn't a fucking high achiever, though. Regardless, like,
these guys are such racist.
It's a 16-year-old boy, and obviously
fucking scumbag.
Obviously, a really consistent principle with white supremacist attacks or people who are just like otherwise terrified of black people is the consistent way that even in studies. White people end up thinking that black people are a lot older. You in your mind, assume that, like, black teenagers are actually full-blown adults. Happens to black women, happens to black men, black boys, and black girls all the time.
Well, regardless of age, according to the great minds over there, it's actually, the fault lies on both sides, clearly. As a street kid, you certainly should have known better. So
That's a street kid.
Yeah. That's actually probably the most racist way I've heard someone refer to a black person in a while. There it is. Steven Crowder, ladies and gentlemen. And Jim Brewer.
Good thing they got rid of Dave for Jim. Dave was the
Jim
leprechaun guy.
Yeah, I mean, I would never imagine I would say this, but I prefer the leprechaun.
Yeah. He's claiming, the 84-year-old is claiming that he, like, opened the outside screen door. But the authorities don't believe that. The prosecutor said Ralph did not cross the threshold into the home at all. And for the record, even if he had, like, it's insane. You can't just, like, if someone has two doors.
Yeah.
And there's, like, a screen door and you open it to see inside, like, hey, I'm here to pick up my brother. You don't fucking have the right to shoot them, okay? The idea that you do is psychotic.
Castle
it's like
doctrine, bro.
American fucking brain rot.
It says, according to Missouri law, a person may generally use physical force if the individual reasonably believes such force to be necessary to defend himself or herself or a third person from what he or she reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of unlawful force by such a person. So, yeah, he was. I think it's reasonable to assume that he was afraid.
We have a lack of accountability for cops, and they utilize this all the time. That's why they get away with killing people. And then that's not enough. Not only have we armed every American and fucking terrified them through our media, that people are constantly out to get them, we've also given them the same legal authority to be able to kill people, both in your house and even outside of your house. Because stand your ground is basically a continuation of the Castle Doctrine principles.
Dude, Halloween must be crazy in Missouri.
Yeah,
just taking shots.
Dude, yo,
everyone's just shooting at each other.
In one way, I guess, like, the weird, in a weird way, my brain is so broken about this, but the one aspect of this that I have seen is that the media loves crafting narratives. They love actually hyper-focusing on things, like after the Ohio train derailment and, TikTok and everyone else, like, constantly pressuring the media to cover it. train derailments are not an anomaly. They happen all the time. The media started covering all of the toxic hazardous spills and the derailments that were occurring nonstop. And now they're actually covering stories of like people randomly being shot because they pulled up to someone's driveway in upstate New York where that 20-year-old girl was killed, or in Dallas, Texas, where that cheerleader was shot and is currently recovering in a hospital for getting into the wrong car.
Right.
Which is
this kind of gun
oddly in contrast with this claim that I don't understand why people don't believe is that more guns equals more safe.
Mass shootings are horrifying, and they're abhorrent. They should not exist. But mass shootings are not the norm. The real gun violence, the iceberg, the rest of the iceberg, is actually this kind of accidental shootings. But what's even worse than that is obviously suicides by gun, using a gun when you're committing suicide, or accidental deaths because like an accidental misfire that happened. That is where the bulk of the fucking gun violence numbers come from. And I'm glad that the media is covering it a little bit more now. I'm glad that the media is focusing on this a little bit more now, because this is the real way that, a lot of Americans die for no fucking particular reason.
Well, yeah, of course. If a lot of these fucking morons didn't have guns, these murders wouldn't be happening. But according to somehow half of the country, more guns equals more safe, which is almost like a double think in a way. They've convinced themselves somehow that something is like on face value wrong, that's right. And somehow I really don't know how these people walk around and just
Yeah. You want to hear some more
days.
fucked up another fucked up part of the story? Ralph gets shot. He's crawling away. Okay. Ralph said as he was running, he heard Mr. Lester say, "Don't come around here." Okay. That's number one. He is like seeking help. He seeks help in the first house, no answer. Second house, no answer. Third house he goes to, the person before they come outside, literally tells them to keep their hands in the air. Like
that'd be awesome if he got shot again from the third door
the
down.
makeup of the neighborhood, I hope this is not surprising to anyone, is all white, except for one black family that recently moved in, which was notable enough for people in the neighborhood to recognize.
Bro, what year is this? That's crazy.
What do you mean? There's sundown towns all over this goddamn country. A lot of places are sundown towns that don't even realize that they're sundown towns because there's no black people there ever, so they don't even ever see it. They don't even recognize it.
All right, well, there it is. I'm glad he's alive. I hope he's okay. I don't know how people get shot in the head and survive. But hopefully
it's just such you hear stories about people that like they get shot in the head and the bullet's still in their brain, they can't remove it, and then they just like go on and live the rest of their life. Like,
and they're like,
if it hits the right part or not, it's just luck of the draw, I guess.
Well, that's about all I've got.
What, you wanna
wait? We have.
Oh, we didn't talk about the Ali thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
wait,
fuck.
like one of the main stories.
We got to slam through this thing.
Yeah.
Let me just pull up the most pertinent part here. So Milo, as we said, who was canceled for being a pedo, he's a born-again Christian now. Straight as an arrow.
Thank God.
He was converted into being straight. Here he's revealing text messages from Ali. You don't even... So this is... Let's see. You don't even send me videos in. So this is a video of him talking with a then 15-year-old.
Right.
This was a young conservative kid who wanted to meet Milo, I believe. And Danny, or Ali, being a gatekeeper, a friend, associate of Milo, said, this 15-year-old, I'll hook you up, but you got to send me dick pics and jerk-off videos. 15-year-old.
I'm so shocked.
He's now 21 years old, and I guess he's sharing these messages with Milo and the like.
He's still a freak, by the way. Make no mistake. Like he is
Who,
absolutely. Well,
the
they're
vic-
all
the
freaks,
victim.
but the one who was like victim of grooming is like still very much, if I'm not mistaken, a Nazi. Was outed as a Nazi when he was like working for the Colorado branch of like Donald Trump's campaign. You know, this is the funny part about this like otherwise dark but totally expected story, is that these guys are like, dog, we got into this for the love of the game. Like we want to make sure that we get the pedophiles out of our Nazi movement. You know what I mean? Like they're like, no, we're like actually Nazis. We just don't want the pedophile stuff. Like, what the fuck are you
And they've
doing?
all been secretly sending dick and masturbation videos to each other. He's like, I know this dude Ali's a pedo, by the way, but let's not say anything about him. You don't send me video. videos anymore, Ali said. No good jack-off material. Don't even want to be by my side piece, but I understand. Wonder if you need to come hang out for a week in Texas, an internship. When are you coming to Texas? To then 15-year-old. There's more.
Yeah, so basically just demonstrating on top of like the sex stuff was like using connections. Like, oh, this is how you'll come up in the conservative sphere.
Actually blows my mind that like,
dude, the alt-right America First is a lot. They're running it a lot like Harvey Weinstein did.
dude, I don't really. Okay, there's a couple things here again that is kind of hilarious in a dark way, but it's like you're sending dick pics to Ali Alexander, formerly known as Ali Akbar, specifically so that you can hang out with fucking Dan Bongino at CPAC. Okay,
Milo.
It's like the
one he was
wackest.
obsessed with.
Or
It
Milo,
is
yeah.
so fucking lame. Like your aspirations should be higher. Holy fuck! Like your goal is to be next to the McCloskeys or Lauren Boebert. Like that's your goal in this circumstance. That's the peak of your fucking career, is so that you can be like a professional racist for one of these Republican blowhards. Insane.
Yeah, so Ali Alexander is this guy. I'll just show you for people who missed the beginning. He is a Stop the Steal, alt-right, freakazoid.
Protege of Roger Stone, by the way.
Yeah.
He's friends.
Also
with
was a
Nick
sex
Fuentes.
pest too. I mean,
Yep.
Roger Stone.
I thought there was more DMs than this, but so Nick Fuentes now, everybody's saying, yo, his fans are turning on him saying, yo, why didn't you stop this earlier? You go on and on about pedophiles and sex predators all show long, yet you had one working with you that you knew about. So here his defense of that.
Milo has always hated Ali, and he talks about everybody in this way. He said that Kanye was gay. He says that Jesse Lee Peterson's gay.
He is.
He says that Candace
Isn't
Owens'
Jesse Lee
husband is
Peterson gay?
gay.
Yeah.
He says that everybody's gay.
I think there's a
So
lot of
people
gay
have to
people.
understand.
I mean,
and
might be
if
right.
you look at his telegram, this is the case. It's all over there. And I know that Ali was bisexual. I know that that's the case, and I know that he's flirty. Like he flirted with me when I was, 19 or 20, and
Maybe a little younger, too.
And he had flirted with other people.
Okay, so Nick says, listen, he accuses everyone of being gay. But then, Milo dropped the DMs. This is what he sent him in January 2022. I want to flag something, Ali.
I like that, once again, the problem here is that they're gay, not that they're pedophiles. I want to point this
Right.
out really quickly.
Right.
For those who keep missing the mark, they are literally like the fucking Catholic Church in the sense that they're like, well, our priest might have done some grooming, maybe they did some pedophilia, but they're certainly not gay. Please don't say that they're gay. Like,
Well,
that's the main point of
well,
contention here. Oh,
when,
God.
When did God ever say don't fuck kids?
You know
Is
what?
that in the Bible?
You know what? I don't know if that's in the Bible.
I'm going to
brother.
ask ChatGPT. It'll tell me immediately.
ChatGPT lies a lot.
No, never. Not to me.
And it's also
Not to me.
ChatGPT is by the devil, brother.
Does the Bible have passages that against sexual acts with minors? The Bible does not. And then it stopped it because it says does not. The Bible does not. That's all I got. And then they're like, I can't do this.
I'm just like Googling around too, and there is no direct mention of pedophilia in the Bible. Numerous biblical principles that definitely apply to the sin. Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot that's not in the Bible that people have just interpreted differently anyway.
Right.
It doesn't really fucking matter. Everybody picks and chooses. We all know that. Everyone's a fake Christian.
Okay, I'm trying to be less specific and see if this works.
the Bible does not specify any particular age requirement for a person to be married.
Is that awesome?
Speaks in general terms of marriage for those who are, quote, grown up. Okay, I mean, that's saying, like...
Again, it just says the Bible does not specifically, and then they cut it. They're like, nope.
They're like, nope,
They
we're
said
not getting
this
involved in
content
this
may-
one.
This content may violate our content policy. So there it
Right.
is.
All right,
Gay,
fair
bad, pedophilia, kind of dope.
Amazing.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
quote unquote.
I mean, we know that already because the very same people that are like, gay people are groomers, gay people are groomers, gay people are pedophiles, are the same people who literally want to, abolish age of consent laws or want to legalize brides, child marriages. A lot of these people, including Matt Walsh, have defended child marriages. Ben Shapiro has defended child marriages. Tucker Carlson has defended child marriages. Like, these guys only care about what they perceive as like pedophilia, which is just like a queer person existing. That's the only bad thing.
A drag show.
When it's like good, wholesome Christian white boys doing this thing, it's fine. God wanted that, as God intended.
So Nick says, hey, I couldn't know. He was saying that everyone's gay. So Milo dropped these DMs from the beginning of last year. He said, I wanted to flag something re Ollie Alexander. In case this hasn't reached you, I have 3 boys who are going on the record saying Ali groomed and or molested them. So again, he's even going like, look, he's a pedo.
Yeah.
They were molested or groomed under the promise of career opportunity.
What did Nick say to that? Let's
It's an
see.
open secret in gay right-wing circles, and all will be toppling out soon. My instincts tells me the Christianity stuff is insincere and desperate. Nick says, "Oh boy, okay, thanks for the heads up. That's gonna be not good for me. But if he's raping kids, he shouldn't be in politics. Shouldn't be in politics.
I mean, he should maybe be in jail.
Yeah, just not politics." So
Weird way to word that.
Milo said, typical grooming stuff will come out this year. Whether I release it or not, there's a circle of alley casualties who are in touch with one another and actively seeking to get their stories out. Climbing into bed with 16, 17-year-olds, etc. And Nick just said, bruh.
Bruh moment. Bruh.
So he knew about this, like, the whole time. Crazy, huh?
Well, at least since the beginning of last year, which,
is a long time ago.
Yeah, before all of the Kanye stuff went down and everything. Because this Ali Alexander guy, correct me if I'm wrong, Hassan, but he was part of the crew that was advising Kanye during his whole Nazi arc that he had last year.
I don't remember if
I know Milo and Nick were involved, and I'm pretty sure Ali was went to Mar-a-Lago with them and all that stuff when they did dinner with Trump.
Ollie Alexander was also part of the team alongside Milo Yiannopoulos, and then I think they pushed out Milo, which is why Nick and Ali stayed, and they pushed out Milo.
Here's the crew. Alex Jones, who cannot stop talking about demon pedophiles, is here pictured with one that apparently this dude even knew about at the beginning of last year. So here's a pedo and a pedo protector, and here is the guy who tells you that pedophiles are everywhere.
Dude,
And the
every
same
other
picture
week
together.
there's a high-level GOP official that is outed as having terabytes of fucking child porn or literally sex trafficking minors to have sex with them or whatever, and it doesn't fucking matter. The movement doesn't even flinch.
Doesn't slow
okay?
down. They don't
It
look,
doesn't
yeah.
slow down. Obviously, I've said this time and time again, but every accusation is a confession by these fucking freaks, okay? Every single one. They are the actual pedophiles, and what do you do when you're a real pedophile? You just say other people are pedophiles because everybody understands that pedophilia is fucking bad, is the most abhorrent thing you can fucking do. So you just keep saying, no, it's not me, it's all those other people. Just like that fucking QAnon guy who has talked a big game about killing pedophiles and whatever. Literally convicted pedophile who served a prison sentence for it, and he's leading
the guy
movement.
from the Channel 5 video?
Yeah, exactly. These guys have all done this shit.
Yes, so this is really interesting. Milo's been trying to warn folks about him, I guess, for a while. Here's Milo on Alex Jones' show. So Alex actually also is familiar with this accusation.
There are those
So here he is on InfoWars.
homosexuals still scrambling for attention, scrambling for money, and I look at them and I see where I was, and I am a greatly enhanced, I think, human being compared to. I watched
He
them now,
loves
the
women
sort of
so
the
much.
Ali Alexanders and whatever
Women
people
are
sort
so
of try to
hot.
keep their homosexuality under wraps, but not very successfully. And I think to myself, if I could only get half an hour in a room with these guys and try to explain to them, try to show them the sort of peace and calm, and by the way, enormously heightened effectiveness that you get from drawing closer to your spiritual life. You know, I just wish I could get them all in a room because they're some of them are.
Well, I'll be clear. I know Ollie. I didn't know any of that. I just,
Alex.
Yes,
Oh,
unfortunately.
For
Alex
me, I
is
just
there.
think Sammy-
He just said his name.
Yeah. Oh, and I have
Bro.
I have a great detail for you when you're done with this.
We're fighting the good fight, brother.
You want to know one thing? Like, it's kind of like when your character is such in the dumps that like you kind of get to a point where like you can't be further character assassinated. Like you can't defame someone who's in the muck. You know.
Right.
That's kind of the thing with these guys. Like they're all such disgusting scumbags with audiences full of also disgusting scumbags because they are marginal, and the people that gravitate towards that kind of commentary are like actual fucking freaks.
A lot of them, though.
Yeah, that like this kind of stuff doesn't really move the needle for them. Like they don't really give a shit. They kind of like it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, there are a lot
like,
of normal
what are you gonna do?
people
You're gonna be like,
floating
oh,
around.
they're hypocritical about pedophilia. Okay, who cares? Is like the attitude that people have. Like we
Yeah,
can
it was
look
Jimmy-
at it from our end of the spectrum, our end of the political spectrum, and go, wow, that's fucking insane. Like these guys are infighting, but there's a reason
Well,
why
I hope
rarely ever give them any credence or any coverage whatsoever.
I hope that people watching this who are fans of Crowder or Shabibo and seen clips of maybe Fuentes or Milo that they like, that they'll see this and be like, oh, where's the Crowder video on this? Where's the Ben Shapiro video on this? This conspiracy, you know, these people are cowards.
Probably won't be seeing it anytime.
You will not be seeing it.
And yeah, this is what I wanted to point out is that you were saying the photo of all of them together that Nick Fuentes was covering up for it. Alex Jones, in a way, was as well because that clip that we just watched on InfoWars, they edited out that section.
Yo.
Yeah, this account had it archived. That's what we just watched, but they say if you go...
Yeah, they were doing a massive cover-up.
Yep.
There you
should
go.
Probably talk about that, Alex. You talk about pedophiles enough, man. You were just photographed with one, and now you're covering up for him.
I call him Clammy Davis Jr. because he's quite fond of 19-year-olds. But no, he's
Oh, come on! Don't listen. I don't know anything about that. I don't
Actually, he was fond of 16-year-olds too.
Right about it.
All right, okay.
Ollie's a nice guy, but seriously, let's
Hey,
expand on that.
hey! Alex is like, hey! He's like, Hillary Clinton's a demonic pedophile demon. Hey!
Whoa,
Watch
whoa,
it about
whoa,
my
whoa,
boy
whoa.
Alex.
Looks like I'm throwing crazy accusations around here.
So there you go. They're all scumbags. They're all liars. They're total giant. There it is. You know what I mean?
There it is.
That's all we have to say today. Right, Hassan?
Yeah. It's one of those things, like I said, where I feel like I need a fucking hazmat suit to like look at any of this shit. Like I feel like it gives me psychic damage every time I see people live lives like this. The worst part about it
Fox
is that
we're running out of time. Fox News. Did we talk about the settlement? A little bit.
You mentioned it really
Yeah, they
quickly.
paid out.
It's not that big a
Thank
deal.
you. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Hassan.
Well, all I was gonna say is like it's even sadder that there are people that follow these guys, who go deeper and darker into the precipice of hell, into the depths of hell. For those who are hate watching maybe right now, or looking for a clickable moment or whatever, salvation is possible. You can change your attitude, you can change your mind, but it all starts with moving away.
Bro,
from
why are
these
you
places.
tweeting during our show? You just tweeted 6 minutes ago.
I'm being defamed.
No, it literally says
I'm being
6 minutes ago.
I'm being defamed, which is why I had to counter it immediately.
What were you? What happened?
Well, now that my check mark is gone, immediately my own stands are changing their profile picture to mine, names that are close to mine, and they're saying, they're
I'm gay.
tweeting shit like I'm gay.
I saw
Okay, but, like,
your editor did it
I mean,
too.
come on, dude. You know what I mean? Can't you do the I'm gay stuff like in 10 minutes?
I didn't tweet that, Ethan.
Hassan the HUD, you tweeted
Oh no,
that.
I tweeted the
Yeah.
other one. Yeah. Well, I had to defend myself.
You're not gay. Ew, gross.
Yeah, I had to defend myself from the gay allegation.
Ew, gross.
Yeah, ew, never.
All right, thank you guys.
It's a joke for everyone. I mean, I am not gay, but we're joking when we say ew, gross, before people freak the fuck out over it.
Ew, gay people.
All right, let's take us out.
Thank you guys. We love ya. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow's episode is gonna be awesome. We're gonna play Guess Who's
I
High.
don't like this one apparently. Got some things to say.
Go ahead.
One, you look very skinny today.
Thanks, bro. Thank you. I didn't
Yeah.
sleep well. I'm very tired, but I am feeling skinny. I'm in the middle of a second push right now.
Uh-huh.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
I like that you talk about it like you're pooping. Like I feel
Well-
like that's something that you would use for shitting. But anyway.
I'm in the middle of a push, Hassan. Give me a moment.
So that's one. Number two, I'm digging the Steve Zissou like the fuckboy beanie.
Okay, thank you.
It looks good.
Thank you.
You got the mustache.
You know, it's the regular beanie. I just like
No,
the
I
roll.
know.
I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, I just roll it up. That's my new thing.
Hold on.
Yeah, it looks good.
Now, that doesn't.
Dan, you're bald.
Yeah, it doesn't work for you.
You
Dan.
can't do it if you're bald? Okay. Hold
You
on.
look like
you look like an unrolled condom.
no. You look like a Ottoman. You look like a boy that the Ottomans found in the fucking Balkan village, and you're about to become a janissary when you do it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
So, those are the two things I just wanted to say. I
Okay,
saw the beanie. I saw the beanie the other day when you were talking about retrieving your $600,000 back.
620.
620. It's 5% that matters.
5% is everything.
Yeah.
Takes
And
that 5%.
I saw your beanie. I was like, damn, he looks good.
Thank
He looks
you,
hot.
bro.
You
Thank
look hot.
you.
You look
Thanks,
hot.
man. Thank you so much. You know, that means a lot coming from a hot dude himself. So thanks. Real recognized real, apparently.
You're
But
like, if you were ugly, it wouldn't matter as much.
well, no, I wouldn't. I would say, well, what do you know about being hot?
Oh, okay.
If you were like, you know. It's not your fault. Hey, Alfredo and Shredder are back. So we have a great episode today. As you guys know, the new Mario Brothers movie is out.
Ugh.
Lots of conflicting opinions, but the one thing
More
that-
like Mario Sisters.
I know, right? Well said.
You're
The
not
one-
ready.
The one
You're not
thing that
ready.
we do know for sure is that it's making a ton of money.
And I hate that because anyway, I don't want to tease it. Anyway.
Also, but the conservasphere is all tied up into a pretzel trying to figure out why is it making so much money? Is it because it's woke or because it's anti-woke? This is a dialogue that's consumed them somehow, and it just goes to show you just how obscene this argument is when they can't even agree.
Yeah.
They can't even agree
No,
if it's
they
woke or
definitely
not.
have a definition for woke though, for sure. They do. They won't tell you. It's like Trump.
black
You know when
people,
they ask
isn't
him?
it? Yeah, I mean it's
Well,
black
oh
or
no,
gay
no,
people.
that's the real definition. I just
Yeah.
meant like what conservatives think is woke is you know that's still up for debate. But if you ask them, they'll tell you like I can't tell you. I know what it is, but
Let's
I won't
have
tell
the
you.
debate now, because I think I'm going to
You
destroy
want to get started on it like right off
So
the jump? You
here's
want to do like a
yeah,
little updates and all this shit.
Well, what do you have to say? I mean, you already called me hot. I mean, what else is there to say? You know. You want to ask me something about?
You could compliment Hassan back.
I mean, look. Yeah, he always looks good.
Thank you.
He always
Thank
looks
you.
good.
Thank you very much.
You've been working out. You've been keeping on the
I've
diet.
been, dude. I've been going crazy with it. I'm very close. I'm very close to like finally doing some like full-blown shirtless photos again.
Oh,
I'm
my
close.
God.
By
Okay.
summer for sure. Like
Okay.
by the time we get to like July, I think I'll be there.
Okay.
So get excited for that.
And is there any consideration to doing the steroids yet? Maybe mild steroids?
No.
No, nothing.
That's like I'm holding out. I'm holding out on that until like the very last moment. Like I have to until I like
You're saving that for when you're a bit older and
Yeah,
harder to
yeah,
keep
yeah.
muscle mass.
Science is gay.
Science is gay. I'll have you know.
True.
Well, before we begin the actual debate, I, of course, as Nathaniel Klansman, I'm of the belief that the Mario movie is anti-woke, and that's why it made so much money.
Yeah, I am of the mindset that it's definitely woke, and you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're just wrong about that.
How can we not agree on something like this? I mean, it's like our whole culture war type of thing. Should be obvious. Let's.
You want to do it right now. You are so excited.
Well,
you don't even want to talk about like the anti-woke beer or the daily call.
No, I want to watch all this stuff, but start getting in character because, well, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you have no shot, dude. Mario.
This ain't a character, Nathan. This is
That's who I am.
Hey, this is who I am.
That's
through
right.
and through. I'm a country boy, born and bred.
You know, I want to tell you something actually on a serious note.
What's up?
I was live streaming or doing a podcast, and we were talking about I don't know how it comes up from time to time about how my old, more not reactionary, but social justice warrior content.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were saying that they went down the conservative kind of manhole, and that because of this show or because of my switch or because of your show, a lot of people are coming around.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was the actual effect, if it was doing anything or not, but it's nice to see that. It's nice to hear that.
There's a lot of, for sure.
The one thing I heard consistently was that I've been watching you since I was in middle school, and as a 14-year-old boy, I started seeing like Ben Shapiro owns feminist videos, and then that's what got him down the rabbit hole, thinking Crowder and Ben Shapiro were awesome. But literal 14-year-old boys, I thought that was interesting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you see the way that they
it's
pose.
just so embarrassing, though. Like
well, now they're doing it again. That's like, there's always a new crop of 14-year-old boys that are becoming 14.
Yeah.
And they gravitate towards like any kind of like anti-hierarchy, edgy content and commentary that they find to be subversive, disruptive. What they don't really realize is that the commentary that they're gravitating towards that they find subversive is actually just like the same shit that their dad and their grandfather believes, you know what I mean? But right now that is already happening. You got No Jumper, you got, Adam 16, you got like all these accounts like
Wait, who's Adam
the
16?
Daily Loud, Adam 16 of No Jumper.
Adam 22.
Are you calling it that because that's the age that...
Oh, Adam 16? That's so good.
Oops. Yeah, I guess I had an oopsie there. Sorry.
Adam 16, that's great.
I thought you were making an implication there.
I'm only 16.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, he said it.
So
not
you got that. You got
Didn't he?
those guys. You got the Daily Loud guys, like Rap TV. Like there's so much reactionary commentary.
And of course,
happening.
the coolest and most
Academic.
appealing, Dennis Prager.
Yeah, well, that's the old wave, right? Like Ben Shapiro and them are kind of washed. The new wave of like reactionary content is coming from like.
What's your argument?
Coming from like the PUA commentary sphere, the women are.
I just heard like a jet engine back there. What was that?
They're just
a
seems like a
fan.
vacuum.
Okay.
I think like an industrial vacuum.
Oh, good, it's gone.
Anyway,
there isn't any.
So those guys are the ones who are like basically trying to radicalize or captivate and capture a market of like young boys.
But I just imagine, because Steven Crowder fancies himself like a stand-up comedian, so I just love the idea of him going to do his set, and it's just a bunch of 14-year-old boys, just like a bunch of kids in the audience.
No, I think his audience is like a lot older. I think Steven Crowder, well, conservative commentary usually is like very, like the people that go in for the commentary and actually care about the politics on the conservative side are going to be older. The conservative base is older. The conservative base is richer. So those are not the guys who are watching like the Change My Mind anti-SJWs or SJW's own compilations. The SJW-owned compilations are all-encompassing. That's usually how like a lot of 14-year-olds like dip their toes into it, and they might become like ideologically motivated. And the more they watch that content, the more they gravitate towards that, the further down the pipeline they'll go. And then before you know it, they're in a Discord splinter cell leaking, government documents, CIA documents.
Well, okay. So anyway,
in between screaming anti-Semitic slurs and shooting guns and stuff.
The hole never sinks far enough. But
Yeah.
I just want to pat ourselves on the back a little bit. So thank you to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did it.
So let's talk about
Yeah.
Mario. So $427 million it's made in opening weekend, which I think might be the first or second most animated movies ever made.
It's certainly the top this year I saw. I don't know about ever.
I think it's all
made.
time, bro.
Top.
That's crazy
animated
money.
movie.
427 million opening weekend, dude. What the F?
That is pretty nuts.
Or since opening.
It had
last
the
week.
third biggest U.S. premiere of an animated film ever. But if you include the worldwide, it might actually get up there.
What was 1 and 2?
Number 1 is the Lion King, the recent live, or not
No,
live action,
that
the,
new Lion King?
the CGI Lion King.
Dude, that's a bunch of woke garbage, bro.
Wait, I thought that was that movie. I never even saw it. I thought it
didn't
was
watch
dog
that shit. Hell no.
It made 191 million at the domestic box office on its opening weekend.
Bunch of woke shit, dude.
For sure. And then number 2 is Incredibles 2.
Wow.
What's number 1?
Lion King.
Oh, Lion King's number 1?
Yeah,
Lion King
Hell?
number 1. Incredibles 2 is
I'll
number
have
2.
you know,
Yeah, and
a
then the
gay
Mario
man
movie is
made
number
the
3.
soundtrack to that movie.
Uh-oh.
Which one?
The Lion King.
Oh, dude, that's woke. That's automatically woke.
Oh, that's so true.
Oh, so Mario is number 1 worldwide. How about that?
You okay?
Dude, yeah, Elton John is gay. That's crazy.
Amazing.
What
So
was I supposed to be? I'm defending that it's woke, right?
you're saying
You're saying that it's woke and it's trash because of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank
Yeah.
you. Just want to make sure real quick. Also, neither of us have seen the Mario movie yet.
Right. In fact, I don't think
they
has
have.
anyone here seen it?
Okay, good.
I'm
I was gonna go to the premiere and I didn't because it's woke.
Yeah, it's
Right.
trash.
That part is true. I was
Boycott.
actually supposed to go to the premiere. I thought that the premiere was a week before. Like we got ready. I was like, oh yeah, I'll take my brother to this, and then I realized like, oh shit, it's actually next week. So then I never ended up going to the premiere.
I'm going this weekend with my son. His first movie ever.
You're not worried?
That it's going to turn him trans?
Yeah.
I am a little bit.
You're gonna queer your child.
Hopefully the popcorn and the drinks and stuff will distract him enough.
Well, don't worry, Ethan. You're arguing that it is
It is
actually
good.
based in red pilled.
Right.
So it's actually going to red pill.
So it's
your
ethical
3-year-old.
ethical consumption for you and your child.
Well, so let's see here. Here's an album of right-wing YouTubers celebrating its success as anti-woke. Mario Bros. Is the worst movie in history? Insane critics roasted. So here he is defending this masterpiece.
Wait a minute. Is that Quarter Pounder?
This is, yeah.
Wasn't he defending another thing earlier this week? Someone getting ripped off by an MCN.
Oh yeah, I know it. He was defending me.
Quarter Pounder with the.
Sometimes he comes
with
through.
The assist, dude.
Sometimes he comes through. You know, he goes.
Oh, now I must defend Ethan Klein. It is one of the most difficult things I have
Dude,
to
he's
do.
such a merc. Like he is a mercenary. He doesn't. It's so obvious that he's just like straight up saying whatever he thinks like other neck-bearded dudes like him want to hear.
Yeah. He's a fan. We actually know that for sure.
Yeah, he's a fucking Fupa trooper, bro.
I'll piss in the basement with you, dude. Let's do some members-only content. Cross streams in your basement.
Didn't he have a sort of enlightened trans take a while back that all of his fan base got really mad at him for?
No, I think you're mistaking him with another bald, bearded man, Woke Star.
Oh, that was
revealed was all a troll,
and
by
he
the
was
way.
just trolling.
Wait, no, was Woke Star trolling?
Yeah, he's
I
like,
think he
trolling deaf to trans people.
Wait,
he did a call with cat bulls.
I thought no. He literally said that the second in command at Drama Alert is actually trans, and they started working there
Bentley?
pre-transition.
I don't know. I know nobody works there.
No, the person who like I guess does his like social feed or whatever.
Okay. Good.
Like
Great.
who sources all the material. No, because recently he said he actually came out and defended Chris, and was like, it's so crazy how many people are just like aggressively attacking
But then
Chris
he
for coming out
also
as
put
trans.
out a tweet saying people are canceling Ethan for
Yeah, that
calling
was
him a
fuck
king.
you. Yeah, you have to understand. He, like, yeah, that's different. That is irrelevant.
Okay, so we like Wolfstar. I like Wolfstar.
I'm wrong.
Anyway, here. So I don't know.
He's still a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. He could just be like, surprisingly not transphobic and still be a piece of shit on every other issue. But yeah,
I don't think he's as surprisingly not transphobic as you think.
No, I think he's like. Well,
he had this call with Keffels that was apparently like a total disaster.
Well,
and it wasn't that long
this.
ago.
I say it like this. I think he is less transphobic than you would immediately assume.
Okay, that's
you
fair.
know what I mean? Where like my assumption is he's like like, oh yeah, trans people are mentally ill type person. Like that's what that's my assumption. But it seems it's more like. It seems to be more like, yo, maybe we should like ease up on the gas pedal a little bit on how much we attack trans people. Like, what the fuck's going on? I know a trans person, they're fine. Or like my 18-year-old girlfriend is woke. You know what I mean? So I'm learning more about trans people because of that.
I like it anyway. I mean, listen, if dating a 18-year-old is what gets him education, then I'm all for it. Well. Debatable.
No.
But there's pluses and minuses. I mean, we got to take the wins and the losses.
Better ways to learn about this stuff.
So, I don't know what's this channel, Yellow Flash?
There are so many of these. I was shocked when I was looking for these. Right? All of these channels that you've never heard of before, they're all quartering clones. They're all like late 30s, mid 40s, white guy with the beard. In a room full of toys, just like the quartering, and they all have like 500,000 subs.
I don't get it. Like, shouldn't you be embarrassed?
No,
like, you should be embarrassed.
They're getting paid like way more than they would make.
But even then, you should still be embarrassed. Like you're presenting yourself. If you're right wing, it's all about aesthetics. You got to present yourself as this like macho figure.
No, look at the quartering. His success defies all logic. He's like the embodiment of a
soy guy.
Of just like, I mean, yeah, his whole essence is soy.
I think that's because a lot of people look and act exactly like him on the right. So they're like, oh, he's just like me for real type shit. You know what I mean?
So anyway, this guy, Yellow Flash, Mario just exposed critics, you guys. Make him gay. Woke media has meltdown over the Super Mario Bros. Not including LBGT content. Did he? The letters are mixed up.
They're a little mixed up, but.
Oh my God! There's a war going on.
Woke elites get destroyed after they trash Super Mario Bros. Hilarious backlash.
And Chris Pratt seems to be the hero of course.
he's saying fuck the elite.
That's right. Midnight's Edge. Super Mario Bros. Humiliates Disney and establishment critics by rejecting wokeness. Dude, y'all, I mean, it's like, this is such an expose on this whole system. It's so nothing to do with wokeness that they can't even agree on it. And they're still pumping out these videos based on like the thinnest fucking premise.
Bro, it is literally the Super Mario Bros, okay? Like this is not a character that is known for even speaking, okay? The idea that like this has like legitimate, well thought out ideological underpinnings is so silly. It's as far as like the age old trope of like man saves the princess or whatever. I think what was it? That was the original argument they like Gamergate weirdos fucking hated, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Who did that originally? Anita Sarkeesian? Was that her name?
Oh, what did she actually make a thesis about how Mario?
Yeah, and like that's why everybody fucking. That was one of the many things that
I mean,
like
it
all
is
the,
like 50 years old, to be fair.
Like the reality is it's just super old school and not in like in any serious like ideological way. There are, I think, literally Nintendo's very weird with this, but they have like actually trans characters and stuff sometimes. They like hide in plain sight.
Oh.
Even you wouldn't expect it from like a Japanese company that's like that was that started in like 1881. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they do that sometimes. But other than that, it's just like it's just a movie, man. It's just a movie. Like I say this to liberals who constantly fucking look to like their content consumption to make sure that they're moderating it, make sure that it's like actually ethically good. When you have good characters doing good things, like I tell them to shut the fuck up and calm down, and I will, bring that same energy. Yeah, there it is, Birdo. And I will have that same energy for conservatives that also try to do really bad media analysis.
It's just bad faith. It's not even bad. It's like they, you know what I mean? Not enough woke. Critics slam Super Mario movie. If you guys are looking for a job, just start doing this, man. It's easy money. Super Mario Bros. Destroys the box office.
No. Tell people that there is just as much money to be made on the other side.
You won't make
Stop!
a dime.
Don't say that.
There's like two successful, or maybe 3 successful lib shows on YouTube, and they're not that successful either.
Yeah, nobody's getting 50 million deals,
although
and then turning them down.
Pac-Man's been crushing it lately. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but like. Yeah.
No, do this.
But David,
if you want to make money, do this.
David's like he is like a social democrat. He still has like liberal tendencies. You know what I mean? Like there's no equivalent to this. David is not like an extremist on the left. You know what I mean? In the way that like some of these fucking extremely successful channels are on the right. Like he's not doing the equivalent of
I heard him advocating for marching south on the Confederacy just yesterday.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Like now? Like
right
in 2023?
Calling for civil war. David
he says Germany go far enough. No, but do you see what I'm saying? He's like.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. He's a sane, normal guy.
He's like a sane
he's not
person.
Like, let's kill people.
Yeah, he's a sane person who does commentary, and some of his ideas are to the left of what is the norm in the United States of America, albeit still very sane and still very normal. And even then, like that's not the equivalent to a guy who's like hyper obsessively, trying to figure out who's actually trans, even though they're like cis people in media. You know what I mean? That's like, it's not a thing.
So as you guys can see, there's a ton of movement there on celebrating Mario, or saying no, Mario's woke. But here comes Steven Crowder. Okay.
Yeah, and they don't need to do it.
One of the sweet boys, one of the darlings of the right, here with Alex Jones. No, he has a different opinion about it.
No. Crowder agrees with all these people. You're thinking it's the next conservative grifter that
it's
takes
the
opposite position.
So wait, once again, I'm saying Mario's woke,
yeah, Tim
right?
Pool is the dissident.
I'm saying Mario's woke.
Yeah.
And Ethan is on the side of the.
Yeah, you're Tim Pool today.
I'm pro.
Okay. I hate that.
Yeah, you're Tim Pool today.
But better to be Tim Pool than Steven Crowder, I guess.
Castrated?
I don't know about that. Tim Pool, at least he's like virgin. He like can't even get. He like cries about how virgin he is.
I don't. So did Steven Crowder flexed about
Doesn't he
how
have, like,
much
a
of a
family
virgin
at
he
least?
was. I mean, but originally before he got married. Also, what do you mean? Steven Crowder is like a deeply closeted man who.
Yeah, but he probably
manifests all of that anxiety and anger, and it turns it into a vector of hate.
You telling me he doesn't take a few days a month down at the Motel 6 for, a rendezvous?
I mean, he works out too much to be perfectly straight. Okay, like I said, if you work out a lot, that's pretty sus, fellas. Okay, that's sus. What are you trying to have big old biceps for women? They don't give a shit.
Yet another reason why I am alpha.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So here's Crowder.
You work out too much. That's gay. That's gay, dog. You gotta stop it. You're not beating the gay allegations.
Here's Crowder.
Funny thing with soccer, because it's already there. So the Mario Brothers movie, though, by the way, this is a good example. It's not even necessarily anti-woke. It just shuns the idea of trying to be woke. So obviously the voice actor, Chris Pratt, who's a known Christian, I believe he's more.
His premise that
known
Christian.
He's out of the closet.
Bro,
We're so proud of you, Chris Pratt.
It's
you
like
come out of the closet as a white Christian man.
Dude, conservatives love portraying the idea that like there is a Holocaust-style situation happening for white Christians in America. Like, oh, he's so brave for coming out as a white Christian man in a country that was built by and still run by predominantly white Christian men. It's so brave. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it is. It's so brave, and he's out of the closet. I'm sure he's going to get lots of shit for being a white Christian man, but he's brave. And Crowder, I'm glad you're showing solidarity.
Conservative. He said this. He said, this is the soundtrack to your youth. You don't want someone to come along and cynically destroy it. I fully understand that. You do not want that to happen. And by the way, critics did not like the movie. He can.
What the fuck, bro? So
Wait, he didn't even
desperate.
say anything. Wait, what?
No,
No, he literally just said, like, he took a lot of care and consideration.
He's
to
like, I
not
used to play
ruin the-
Mario Brothers. He's
Yeah.
like, there you go. He doesn't like trans people because he wants things to be the way they were.
Okay,
like
to be
Mario
fair-
Bros.
To be fair, Chris Pratt probably might not like trans people. Let's be real.
Right.
In his own personal expression.
But that statement, your thesis is weak there, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at the contrast. Critics had 56%, whereas the audience had 96%.
I love
that's
this. This
never
is my favorite
happened.
thing.
That's never happened before.
Bro, this is my favorite fucking thing that people do. It's like, wow, look at us. We're fighting back against like the woke critics because the audience score is like way higher. Like, dude, review bombing still exists, okay? I'm not even saying this is a bad movie. I don't know. People that I do trust have said like it's kind of mid. You know
That's
I mean?
what everybody said.
Yeah,
it's
like fine. It's bubblegum. It's kind of mid.
Yeah.
I had high expectations for it though. I do like the franchise. I thought that it would be good. So I am a little disappointed by people saying that it was kind of mid. But as far as like the movie critics saying it's not good, it's at 56, and then the audience saying 96, like that doesn't say anything. It's like the people that use Google Trends to be like, wow, like a lot of people are, you know, talking about abortion. Like, yeah, people fucking Google that all the time. That doesn't, you're not using it appropriately. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't
No,
mean what you want it to mean. You can use it in whatever way you want to.
This is insanely desperate.
Let's read a quote here from a critic. It's a fan service above all else, regressively so. This is Eric Structure.
Dude.
I mean, probably.
Such a dumbass.
Wait.
I think he just means that, like,
Yeah, it's just full of
the movie
Easter eggs.
sucks. It
Yeah,
just went
he's
backwards.
saying-
It's going backwards.
He's saying that the movie
Like
is
you, Crowder. I mean, what the
so
fuck?
full of the movie is just slammed with fan service and nothing more. That's what he's saying, which is kind of funny because, like, as a critic, you're doing critique on the Mario movie.
No, regressive means that it goes too straight. Progressive is trans. Regressive is straight.
Yeah,
less straight, more gay.
Words, what do they mean? Can they mean different things under different circumstances? I'm Steven Crowder, and this is what we're going to get to the bottom of today.
It's incredible, though. They're really trying to prove this thesis so much, and there's just no evidence.
String a threadbare story around iconography linked to source material just isn't enough. It's a video game, and by the way, it's not.
Have you? There you go. See, he said it all. It's a video game.
I mean, it's not. It's a film based on a video game.
Right.
They're not rating.
Has
the video
Crowder
game.
seen the movie?
Even a video game with a real story when you go back to it, okay?
The series of
So I think they're just doing like this mega straw man where they act like everybody on the left is like pissed off about this movie when it's zero of it.
Yeah.
They're like, everybody chill, libs. It's just a movie. Everyone's like, I don't care. So there's that. Let's see. But here comes Trouble in Paradise. Is this Tim Pool here?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Twitter has turned into a complete war.
Wait, who the fuck is this guy?
This is one of the people. I think it was actually the one that you were asking about.
Just no, it was a different.
Oh, it was another.
Josiah rises.
Yeah.
Not like he rises. He's up.
He's up.
Listed this. Oh my God, this guy took my advice. He's just quartering junior.
Yep.
It's wild. If you're gonna emulate yourself after somebody, choosing the quartering is like wild, man.
It's the 8th pounder.
Zone
Right.
today over the new Super Mario Brothers movie that is coming out this weekend, and a lot of it has to do with.
He goes, the liberals are so triggered. This movie is coming out this weekend. And it's like, dude, chill. This man is like. This man is the human embodiment of triggered. Look at this.
With the Rotten Tomatoes score that is currently trending on Twitter because everyone is calling out critics in the most hilarious
Why do they
way
all look the
imaginable.
same?
As you
That's
can see,
it.
it is currently
Yeah,
sitting
no,
at
we-
a
I wasn't kidding.
54% rotten.
That's so weird. Wait, what?
They all look
Dude,
the same.
They all look like a mixture of like a guy who's not allowed to be anywhere near a school and like a like a operator. Like they're all dudes that were medically ineligible and couldn't even do basic training. But then they like grew the beard out and be like, yeah, yee brother, I love my veterans.
I love how frantic he
And
is.
from critics with a 95% fresh from audiences. And the critics have this to say, while it's nowhere near.
All right, dude. Well, good for you, man. This guy, well, only 30,000. So here he's begging for subs if you guys want to help him. I don't know. Help me reach 400,000 subs. I mean, I'm not above that. Help the guy out. You know, he's got good takes. Not woke enough slams Super Mario Brothers movie.
Kind of explain.
Here's another one. Again, they talk about virtue signaling. This guy's sitting here in like a thin blue clamshells?
Wait, what the fuck? What is he wearing? Dude, this is
the thin
so-
blue clamshells.
This is so awesome. This goes back to the
Fisher's-
age-old.
Fisher's rights
This goes back
matters.
to my thesis that everyone ultimately becomes a liberal. Like everyone is a liberal at the end of the day. Neoliberal capitalist monoculture is so pervasive. It doesn't matter if you're literally living in the mountains and then you know, come down in the Kabul or whatever, or not Kabul. It doesn't matter if you're the Taliban. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking right-wing guy who's like supposed to be like yee. Ultimately, everyone becomes a Funko Pop collecting liberal. Everyone.
What is this shirt,
Crying
though,
about
legit?
like, you know, media, crying about like the politics in my media. I'm
Yeah,
so
no.
mad.
Not woke enough. Critics slam Super Mario Brothers. It's literally not happening. But here, okay, now here comes the conflict. Okay.
Bro, you want to know?
This
you wanna know
same
what this
dude.
is?
Wait, hold on.
You want to know what they're doing right now?
You
What
got-
they're doing right now is exactly what they did before, where like they would say, if trans people get to compete athletically, then like why couldn't a man just simply say like, well, I'm a woman now, and then compete? And because they couldn't find like real examples of someone doing that, which would be cheating, they wouldn't be trans, obviously, right? Because they couldn't find someone doing that, then they would go and do it themselves. Like they'd be like, I'm a right-wing podcaster. I want to, you know, build a brand for myself. So I decided to go and compete in like the women's athletic competition as a woman. And guess what? Liptard zone. And it's like, well, you did that. You couldn't find someone who actually does that in the wild. So you decided to be the fucking meme.
Steven
That's what
Crowder
they're doing
in the
now. They're
gym.
like,
wait, what is this clamshell lives matter he's doing? He's got the hat.
You
now?
are so fascinated by this.
What the fuck is it? I mean,
I
what
don't
is-
know.
he's
I don't know
repping
how
it
to interpret.
forever.
I don't know how to interpret what I'm looking at there.
It looks like maybe Phantom of the Opera merch. It looks maybe like a mask. I got to know.
Are they handcuffs?
He's wearing the same shirt.
Maybe they're handcuffs. Maybe it's.
it's all over his.
He likes
like,
BDSM. He likes being pegged.
It's all over. He's got the bisexual lighting in the background. Like, what's going on, man?
They
They're
all
over the
do.
place.
Cuff me, daddy.
He went and he got those TikTok ads, the RGBs for the TikTok ads. You know, like, oh man.
So here is the same guy who just decried it or celebrated it as anti-woke, talking about it being too woke 3 months ago. You got to get your stories straight, Jack.
Peach just taking charge. Peach just taking charge. Stands up right there. Like right at that moment right there, when I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4.
Bro, you're gay as hell. I'm so straight up. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Bro, I see this stuff. It actually does radicalize me. I become one of those like Joe Rogan style, like you know, what is it, like strong men make good society.
Yeah.
good
Strong
society-
men- yeah.
Weak
Weak men-
society make men weak. Weak men make bad society. Bad society get owned by strong men. Like that. That's what I turn into. I'm like, go die in a war. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Go, the Ukrainians need help, brother.
Yeah,
There's
go
a front line
fucking
now.
deploy to Ukraine. Go deploy to Ukraine.
Go.
Go deploy to
Yeah.
Ukraine. Stop talking about fucking, like, why do you know the names of these characters? He's like, oh,
Dude, Toy Story 4? That's
bro,
like
he
deep
pulled out
lore.
a Toy Story reference, dog. Like, you're a
What was the
fucking whole
character?
ass adult. What's wrong with you?
Pull up the picture. He just he flew right off that. He took that right from the back of his mind.
Right at that moment right there, when I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4.
Bo Peep from Toy
Like,
Story
if you
4.
actually loved it, if
I know what it's going on. They had a whole culture war about Bo Peep, probably.
Yeah,
Dude.
she was too girl boss.
bro, this is like, this is like, you know, you can't even enjoy the commentary unless you read the manga. Like, you need to know all 11 editions of, like, prior Culture War shit that
If
went
you guys
unnoticed.
recall, Bo Peep from Toy Story 4 was the beginning in this long culture war of making women look strong.
Yeah, hello, I'm the woke mind virus defender, and today I'm logging on to tell you about my encyclopedia knowledge of Toy Story and how many times I tried to jerk off to Bo Peep and I couldn't do it because, God damn it, the Patriots cannot rise up. That's what they're doing to us.
You know, I tell you what, man, if they only had Peach doing like housework or something
Sewing.
like that, it'd be a good movie.
She should be sewing.
She should be it's
Doing
like,
the
bro,
lawn.
what are you even saying? She's not allowed to fight for her rights, bro?
No,
You're talking about when we get invaded from China, you don't want women raising up arms? What happened in World War II? Women can, bitch-ass, fucking loser-ass clamshells, lives matter, BDSM,
Okay,
egged.
people pointed out it's the logo of his channel.
Okay, whatever. I know what it really means. It's cuffs that you wear when
What
you
is
get
it,
pegged.
Geek and Gamers? Is that what it's called?
Yes, indeed.
Geek and Gamers? Yeah, I think we should bully nerds more.
Yeah.
I take it back.
Well, someone was advocating for that recently.
Yeah, I was it.
One a right winger.
Andrew Tate or Aiden Ross, and then maybe I don't know.
They're saying we need to bully people more.
Like, what's happening?
Oh, it was fresh or fit. Or
Oh yeah, and I was
whatever.
like, I totally agree, man.
Yeah.
I've been bullying you nonstop.
Yeah, except when I make fun
It'll
of this
get through
fucking
this
hairline, people are like, oh, "You're body shaming." I'm like, "Yeah, I am. I'm doing that with a full knowledge of what I'm
Correct.
doing. I'm body shaming him." Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a dose of their own medicine, right? This guy lives by body shaming.
No, it's just like it's bad. It's wrong. Okay, it's bad and it's wrong. And sometimes I like doing bad things that are wrong. I'm not a good person. Okay.
fair enough.
Like I never said I was.
Fair enough.
I think we should just be more open about that reality. Like,
That's fair.
I'm hedonistic, and I sometimes like to body shame those on the right for for numerous different reasons because I want them to feel bad.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, but again, it's like World War II was won in part thanks to the empowerment of women. But now it's like, Peach, you got to put down that staff and just let Bowser invade your kingdom and rape and pillage your people?
And here's the other thing.
Bowser?
Here's the other thing. There are things that I watch, right? And I like, and I do media analysis on it, or like I do like political analysis, look at like the political subtext. Like One Piece is one that I talk about quite frequently. But I like One Piece. Like I'm not gonna fucking turn around and be like and make videos crying about a particular anime that has like things that I don't appreciate in it. You know what I mean? Like Call of Duty is a great example. Call of Duty is a video game franchise that gets funding from the U.S. military that absolutely does propaganda for the State Department's interests, right? They do so much propaganda that they quite literally took an American war crime, the Highway of Death, in the Gulf War, where the United States bombed retreating forces, including men, women, and children, on this highway. They stopped them dead in their tracks, and they did like a multiple day-long bombing campaign where they eviscerated people, right? They destroyed people, men, women, children.
Bomb them.
And then in one of the latest Call of Duty games, they attributed that war crime to Russia in the fucking video game. 'cause
That's awesome.
Yeah, like that's propaganda.
That's good shit.
I still enjoy the game. I still do like criticism, but you don't see me fucking going like, why is this happening? This is so fucked up. I can't
Everybody
believe-"
remembers.
It's just like the show.
Everybody remembers when Russia dropped the nuclear bombs on Japan. The
Yeah.
world changed that day.
That was so fucked up with Stalin.
Yeah, it's just like it's so stupid. You can do media analysis over like more adult things, okay? Like things that happen in the fucking real world.
Remember
like
who they're entertaining, bro?
what I just mentioned. What?
8-year-olds. They're entertaining 8-year-olds. They got to speak to them.
I don't think this is it for 8-year-olds, man. I think it's for divorced dads that look exactly like that guy that are watching that and going, "This is why Deborah left me. This is why Deborah left me because Mario's too woke or Mario's not woke actually."
I
That's
tell
why
you
I do
that
well.
Peach reminds me of my bitch wife, taking all kinds of, getting a job.
Yeah.
Goddamn, getting a job, having her own income. Goddamn, hate that Peach bitch.
It's me, Mario. Princess Peach, why don't you get back in the kitchen and make me a sandwich?
What the fuck?
That's actually a quote from the film. I
so
pulled
that okay. Now I get why they like
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Thank God.
Put down that axe and make a sandwich. Why don't you?
Ray Skywalker, and she seems to dominate the rest of the trailer. Mario's the bumbling idiot. Again, if
Well, are you not the bumbling
which
idiot?
is, by the way, which is
You were
very
Mario.
uncharacteristic of Mario. He was never portrayed as the bumbling idiot in any of the Nintendo games that I certainly played.
I mean, kind of, right? He goes down. She walks around in shit. He goes down sewer pipes. He's like ducking his head down like a little beta male. You know, it's not. He's just bumbling his way. He's like Mr. Magoo, really. So anyway, here's where we have fun. Okay, this is where the big fissure takes place.
It's like if I watched this and I got mad at it because it's like upholding the monarchy, because like the main character Mario is a working class citizen and a plumber, and instead of like being a blue collar worker that engages in like a proletarian revolution, he ends up reinstating the monarchist structures that are inherently oppressive to the serfs.
so
like
true.
like that's if I did that kind of fucking media analysis, people would look at me and go, "You're a crazy person." You want to know why? Because that would be crazy to fucking look at a goddamn franchise like Mario and make something like that.
Your fan base is not as desperate or stupid to try to justify their shallow and unjustifiable worldviews. So they have to look for meaning in Mario Brothers and Toy Story 4. But here's Tim Pool. Now, what's he doing? Tim Pool comes against the grain.
Being
He says,
so
no,
brave. He's
Mario
being
movie
extremely
is
brave.
woke. He's putting his foot down. Girl Boss Peach is invincible, and Mario is incompetent. Conservatives are wrong, he says. You guys got it all backwards. This video is actually getting a ton of hate because I love this, man. You know, let's see. Tim, the studio originally had a far more girl boss storyline. Okay, good. They toned that down. Nintendo forced them to tone it down and elevate Mario. Okay, thank God.
According
Thank
to
God.
who?
Thank God.
How do you know that?
They know that. I am not sure about this one. Mario's first mission would probably be a challenge for him. Oh, see, now I love that. Mario apparently in the movie had a really hard time on his first challenge. And they're like, bro, it would take you time to learn how to jump through Mushroom Kingdom, too. They literally say shit like that. Mario isn't stupid in the movie. He's inexperienced. There's a difference. He's thrust into this world he knows nothing about, but overcomes that by the end, Tim. Yo, dude.
I think this is one of those situations where even if you're in the right, just simply describing it is frustrating. Like you've been owned. It's like a Reddit debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you write a fucking paragraph on a subreddit, doesn't matter if you're right, doesn't matter if you're wrong by default. You've automatically been owned. If you defend the ethics of the Mario movie in either direction, you're wrong. You've lost.
Mario isn't incompetent. And Peach praises Mario for his masculine traits and persistence.
And it sucks because like I'm gonna have to end up doing this now.
That's you. Well, take note. Peach is just depicted as competent, but her immediate success she's embarrassed about, like a good woman should be. And she is more impressed by Mario's persistence through failure.
No way does it say that.
Which
What?
Like
the
a
film-
good woman should be.
Oh my God.
I made that up.
Oh,
but he
oh.
says, but her
Yeah.
immediate success she's embarrassed about, which is like, what the fuck? That's a feminine trait. Mario isn't competent. He's weak. But him being able to triumph despite his weakness is the message of the story.
No, we are in some
Tim,
ways.
you are wrong.
In some ways, I think everyone has become a baby. They want to keep being a baby. They want to live like a baby, right? And this is what happens there. Like this is some baby shit. Okay.
Whoa, this is a 30-minute video about Mario.
On the one hand, everyone is a baby. On the other hand, everyone's becoming like they're becoming like medieval peasants where they think like like there was that TikTok video of people being like, how can the mirror see the egg behind this piece of paper? It's like basic elementary science, like third grade science about how light reflects.
How can the mirror see the egg?
Have you not seen those
Wait, you haven't
TikTok
seen
videos?
I haven't.
No,
Okay,
it's just
I'll pull it
we
up.
are
I'd love
we
to
are
see
like
it.
unwinding society especially in the Western world, especially in the United States of America. Like we are slowly but surely, and perhaps deliberately, making people actively dumber and dumber and dumber in each generation.
I don't know what you're talking about. This high academia analysis
Can
of
anyone
Mario.
explain?
Okay, let's see. Can anyone explain how does this mirror know that there's an object there?
Can anyone explain how does the mirror know?
2.7 million fucking likes on this,
Wait,
dude.
what? No, this person's trolling. How does the mirror know there's an egg there?
First of all, they think like no, this is literally like you're like you are like a medieval peasant at this point. You're like, oh my lord, the mirror knows it's magic.
Wait. This is a trolling, right?
No, it's not.
Oh boy.
Something told me the mirror. Hold up is the top comment.
Yeah.
Well, because of the government.
It's like we have crippled.
Wait, but don't mute the. Oh, that's your.
This is our music.
That's me.
Yeah, George W. Bush has left all the children behind. Okay, Ronald Reagan, you are responsible for this. You fucking monster.
Is
You
there
piece
more
of shit.
this egg conspiracy?
The Democratic Party is also responsible for this with their fucking advocacy for charter schools since the 90s. You fucking animals.
How
you
do mirrors
demons.
work, bro? Bro, mirrors are like crazy. Our eyes are just mirrors for the universe, or Jaden Smith.
It's like I had to literally do a step by step of like explaining how explaining how we see things and how like light reflects off of things, and then even unwind it further by saying, look, there are certain parts of the egg that the mirror, quote unquote, can't see, that your brain cannot make up. Perhaps it has something to do with, I don't know, light not being able to hit that part. Do you think that that could be a reason why the mirror can see certain objects or your brain can make it up versus, versus the other parts of the object that the mirror can't see? I don't know. Maybe. Just think it through.
Shit, dude. I'm shaking, man. I can't even think about Mario movie right now. All right, so enough of that. Thank you. So let's get a taste of Tim Pool.
Mario Brothers movie has smashed a global record.
This is
And I'm seeing
liberal
all
Tim
of these
Pool.
people on the right saying the movie did it because it was anti-woke, which is really strange to me because the narrative for the longest time was that the movie was woke girl boss feminism garbage.
He's right to point that out.
I can't get over just like this idea that a strong woman character makes it woke. Like we're talking about half the population of the world, and we can't have one strong female character. It's all girl boss wokeness. Like the fuck? You guys have moms, don't you? You hate women that much? You think that little of women?
Yes.
That's very unrealistic depiction of women. I'll have you know. It's breaking my immersion.
Hey, if women are so good, how come I don't have a girlfriend? Is what fucking Tim Pool is
Ultimately.
saying.
Ultimately.
It's not my fault. It's them. They are
How does
they are
the mirror
responsible.
show the object behind the paper?
Now we've got another one, and he's showing a deodorant. Crazy, yo. That's crazy. I
No,
don't
that's
know.
like this is like a TikTok challenge.
I gotta make one of those. How does the mirror see my balls behind the paper?
Okay, get back to
Friends, there
Tim,
be
though. He's-
spoilers ahead because I went and saw the movie, and I'm just gonna come right out.
spoilers for my Mario movie.
Oh God!
no.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
I'm saying, what? When I saw this tweet from Steven Crowder, he says the anti-woke Super Mario Brothers movie just.
Why is he's opening a war with Crowder?
That's the opening salvo, baby. There's a war brewing.
Has there been a rift between them since the?
And Tim was mostly backing up Crowder during the whole Ben Shapiro split that happened a few months ago. So I think they're on friendly terms.
It's just a weird hill to die on. He's like, no, this is where I'm gonna have to throw the gauntlet.
Well, Tim, it sounds like Tim went and saw the movie, which it didn't seem like Crowder had. So I trust his opinion more than Crowder's.
Yeah.
Set a global record. I thought to myself, I don't believe Steven Crowder has actually seen the movie. And when I saw this tweet, I thought to myself, well, the first thing I thought was, is it really anti-woke? Well, it's weird because all I've heard about it is that it is woke, right? Perhaps the issue is conservatives don't want to admit that a woke film made a bunch of money, especially broke a record, when the narrative tends to be get woke, go broke. Well, as I often say, get woke, go broke is not a law, but it's more of a tendency.
That's not even true.
There's zero.
It's not. There's
like
that is
no,
never.
No, there's no
Oh my
correlation.
God. Oh my God, this makes me so mad.
As you know, go woke, get broke is mostly right. There are exceptions from time to time.
It like it is-
AKA, it's just you're theory is
You know what it is?
stupid.
It is so entirely removed from reality in either direction. Okay, that's the main thing. Chick-fil-A is a perfect example of this. Okay, if you make a product that people want to eat, people want to consume, it don't matter. People are still gonna fucking consume it. Okay, it doesn't go in either direction. It's not because it's like anti-woke that people are consuming it, or because Chick-fil-A magically became woke and people are consuming it. They don't give a shit. Most people don't consume content like this. Only hyper-obsessive, online, politics fucking weirdos think other human beings consume content like this, and then they try to tell you this is how people are consuming content or consuming products. That's not how this fucking works. And I know it's weird of me to say this because I'm a hyper-obsessive online political fucking weirdo speaking to an entire audience of hyper-obsessive online political weirdos as well. So it's hard for us to see outside of our little bubble that we have crafted here, but that is the fucking reality. Okay? That's it.
I also love that depicting a man is incompetent is woke. It's like, Tim, look in the mirror, buddy.
No, this is...
You see your homies quartering?
Bro,
I mean, I hate to tell you.
This is what they did for years and years. Like, this is the exact same thing. They've become the SJWs that they fucking constantly criticize.
100%.
That's it. Like, they would always say, like, oh, really? Like, fucking, oh, wow, having a bad character be, like, an anti-hero in a movie is a bad thing? Shut the fuck up, libtards. It's a good movie. I'm going to keep watching it, whatever. Now they're doing the exact same thing on the opposite direction.
Well, what's funny is I don't think liberals care at all about this. We're not, and then they just have to set up this straw man.
Look, there was a time and place, and I think liberals do
not
still...
now. I don't think they care right now.
No, I think the pendulum swung in the other direction. But under the Obama administration, especially when like this feeling of powerlessness led people to basically reshift their focus on making culture more sanitized. And it wasn't all that big of a deal even back then, but that was something that created momentum. Like, oh, a comedian said an anti-Asian joke, like we should fire him. Like what was it? Fucking what's his face? Last Week Tonight, or not Last Week Tonight?
I don't remember.
I don't know. It's just ultimately it's an old attitude that we basically left in the past. People don't actually do that as much anymore. Even though every now and then there will be some kind of momentum behind like boycotting Hogwarts, for example, which is an abject failure. Like it was always going to be a failure because people completely are removed from it. Like they don't even think that there is anything associated with transphobia in the product itself that they're consuming. They just want to go to fucking Hogwarts and feel good again like they're kids. So it's just not going to happen, and liberals don't do it as much, but conservatives do it more now.
All right, let's do this and let's get into the debate. Tim, go ahead. Finish
and when
your
you're
point.
dealing with one of the most popular pieces of intellectual property in human history, Mario Brothers, it's bound to make a bunch of money. Here's what I did. I went to go see the movie because I think it is particularly culturally relevant. Now, to be honest, I didn't really want to see the movie a little bit. I like Mario. I grew up playing Mario. I'm interested in seeing how they could do this movie, considering back in the 90s they made some weird movie. So, warning, spoilers.
No.
But I'll just say it right now. After going and watching the movie, I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how woke the movie is, I'd give it a 6. I'd give it a 6. Meaning...
I give it a 6, folks. All right, so there it is. We've got opinions all over the board. Now, I'm of the opinion, Hassan. I'll tell you what, brother. I heard that Mario movie is a woke... Or wait, no, it's an anti-woke. We love Mario. I love Mario. Let me get that hat. Someone grab me the hat. I love Mario, man. Tell you what, brother.
Listen, Nathaniel, you're absolutely wrong on this. Let me tell you. Normally, I love your commentary like how you used to be able to fuck your cousin.
Absolutely,
I love your
brother.
advocacy for South.
Absolutely, brother. Age
This
is
one
just a
issue
number.
where you and I are going to diverge, my friend, okay?
He's so cool.
Right. Let me
All
tell
right.
you.
Well, why don't you tell me why you
Mario
think Mario's
movie
woke?
is. What am I supposed to? It's woke, right?
Yeah, you're woke. It's woke.
It's your Tim Pool's attitude is your attitude.
Yeah. The Mario movie is woke.
Why do
Let
you
me tell
say
you
that?
why.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They made our boy. First and foremost, they made our boy. Mario movie is woke.
Why do
Let
you
me tell
say
you
that?
why.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They made our boy. First and foremost, they made our boy Mario into an Italian, a POC. Okay, I'm sick and tired of the pro-Italian agenda. They thought they could pull a fast one on us and put big, beautiful, woke, muscly man Chris Pratt as his voice, and I thought to myself, maybe he's gonna have a accent that's reflective of my values that I want to see on screen. But no,
I'll tell you what.
running
boy.
around saying it's me and Mario.
He's kind of like one of them good Italians, like them kind of Mussolini Italians that we love. Kind of like the way they do things. You know, he's like a godfather type of Italian.
No, I don't like that. I don't like Italians in my media. It's too much POC. Everybody knows. And then there's women. And then there's green characters again. Where are the white characters?
Let me put it this way to you. Let me put it this way. I'll tell you right now. Mushroom Kingdom ain't one black person. Ain't one black person in Mushroom Kingdom. Amen.
That's okay. Well,
amen. No,
that's a diversion to make you forget that the real cultural battle line is on in the Mario movie is about men and women. Men used to be plumbers in this society. Men used to be able and all this show is doing is teaching you and your kids that women can defend themselves. Women can go out and defend themselves against other people like the turtle guy.
Well, let me tell you.
I don't like that. Mario has to defend her.
I'll tell you what,
not
man.
herself.
Our grandmammy, she used to hit down turtles come up on the porch deck, and she had to scare them away with a broom and sometimes a shotgun. So my mama, my grandmama, they was out there stopping all them turtles and all that kind of stuff. They protected me from the wildlife, and they made me feel safe like Peach making Mario feel safe now. But
Did you say your grandmammy?
My grandmammy
protected you, a man?
I was a child at the time.
Protected you, a man, a boy, child?
Well, let me tell you this. We had.
You're woke. You're woke too. That's what I've learned about this. I'm learning so much about you, Nathaniel.
Well, I'll have you know that once Nana told me, once I found out Nana might be a lesbian, I pushed her down the stairs.
Good. Okay, we're back on track now.
But I'll tell you what, man. You want to talk about Peach? I'll tell you that woman looked good in pink, boy. She ain't wearing no kind of jeans. She ain't wearing no kind of like lesbian kind of shirt, like with the ones with the.
You're wrong.
The crisscrosses. Hold on now.
You're wrong. I tried to jerk off to Princess Peach so many times, Nathaniel. I tried. And then, you know, the security came over. Woke police came over and said, oh, sorry. What are you, P.V. Hermaning in the fucking theater? I said to them, sorry, I have to do this for America. I have to jerk off.
You were masturbating in the theater?
As is my God-given right.
I don't believe that is your right.
What you mean? Of course I was masturbating in the theater. Where else am I supposed to masturbate?
So you weren't able to finish at the side of Peach?
No, and it wasn't because of the security telling me I need to leave, and you know they caught me doing this last time at Toy Story 4, and how I had to wear a fake mustache to hide my identity, all whimsical like.
Oh, was you jerking it at that kind of that cowboy type of shepherd girl from Toy Story 4.
Nathaniel, I jerk off. Nathaniel, I jerk off at every movie to make sure to see if
remember
the female characters are woke or not.
I tell you what, I remember we went to Toy Story 4. We both got it out together.
We did that. We did that old thing where
we did the old sweepy
bottom.
whoopie.
Yeah, you put a hole in the bottom of the popcorn.
Friends
put
help
your
each
dick in
other.
it.
That's right.
It's a tasty treat, and you get to jerk off in private.
I'll tell you what, man. I got extra butter. That oil does work in there, boy. Nice and warm, too, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The nanny state, the Chinese communist kids stopped me from jerking off at movie theaters.
And you know
I'll
what?
tell you what.
You know what my favorite thing is?
What's your favorite
Eating the popcorn afterwards.
Hell yeah.
You ever heard of a soggy waffle?
Yeah.
It's like that, but with popcorn.
Yeah, the viscosity helps the popcorn go down your throat.
It's like a special kind of butter.
Okay, we need to get back on subject, Nathaniel.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, man. That Peach, I'm sorry, brother, that you weren't able to finish at the side of Peach, but to me, she is a princess. She is wearing pink. She ain't looking like no kind of lesbianic truck driver kind of thing. And I'll tell you what, man, there was a scene in that movie where she leaned over, and I swear you could see kind of like the upper thigh kind of type of place, man. She got nice shaven legs, boy. Ain't no hair on Peach. Are you crazy? Ain't no hair on Peach. That's the way I like it. I don't know about
needed
you.
To be more revealing, and her titties needed to be larger, Nathaniel. I'll tell you what. That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't, it's woke.
Them titties went large, you know.
Yeah, it was woke. I tried jerking off. I couldn't do it. It's woke, and I tell you what, it did well in the movie theaters. You know why?
Why?
Because George Soros, brother. That's right. George Soros bought all the tickets globally to make it seem like you can't. When you go woke, you go broke. George Soros said, nope, I'm going to make sure that I'm paying for the box office tickets and teach all the children globally.
I'll tell you, that does make a lot of sense because I seen buses coming in and I saw this movie about like 10 p.m., not real popular time, and I seen all kinds of buses coming in with black folk, all kind of like poor-looking folk.
Yeah, they were busing in Guatemalan migrant children.
That's right. They was filling up the whole theater, man.
To watch the movie.
Knew something wasn't right with that theater.
Yeah, and they came out. Those Guatemalan migrant children came out right back into the caravan, going to a white neighborhood.
I know they
They
live
also
there.
preach gender non-binary queer theory.
All right, but hold on. I'll tell you it's anti-woke, not just because there ain't no black people, which I do like, but because, again, Peach, she is a princess. She is a queen. She is upholding capitalism. She is a capitalist icon. She collects coins. She collects power-ups. She is a capitalist, and she is accumulating wealth like a good American queen she is.
I like that. I do agree with that. I am a big fan of the monarchy, but ultimately she's doing what I hate, which is called girl boss yassified feminism. That's yassified capitalism. I hate that. I want capitalism to be men. Men only. She should be in the kitchen instead of trying to save herself, instead of being in a position of power. Wouldn't you say? You want to know what the most woke country on the planet was? England. Why? They had a queen. They kept saying, yes, queen, yes, queen. That's right.
I don't remember that. I'll tell you what, man.
The world changed dramatically when the queen became the queen.
I'll tell you, man, I agree with you, but there is one time a woman can't defend herself. It's when she's attempting to be raped by a big kind of turtle kind of thing named Bowser. She allowed to defend herself, and that ain't girl bossing. That's just good sense, boy.
No.
And that's bestiality. Although I do like bestiality at times, so I don't know if I'm gonna. You ain't. Well, me and the boys.
A hole's a hole, Daniel. What do you got a problem with that? Sometimes you get real horny. You don't know what it's like to be living in a rural area where there's no women around. My cousin went down to the city.
Dan, don't act like you ain't never got cozy with a cow before.
Sometimes
just wonder what it feel like. There ain't no goddamn woman around there.
Up close and personal with a donkey.
A donkey, a cow, ain't no bucket required. I tell you, man, I ain't never been with a woman get so horny around the age 15. Ain't no woman. The only woman there, my grandmama. And I tell you, come up right on cowboy. They sleep standing up. Make it easy. Come up right there, give it a little feel, get up, down, back there, and you know, just to get ready for like when the real thing happened. So us boys used to go out. There was one cow named Sally. We used to line up, take a turn, run the train on dear Sally. She's a good old steer, boy. Good old Sue-wee. Tell you, she was real tight, too, for her cattle. You don't expect them to be nice and tight because they're so big and heavy. But I tell you, man, she was good. She was tight. We line up, and I'd finish, boy, because, you know, she ain't getting pregnant or nothing. She ain't got no STDs, ain't no cow AIDS. We line up. I'll bust in her. Then my friend Buck Lee come up behind me. It's his turn. He bust in her, too. We just live filling her up.
Rod and cow pork.
And I'll tell you, the next day, they come out and milk that cow. And there'd be a little bit of not just milk coming out of two holes, if you know what I'm saying. It's a little vulgar, but it is what it is. And I'm a better lover for it.
Let me tell you something.
On my wedding night, Hassan, I was a better man for it. I'll tell you, my wife was one happy camper right there. Thank you to Sally.
This is falling off the rails, brother. It's falling off the rails, and that's... look, all I'm going to say is this, okay? My favorite content creator on YouTube is the Not Templar channel, Not Watch, okay? He used to make medieval videos about armor, and he was a history nerd, and then he decided to take on a much stronger battle. Okay, he decided to take on woke culture and the woke agenda. And I love him for it, okay?
I love him,
and he
too.
made a 1 hour, 25-minute, 27-second video on the Mario movie. I mean, the Mario movie runtime is half the fucking... I mean, he made half... He almost made the entire movie, okay? And let me tell you his review.
All right,
okay?
go ahead.
These are the points that you cannot address. Now, I haven't seen the movie, and I know you haven't either.
I ain't seen that movie.
Yeah.
I ain't seen that.
That's right.
I ain't seen
But,
that.
but who gives a fuck? Because our audience is watching because they're also fucking stupid, just
I
like
ain't
we are.
I ain't watching that.
Yeah.
God dang movie.
And let me tell you, he said, Super Mario Bros. Review, Peach is a girl boss, yikes.
Yeah.
Bowser is a simp, ew, and Mario is a punching bag.
Well, that don't sound so good, but let me put it this way, Hassan.
Let's vote.
Let me put it this way. This is one of Mario's enemies. You know what that is?
What is that?
That right there is an Islamic
minute.
terrorist.
Is that
And I'll tell you, Mario be out there stopping. He putting out
he's a
bombs
Muslim
like
man.
that. Excuse me, Hassan. This is my opportunity to explain. He's
ahead.
out there like that Kiefer Sutherland in 24, putting out bombs and destroying terrorists. He's a good American patriot agent. Look at this. Hey, is this not a terrorist? He's throwing bombs out there and everything. He got his head covered. He's wearing black.
Where was Bomb Bro on 9/11?
This goddamn turtle, like he's a member of ISIS.
Where was Bomb Bro on 9/11? Let me tell you.
Bomb Bro is some kind of ISIS agent.
That's woke. I'll tell you why that's woke.
That ain't woke, brother.
No, it's woke. Because back in the day, you know, they would give him a Mujahideen style name, you know, but they won't do that no more. I don't even know what ethnicity that turtle is. You know what I'm saying? That's right. That's why it's woke. They're trying to hide the truth.
That's a good point, brother. He should look more Arabic. Instead of
He don't even have no beard or distinguishing features. I'm a fucking dumbass. I need that.
But
like a Jeff Dunham cartoon. That's why he's funny.
But they gotta wink at us and give us kind of soft signals. That's why he all in black, like kind of like a robe, like ISIS.
No, he's not.
Got a mask on, black
I
suit.
can't make that distinguishment.
I'm telling you, man. Bomb Bro did 9/11, and that ain't all. He's still out there, boy. And Mario down. Mario like CIA hunting him down. I'll tell you something else, because you think you're so smart. Let me ask you this, brother. What color is Mario's hat? Go ahead. Answer the question. Answer the question, brother. What color is his goddamn hat?
Nathaniel.
This right here
is
a MAGA hat. Big hat been MAGA before MAGA.
You're right.
Hey, guess what that M stand for?
Make
MAGA. Make America great, god damn it. And that's why we going after ISIS.
I love it. God damn it, you're right.
I'll tell you, man.
You're right, it is anti-woke.
Man, there ain't no white man walking around in a red hat with an M on it who ain't MAGA.
You're right. You're right,
Come
brother.
On, man. Come on, man.
I
be silly.
concede on my point.
Thank you, bro.
You owned me, sir.
I've got more. I thought I had you at no black people, to be honest.
You got more?
Yeah, well, Chris Pratt, he's a good old boy. I don't know if you know that.
That's right. I mean, he's right. You're right about that. He is a good old boy.
I mean,
he's a Christian, which is very difficult to be in America nowadays, you know? Much more difficult than anybody else.
I'm surprised they didn't get that kind of like Hunter Schafer to play Mario. That's what I was expecting. But they got Chris Pratt, and that's what I appreciate. That's why they meant not anti-woke. I heard there was a memo.
I hate Hunter Schafer. I always see photos of her looking sexy on the timeline, and I'm like, damn, she's so hot. And then someone tells me, oh, that's Hunter Schafer. She's a trans woman. I say, oh, no.
I tell you, that Hunter Schafer make me feel all types of way.
Hold on, we're having a technical issue. Oh, we got a technical issue? Can y'all fix that, or is that like a technical issue?
It's a technical issue.
Okay, hold on. We got just a little technical issue here.
We have some technical issue, it sounds
What do
like.
we do about it?
What are we going to do?
Stars anti-woke.
I hit the button.
Wait, why?
I don't know.
What? After everything that was just said? That was what you buttoned?
What did you say? Hunter
I don't
Schafer?
know. No, not that one. That was fine, right?
Yeah.
It was all fine. Whatever.
I
Let's
hit the
just
button.
move on.
The button's never a bad idea.
Wait, what happened? Why did you hit it?
Let's not talk about it.
I don't think you said anything wrong.
I don't either. I don't either. I was just being cautious.
Okay. All right.
You know, let's
Fair enough.
just being
We'll
cautious.
move on.
Just being cautious.
How does it work? What happens when you hit the button?
It
like,
just erases the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, the last 25 seconds that just occurred, whatever that was, will be deleted.
so can you button
in
twice?
place.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
Is that all?
Wow.
You can hold it if you want to go longer.
No, it's fine.
No, well, yeah.
I mean, I
Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can censor it.
Yahoo! Did you see the thumbnail? It's so
They
good.
said
That
you.
was just...
I saw. Yeah. I don't. This is a misfire.
It may have been, but I'd prefer. Yeah, it was a misfire, but I prefer to be. I prefer to be on it.
I
not
like
on
that. I appreciate that.
Dude, I'm-
You are overly cautious. It didn't need to happen, but it's
Yeah.
cool that you did it.
Thanks,
fine.
bro. Yeah. That's it, brother. I'll tell you what, man. That Mario's kind of like an anti-woke hero. I'll tell you what, he did all kind of plumbing like a good.
Hey, you want to know what the most woke part about it was?
What's that?
The Rainbow Road.
That's gay. That's
yeah.
gay. I ain't
Everybody
got no
knows
defense for
Rainbow's
that.
gay.
I got no defense for that Rainbow Road, man.
I saw a rainbow the other day after the Chinese rain clouds were creating rainbows left and right. Immediately went down to the truck stop, went to the nearest glory hole I could find.
Right.
And what? Why are you doing?
Why'd you do it again?
You guys are making me feel like I said I didn't do
Dude, you were popping off about fucking a cow in great detail.
But that's not offensive.
Okay.
That is not
The
offensive.
H3 podcast has gone woke. The woke mind virus has infected you, Ethan.
Well, I'm anti-woke. You
I've
ain't got
never
no
seen a
evidence.
circumstance where both Dan and I would ever agree that you are being overly cautious.
Bizarro
I'm
world.
tired today, so my decision making is a little
Okay, all right.
affected, but what can I do? I don't know what's left of that. We cut out a whole minute of it.
Okay.
But there
I
we
mean,
go. I think I took the dub. It seems
Yeah,
like the
no.
one that got you the most was the MAGA hat.
Hank Pecker is super owned. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
to
the
say.
MAGA hat got me.
Yeah.
It got me good. overly cautious.
Bizarro
I'm
world.
tired today, so my decision making's a little
Okay, all right.
affected, but what can I do? I don't know what's left of that. We cut out a whole minute of it.
Okay.
But there
I
we
mean,
go. I think I took the dub. It seems
Yeah,
like the
no.
one that got you the most was the MAGA hat.
Hank Pecker is super owned. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
to
the
say.
MAGA hat got me.
Yeah.
It got
It back. Oh my God! Look at this. I just saw this on
The trailer, Mario's the bumbling idiot. Again.
that were like, I used to fucking hate you. I was super transphobic.
Whoa! I got breaking news.
What?
I got this from my accountant. You just received $620,000 wire from BBTV today.
Wait, wasn't it $622,000?
$620,000. No, $619. They gave me the extra K.
Damn, the extra K is everything,
Yo! We got the money, everybody. That's crazy. Holy fuck, dude. Hormone replacement for everybody. Who wants hormones? I got you. It's a party. Let's all go. Let's all
Yeah.
go trans.
Like Emperor Ivankov. Empress Eva. What is that? What is that I see? Oh God, a new stimulus package for the H3H3 production studio. I wonder, where could it go?
Well,
That could be so good.
I'm not going to Japan. It's too far.
Oh, that's interesting. Why did you say that?
Personally, I'm so woke. I'm against racial purity of Japan, and I am.
Well, wouldn't you be destroying the racial purity by going to Japan? Fucking own, checkmate.
No, I don't live there. They're
Doesn't
just
matter.
stealing my woke American.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Even
that's
for
a bullshit argument. I'm not living there. They let me come spend my money.
It doesn't
but
matter.
They would never let me live there.
It doesn't matter because what you're doing is like slowly but surely showing Japanese people that
Like Logan Paul?
that you know white is right. That's what you're showing them. that white people should be allowed to live in Japan.
All right.
I'm surprised they didn't just shut down the border completely after Suicide Forest. They're like, this was a mistake.
Well, I think the Japanese government slowly but surely is coming to terms with the reality that if you don't let any immigration happen into your country, you're just literally going to be a nation of like 95-year-olds.
Yo, I just got 620K from BBTV. Let's go. Hit me with that.
I will come with you guys if you go to
plane
Japan.
ticket right
I love
now.
Japan.
Yeah,
I'm just
Hassan will
saying.
come?
I'm
Let's
paying
go.
for everybody. I said everybody's invited. We're going. I'm not going to Japan though.
Well, come on. Have you?
Woo! Everybody's invited.
We can do video with PewDiePie.
Dude, there's content. There's some juice.
Juice.
Let's go, dude.
I'm not going. I
Well,
don't have
Ethan,
time. You guys don't have kids. You
You
don't know what
wanted
it's
us
like.
to. We're gonna do like a thing where we all pitch you on like our travel packages.
Yeah.
So obviously you know what mine will be, and I feel like I already started thinking about it last night. I feel like by the end of my presentation,
You need solutions.
What's
That's
your
my problem.
what's your suggestion? Where do you want to go, Dan?
I'm the one pushing for Japan.
Oh, you want to go to Japan?
Yeah.
You need to pitch.
I was
solutions
unfamiliar.
to my problem. I have 2 dogs and 2 young kids.
Oh yeah, no, I'll have that all
Right.
covered.
You can
I'll have that all covered.
You're gonna have a solution plan.
I mean, I have the company credit card, so I'll just go ahead and book the kennel and the babysitters and all of that.
I'm not leaving my kids and dogs with ain't no goddamn stranger who fucks some kind of cow. I don't know who that goddamn is. Anyway, well, but that's great news. That's
Many benefits. Don't see a lot of L's there. I'm just saying. A lot of pros, not a lot of cons.
Guys, I get it. I would like to go to Japan too. I can't do it. Y'all are single ass motherfuckers. You don't know what my life is like.
You don't think that your kids would love?
Dude, you wouldn't love going on a trip with my kids.
Of the Far East.
Okay, you just want to go. You don't want to hang out with everybody. You just want to go. If you just want to go to Japan, I'll fund a trip. You want to just go there by yourself? Because if the kids
Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, no, I'll take you up on that.
No,
Done,
Dan,
sold.
no, don't give up.
All right,
Believe
well
in
then,
yourself.
I'm glad that you have a nice salary. So go enjoy your trip.
It's
just
just
said
like
you fund it.
It's
I
like,
did,
it's
I
like
did.
2 things that I now wish Ethan would do. 1, take steroids, and 2,
Right.
go to Japan.
I can't, you guys.
Both of those are so true.
I don't. I said a long weekend. I said anything you guys want to do, 3 days. I'll pay for it, bougie as possible. Talking first class. I'm talking 5-star hotel.
No, you gotta go. You have to go.
I can.
I have
Yeah,
no
you
desire to go to
absolutely can.
Japan either.
It's not that I don't want to go. It's that I can't do it. I just can't do it. You know what I mean?
I see a lot of myself in you, Ethan, in the sense that I also don't like traveling long distances or
That's
leaving
not it.
leaving the comfort of my
That's
home.
not what I'm saying. I have 2 young kids. You
There
don't know
has
what
to
that
be,
means.
Japan is worth it.
Dude, do you know how insane it would be to travel with them to just...
Must be an instance where parents have traveled.
Oh,
once, at least once.
Dude. It's
Japan
not,
is very
you
kid
guys
friendly.
want to
The
go
only problem is
there.
they're going to become weebs.
It's not like a family vacation what we're planning. We're planning like we all go and do like podcast stuff together.
Are you seeing?
If the kids come, it'll become, yeah, One Piece, that's pretty dope. That is pretty dope.
Wow, this looks so
This
cool.
is top attraction.
This looks so fun.
No, this is every corner. How about this is like your normal life?
Just
like,
One Piece everywhere.
Going to Japan, especially as someone who like loves anime and watches anime, going to Japan is quite literally everything that weebs say it's like. It is like living in an anime. 100%. You're
That's
just
awesome.
walking down the street, looking around like.
And I hope you guys really enjoy it when you go
You're
someday.
you're gonna be running down the street with a piece of toast in your mouth, late for your appointment.
Yeah.
You're gonna trip and have a funny encounter with a quirky schoolgirl.
No.
Maybe that sounds weird, but
Back that up.
Yeah.
How about a talking cat or
A
something?
3,000-year-old schoolgirl, Dan. You know how this works.
She's 3,000 years old, but she looks like she's 8.
She looks 9.
Guys,
Yeah.
I know I can take. Would love to take my kids on a family trip, but that's not what this would be. I'm telling you, if we bring the kids, it would be a whole fucking thing where it's just about them. You're tripping. Nah, you're tripping. North Korea.
Having a
for North Korea.
So North Korea would be awesome too, but I think Japan's probably a little bit cooler.
So, okay, let's watch this. I guess. That's great though. That's exciting. Thank you, BBTV. Love that about you.
Southern gun and truck loving dude. Yeah, beginning in March 2022.
He started painting his nails.
Oh, dude, that's how you know.
Yay!
Yeah,
Zach, show me your nails right now.
We're transing our children.
Yay, trans!
We're transing our adults, brother.
Wait,
also,
are your nails painted?
not at the moment, but like that was the one thing that everybody like fucking absolutely would like lose their minds over is like whenever I painted my nails, they'd be like, "Ugh, are you gay? You're so gay. You paint your nails. You're gay." It's like, dude,
That's like
first of all, there's
grandma
nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I don't know why you're fucking freaking out. But secondly, like, no, it doesn't work that way. Also, ironic because Chris here is rocking the Blue Lives Matter coat of paint on there. What the
Right.
fuck?
True.
Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits.
Dude, I'm sorry. That is just so fucking dumb. You literally just showed this man with some paint on his nails.
Making tweets such as, "I
What
finally
year is
got
it?
my nails done at a nail tech." Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs I..."
Let's just acknowledge the context. This man is making like a intense thriller suspense style video about how this normal ass dude decided to go trans and be true to himself. They're like, at 2 p.m. Chris pointed out his nails had changed color. Come the next day at 11 p.m. Chris said, "I'm feeling cute."
It's so weird, man.
People were concerned.
It's just like being this obsessive about anyone would immediately ring alarm bells for like normal people, but unfortunately when you do it about trans people, then everyone's like, nah, that's normal. Like, we should all be just obsessive psychotic perverts about trans people. Like, that's normal, right, guys? Come on, let's all do it together. Like, that's the attitude.
Dude, it's super, super, super weird and gross and fucked up.
I had to prove I was myself because I...
Creepy. It's creepy. Follow the trans thing. It's creepy and weird. Why is he doing this?
You want to see? I saw this chart the other day, and I can't believe, Hassan, you probably showed it on your show or something before, but this was from a couple years ago, and I feel like it's only like massively ramped up since then.
Yeah.
It's from 2021, and this is showing talk about transgenderism on
gross.
Facebook by the ideological leanings of
That's
the
so
Facebook.
gross.
Dude, I say this all the fucking time. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Daily Wire freaks, all the fucking losers in right-wing media, they care about trans people more than trans people do.
Really
they
do.
know about who the latest and greatest like trans influencer is. Like Dylan Mulvaney is a great example of this, right? I didn't know who the fuck Dylan Mulvaney was.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I had no idea who the fuck Dylan Mulvaney was. Like I think she was like popping on TikTok or whatever. I don't know. I don't go on TikTok all that much. I had no idea. She became a fucking known entity because of how much right-wing media obsessed with her. Like, it's crazy. It is absolutely insane. They follow everything that is going on in the trans universe so they can like cut propaganda off of it. And it's so obsessive, dude. And of course there's a secondary component to it, which is that they're fucking chasers. Like, so many
I tell you,
people are
man.
just like straight up chasers.
Ladies, you should be worried if your husband talks about trans people all day.
It's, yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah.
For multiple reasons, yeah.
Right.
Quote, "Look nothing like my passport."
Love the creepy
pic,
music.
So much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any resemblance? Prompting replies such as, "You went from man to boy."
Oh, that's the guy. This is the guy who we were just watching.
Wait,
who's
really?
Like, he's having like a full-on triggering spasm over Mario. This is the guy. That's Josiah Rises.
Oh,
the quartering
you're right.
clone.
Yeah, that was one of the videos we
Yeah.
watched. Totally right.
He's like, this thing.
Freak.
Mario, because he's so woke.
That's
Freakazoid, dude.
pounder.
Yeah, the
Fucking
8th pounder.
Freakazoid.
Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been..."
Yo, look what he's wearing, dude. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
I just like I don't. Sometimes I feel like in order to understand the right-wing mentality on issues like this, I have to like get a fucking Teflon pan and just like bang my head to it.
Right.
Like just bang on my head on a fucking drywall until I bust through it on the other side, so I can like understand the right-wing attitude towards these sorts of things.
Bro, I can kind of see through his shirt a little bit. So gay, dude. What the fuck, bro?
He's fucking.
He's wearing a
hanging,
necklace.
he's trying to accept-
Ew.
Oh.
Ew. Necklace? Gross.
that prompted comments such as, Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother. Okay,
Is that a bad thing? I love Nana. I don't know about you.
so some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating how did Chris go from this to this, while others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay.
True.
Dude, this is dumb.
Yeah.
You know what? We should. I feel like I want to watch this whole thing on Friday, and you're probably gonna watch it on your stream.
Yeah, you want to savor it? You
We'll
want to savor
save
the
it.
content? We can do that.
Because I want to.
I love that, dude. Yeah, it's true. Carl is yassifying our children.
Dude, I don't know much about Carl, but I watched him stream a little bit, and I was
love Carl.
and I was like, what the fuck? I'm feeling a little gay right now.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
I was having gay thoughts.
It's so funny because like
I ordered nail polish on Amazon.
Like Carl is fucking hilarious. I love Carl. He's hilarious. I mean, he's a thief. That's number one, first and foremost. Stole my streamy. Stole my fucking multicolored pearl necklace, and like literally took both of those things in North Carolina. I can never retrieve it any longer. Okay, so fuck you, Carl. Never finished It Takes Two. We were supposed to play it. We did it. We played it, and then
I understand you guys are great friends.
No, we're not. We're enemies.
But
Okay, why? Because he's yassifying our children.
I'll tell you what, man. I even got paint nails on my toes after I seen Carl play Minecraft.
Yeah. No, it's really fucking dumb. I can't wait to watch this. It's so fucking.
But yeah, I want to do a "We Must Defend Chris at All Costs" video on Friday.
Yeah.
May even make a donation to some trans rights thing for my fat fucking stack of money with BBTV.
Yeah, and then also.
What's the best one? The Trevor Project? Is that a good one, or is there a better one?
It's a good one. A lot of these places have like legal funds as well, so they work towards advocacy. Amazing. Trans Lifeline is another good one.
So let's see. I could just do some news. We're gonna move on from that. You did actually, to celebrate you here for a minute. I know a lot of people call you a fake socialist because you make money. You make a lot of money.
Yes, this is true.
This is gonna throw a wrench in their gears here. Apparently, according to Dexerto.
Highly reputable.
Yeah, they got the yellow one.
Esteemed journalistic.
Hassan was one of the biggest donators in the world to Amazon labor unions. Financial disclosures filled last week by the ALU shows the union raised more than $850,000 last year, more than half of it from just 3 donors. The American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission for Labor Rights, and the leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. And all that tells me is just how fucked these kind of movements are. Because, like, there's so much money.
I'm the George Soros.
You are.
I'm the George Soros, baby.
But first of all, that's great. Good on you, because everyone calls you a fake socialist. But here it is, right? You're donating a ton of money.
The thing is, like, I didn't really talk about this when I originally did it because it's off of the unionized T-shirt merch that I took all the proceeds from. It was also made domestically manufactured by a union shop. I took all those proceeds and I put it into the Amazon Labor Union Fund. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's not like a 501c3 or anything. It's not tax deductible, like in the way that immediately people assume because they're such fucking cynical weirdos. But I didn't really talk about it for 2 reasons. Well, one, because, not a big deal. This is one of the many...
I think it's cool.
This is one of the many things I've done throughout my career. And the other reason is, like, a little bit for self-preservation. Like, I have obviously had Chris Smalls on the show. I've done some fundraisers alongside him for candidates that that align with our values. But part of the reason why I didn't like talk about it also was because like I don't want Amazon to catch wind of it. You know what
yeah.
Because like I don't.
Would they do that? I guess they're pretty ruthless.
I mean, they are pretty fucking ruthless. I think ultimately they think that it's probably they were probably not familiar with it until This came out in like a Business Insider article, by the way. Like, this is not, because they did financial disclosures, as every union does at the end of the year, and the Business Insider did like kind of a hit piece on them, actually. And a part of that also had the financial disclosures, and it showed that the union raised $850,000 last year. More than half of it came from the American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission for Labor Rights, and me.
That's some sad fundraising efforts right there, boy.
But there's no, but that's the reality is that, like, there is no billionaire-backed project.
No, I know, it's sad. Because
ultimately, we are all we have. And all of the funds that I have at my disposal literally come from people that are voluntarily giving me $5 a month in the form of a subscription, or people purchasing the merchandise. You know what I mean? So, like, it's just, there's no right-wing equivalent to that. Like, I don't have, like, fucking factories that I am exploiting overseas to generate millions and millions and millions of dollars off of the backs of the global South, and then also American non-union exploited workforces that then I decide to dump into the Federalist societies like 501c4 or whatever. You know, I don't have that. All the money I make, I still make from people that watch me and voluntarily choose to give me a subscription revenue on, which they don't have to. All my content is free.
Yeah, I mean, the union busting, there's so much money in that. It is just a sad reminder of just how stacked against the union and the labor it is. But, by the way, Sonny V, the guy who made the video about Chris, I knew he got 2 video essays on my ass. H3H3's new content is awful.
The disheartening downfall of H3H3 Productions. Fucking 3.5 million views on that one.
Yeah, dude.
Very fucking nice.
Bro, if you go, that Ethan Hate videos is like a whole industry.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of views.
I have my own version of that.
Yeah,
Trust me, I know. Yeah.
The Ethan and Hila, everyone's, at least at one point, favorite YouTube couple. Okay, I'll take that. 2 of the greatest content creators to ever hit the platform. Okay, King, let's stop reading there.
This just sounds like compliments.
I love the...
Yeah,
you know,
but fucking guessing you up, mate. he locked it. He
Wait,
fucking
is he
locked it.
Australian?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
That's not your ID.
It's not your ID.
Yeah.
He goes on, he says, but 2 of the greatest creators to ever hit the platform who have had their reputation tarnished over the years. But the real question, has his downfall been justified? What downfall? Did you say what downfall? Because you don't like me anymore? I don't understand this downfall narrative.
Yeah.
He went woke and he went broke. And I'm like more successful than I've ever been in my career.
$600,000
deposited
in your bank account.
Right.
You had a downfall, mate, which means I don't like your fucking content no more.
I didn't like the way that you,
It means it's a fucking downfall.
And what could have caused such a downfall? Was it the change in their personality from a chilled out couple to an angry, bitter pair of creators? Don't put that on Hila. I'm angry and bitter. Don't put that on her.
That's my favorite take, is like these guys who fucking sit there and cook content like this will then literally turn around and say that, like, you're bitter now because I disagree with you.
Yeah.
Like, I disagree with your worldview, so you're the bitter one.
There was a time when I think there was a general bitterness, but it wasn't. It was that they didn't agree with my politics. Here he is. Is he gassing up Keemstar?
There's no fucking shot he's gassing.
Hold on. The unbelievable story of Keemstar and the disheartening downfall. I mean, I'm getting a bias here. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
Keemstar's story.
If we're looking at 2 media careers, I would feel like Keemstar's on a bit of a downfall, mate.
I don't think downfall is putting it generously.
Yeah.
That man is a meteor in the ground. It's just a crater. Has their downfall been justified? Was it all owed to the H3 podcast? Has their extreme rise in status caused an arrogant personality? This is the rise and fall. It seems like you answered those questions when you said fall. These are just my problems with Ethan, and my opinion. It's wild to see someone go from one of the community's strongest to one of the most out of touch. And
Yeah.
In your opinion.
You need content is fucking awful,
It's
mate.
fucking out of touch.
Indeed, Busby 2.0, mate. You've had a disheartening downfall.
He goes, the HQ podcast has really taken over the mindset of Ethan. You know, they have disbanded their original style for ad revenue, Teddy Fresh, and H3 merch sales. What the fuck are you doing? Here's Keemstar, by the way. The incredible career, the unbelievable career of Keemstar. Oh, the last person to upload was some random ass dude. Why would you hire someone that looks like this? Stop, dude. Stop putting.
What do you mean he looks like that?
I know, but if he's looking for a replacement.
Also, I don't think that's him.
That's not.
No, that's not him. That's the.
Not.
I know who that is.
Listen to me. Keemstar looks like he looks. He can't help it. But if he's in the
That guy
privileged
is someone else, though.
position,
He's covering that guy.
Okay.
He's the Immaculate Friday Vibes guy who was like yelling at his Twitch stream chat.
Yo, Ethan, I just looked.
Yeah.
The last bit of that guy's Keemstar video is about your content nuke video.
Okay.
And how it's hopeless because Keemstar will never go away and his career will always be strong. Like,
No shot. Wait, play that.
That didn't make me just
DJ,
give up.
play that
I didn't
shit.
go in my hole and say, "Oh, everyone thinks I'm a racist. I'm done, and that's it." You know, you got to go to work every day. You got to make videos every day.
Inspiring.
I've been shut down like 15 times. Had to rebuild. I just never gave up. Dude, back in 2000.
Wow.
So we can sit here and highlight all the terrible things that Keemstar has done over the years, like H383 did. False accusations, racial remarks, general scumbaggery. But I think sometimes we're so busy hating him that we forget about some of the good things he's done as well. Think about
Wait, what? Like what?
the many
wait,
good things Keemstar
wait. I want to know what are the fucking good things, mate? What's going on? What's going on down under?
As well as
Is
other
his
ways
brain
he's
working?
helped
Whoa, go back. I gotta hear this whole thing.
Is his fucking brain working in the opposite direction too, mate?
But I think sometimes we're so busy hating him that we forget about some of the good things he's done as well. Think about all the awareness he might have raised for domestic violence, as well as other ways that
Wait,
he's helped the
stop.
YouTube community, which
Think
no
of
one
the
talks
awareness he raised for domestic violence from beating.
What?
He did it? No, I don't think he did it. But that'd be kind of funny.
Wait,
what does he mean by that? He raised awareness for domestic
I mean,
violence.
just covering drama when there was like incidents between
That's super
her
admirable.
and their girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way,
Wait, doesn't he literally also oftentimes like take the side of the, depending on like how he feels about the person or if he's friends with them or not, doesn't he literally take the side of the abusive person in certain instances?
I mean, oftentimes.
And cast doubt on the victim?
I would say 100% of the time. I think there was
No.
one where
It's,
we were
it's
looking.
entirely dependent on whether Keemstar personally likes you or not.
I think we actually looked into if he's ever sided with a
victim,
and I don't think he ever has. Genuinely. So girls be lying, girls
I
be
feel
shopping.
like, I feel like he's one of those dudes, every right-wing dude does this, where they will just like take something, no matter how like ridiculous it might seem, and often will like jump to defend the accusation regardless if it's someone that he doesn't like, if it's like a leftist, you know what I mean, like a liberal. I can see him doing that. I see a lot of right wing.
I think there probably are examples, but you're right. It's poisoned by him hating whoever he's trying to make look bad.
So go ahead. But he says, oh, he sent $500 one time to this guy. Yeah, I gave $100,000. You mentioned that, you asshole. $100,000. I'm like,
But you did it in a woke way, so it's a downfall.
literally, I gave it to anybody and everybody. It wasn't
it's a
woke at
fucking
all.
downfall, mate.
I picked them totally randomly.
It's a downfall, mate.
How's that a downfall?
Yeah, because you did it fucking leftistly. It's a downfall.
16 is the age of consent.
about. You can either love him or hate him, but I think we all have to unbiasedly admit that Keemstar has had a very impressive career on YouTube over the last 11 years.
Yeah.
He's maintained relevancy.
I've
and
had a
watching
more
other-
impressive career. I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but if I'm downfalled, we're not saying he's impressive.
The 15 times that Keemstar has been fucking personally been banned off YouTube, he's come back in a very impressive way by doing this fucking quick scheme through drama alert.
Hey, whether you like him or hate him, you got to admit the amount of people he's made want to kill themselves is pretty impressive.
It's
It's
fucking
what,
impressive,
five? I mean, how many people can say
Feel
that?
like you're being a bit hard on
And
him.
one of them did. Let's be real. I mean,
I
who
can't.
could
I
say
can't
that?
stop. I can't stop doing the accent. God damn it.
I would do that if I could.
It's fine. I'm fucking perma stuck.
He's like, look at this dude who I almost bullied into killing himself.
Yeah, kind of ironic. Too.
Did you know Basher died of COVID?
I don't know who this person is.
Oh, I was deep into
because
this
I don't know anything about you.
This was a guy that Keemstar basically harassed for years and years and years, and he just destroyed him, and then he moved to Australia for like a new life, and he died of COVID.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, let's finish it. There's only a little bit.
Only if you grow despite waves and waves of hate, a feat that's not often achieved by others on YouTube.
So inspiring, man. That's what right before he screamed
Wait,
the
that's
N-word.
the N-word clip.
This man is doing the N-word clip over inspiring music.
No, I think he's like literally. Yeah, this is like revealing his perspective. I think this is a bit of a troll. Like he's basically saying like, Keemstar is good. There's nothing you can do about it. Look at me fucking playing him. The clip of him like saying the N-word.
Play it. Let me see how it plays out. Let me see.
That's going to be all for this video, though, guys.
Thanks, man. No, this guy's.
Roll it.
Yo, that was fire.
Yeah.
Dude. Super cool perspective.
When he said the fucking N-word, I thought he's doing it in a good way.
Super brave.
He's raising fucking awareness. He said, Keemstar said Black Lives Matter. When he said the N-word, he was ahead of the game, mate. Raising awareness for police brutality and racism in America.
Keemstar, shut up.
People are saying this is satire. It ain't I don't think that video ain't satire. I had the downfall, and Keemstar had a inspiring.
Also, this video is from 2 years ago, which was before. I mean, he was on the downslide, but before it like went off the cliff like it has.
Yeah, I think this dude thought
not much of a problem
because of his own personal biases. He thought Keemstar is gonna fucking stay relevant no matter what, and not become this like drama farmer who's like desperate for clicks, but like not even doing enough.
Not even posting anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He was
Amen.
too ashamed to post because he was just sad.
But
Yeah,
he's
but
woke now. He's woke now. So maybe now that Keemstar is like, you know, defended trans people a little bit on the timeline, maybe Sunny V2 will make a downfall of Keemstar night video. You know.
I'm disabled.
Keemstar went woke and then went broke, mate.
Sonny, I'm giving you an opportunity to make this right and make a new Keemstar video. And also, I'll expect a new video about me. Just say, listen, I hate him, and he's a libtard or whatever you want to say. But at least just say, but his career's okay.
I see a lot of people don't like Ethan, and that's totally fine. You don't have to like everyone.
Come on, you guys. Can I just live my life? Let me just be the person I want to be. Did you hear that? Charlie defending me against BBTV. Play it again.
I see a lot of people don't like Ethan, and that's totally fine. You don't have to like everyone or anything.
Dude, that's like every time now. Anybody who's not like explicitly left-leaning, they go, I understand that you all hate Ethan. But let
Charlie,
me just
I'm gonna have him on the podcast, on my podcast this weekend. I'm gonna go see him, and I'm
You
gonna
are?
call with him. I'm gonna I'll dunk on him for you.
Wait, you going to Creator Clash?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking Creator Clash, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, AB, he left last night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
fucking
out
going,
there.
mate.
We're having a big ass watch party.
Watch party.
That's right.
Nice.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm going. I'm
You go to
going
events like that? Why? Oh, you? There's. I guess there's other Twitch people there.
Well, that you know, I wanna show support to my boys that are fighting, girls that are fighting. A lot of my friends are fighting, and also obviously Ian and Anissa. Like they're great. They're wonderful.
I understand that most of you guys hate Ian and Anissa, but I do want to say that Creator Clash is a pretty good event. So let's just do it for at least for the other people involved.
It's not easy having 12 million subscribers and consistently pump out videos that get over 1 million views when you're like direct to camera. You gotta fucking toe the line, and I think Charlie is an interesting figure because like he does do that. He fences pretty aggressively, but when push comes to shove, if he's not defending a content creator that is on the left that he's like he has to make a million qualifiers for, he you know, I mean, I've heard him talk about like labor rights against XQC, like aggressively defend labor rights.
That's impressive. I
Yeah,
like that.
so like he's a very interesting character.
Well, he did ultimately defend me against BBTV
Yeah, no, he was definitely on your side.
You know,
He
many
just had to
people
give the
don't like
qualifiers for
Ethan
his
because
audience.
he's at a downfall. Sonny V2 actually did a pretty good job of describing his fucking downfall. Ethan's career has tanked harder than the Belle Delphine porn video after her OnlyFans debut.
Wow,
It made me
good.
genuinely feel like Ethan is dog shit. But having said that,
Watching an Ethan video is like when my dog wipes its ass on the carpet. It's, you know, you
Dragged it across the carpet and it leaves a big shit stain, and then I walk out and I slip on the shit stain and I crack my head open and there's blood pooling all over the place.
just like that.
yeah, I mean, look, like
Watching an Ethan video is like swiping your ass with toilet paper and the finger goes through. Like you expect one thing, but you just end up fingering your own asshole.
But then also, it's a sudden feeling of elation and feeling of euphoria when that finger goes in your butthole. So there's
Then
at least a positive side to that whole experience, even though you have shit in your fingernails now.
Right. That's actually, I think we nailed it.
There you go. He said one positive thing.
Yeah, but okay, whatever. I do think if you watch those videos, it's kind of funny because it all really just comes down to Ethan is woke now. I think, right? I mean, ultimately.
Yeah. I don't agree.
Oh, they
I
say,
don't agree with
they say
Ethan.
I'm a hypocrite because I changed my stance on things.
Yeah.
And I'm a seller.
Well, it's also because, like, they think that they are incapable of change, or they don't even want to. So they think when people change, it's from a cynical perspective, because they lack the imagination. It's always projection. Like, they just don't think that they are capable of change, and therefore, if anyone has made that change genuinely, it must not be for a real reason. It must be for some other inexplicable financial component.
That's the thing that I don't get about, like, similar to the Chris thing. People go, oh, he's going trans for clout. It's like Chris has literally everything to lose by doing that. The only possible explanation for Chris doing this is because it was really, really, really important to him. He has nothing to gain from doing that. And for me, it was the same way. Switching, coming out more as a lib and stuff like that, I had nothing to gain from doing that. It was all just pain and suffering for years and years. I mean, you were there, Dan.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a lot of animosity from sections of the audience that were not down for that change. But
bro,
like we said at the beginning of the show, they came back, a lot of them came back around. So
Items is going through that as well.
Yeah,
like
he's getting it.
You know, people fucking rip on him so much. Obviously, it takes the issue is like that kind of growth and change also takes time. Like, obviously, marginalized backgrounds are not going to immediately turn around and be like, oh, he said he's sorry, okay, I'm on board. You know what I mean? It's going to take some time. There will always be people that will look back to what you've done in the past and remember that, because we don't just analyze things from the outside, especially, well, we do. We're white. It doesn't impact us in the same way. But if you're like a black teenager in predominantly white spaces, and all these other white kids were debating on the right to say the N-word and like making fun of you and whatever, and you grew up in that environment and you link it in your mind not to like systemic white supremacy and how pervasive that attitude is, but to like iDubbbz's videos, then it's going to take a while for you to come around, and maybe you might never come around.
I mean, my opinion
You'll
on
always
that-
link him back to like the psychic damage that you experienced when you were growing up. It's something that I see all the time.
My opinion on that is, I never expect anyone to forgive me for anything. You know what I mean? I just gotta like be true to myself, make amends, or try to acknowledge the things that I've done and wrong, that I've said that were wrong. And you know, it's up to people if they want to forgive, forget, or whatever. But like, I totally understand if there's things that I've said or done that puts people off forever. That's fine. You know, I get it. You just gotta do what I do and hope for the best. That's what I'm going to thank some donators. A, thank you for the generous donation. It's just A. From
just
Canada.
A. And I gave one of those animated sticker things, which cannot be copy pasted into Discord. So but we'll acknowledge.
$230 for an animated
Over
sticker?
the whole stream.
Oh, wow.
They donated quite.
Thank you so much. That might be actually someone from BBTV who's just rounding up for me. The Dynamic Jab, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. We love you.
Oh,
Nick
that's one of
Reyes.
mine.
Oh, you know him?
Dude, I know my chatters everywhere.
The Dynamic Jab? Thanks, bro. He's been a member for 6 months, so we love that for him.
Hey, shout out.
And gifted 5. Nick Reyes says, hey, Dan, any reason why yesterday's podcast never went on Apple Podcasts?
There was a reason. There was the recording got corrupted, and like our local recording that we usually use to put up. So we had to default to the YouTube version, but the YouTube version took, I didn't mention this to you, Ethan, but it took hours to process. Like, I mean, it was a long episode, but usually it takes about 20 minutes. It took like 3 or 4 hours, but I'll throw it up after it's good now, so I'll rip yesterday's episode, make an audio version of it. And
Thank
we'll
you,
throw it up.
Nick, for keeping Dan on his toes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Rory here's the Mole Man says, after the mandatory viewing of the latest Mario movies, the original Mario movies is better, of course.
Facts.
Half of the population of the fortress of the mole folk immediately changed gender, and the other half became Alex Jones fan. Is this because of COVID? Golly, there's strife in the mole
The Mole Kingdom.
Thank you, Rory. Resident mole person. Julie says, I used to watch Basher and Sky Does Minecraft. That was my childhood. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be rough for you.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know who that is.
Those are like old, long time ago Minecrafters, and they both. Well, Basher's dead, and Sky Does Minecraft. I don't know, but I don't think he's doing well either. But I don't know. Maggie says, "Can I get a birthday shout out for 25?" We could do one for 21.
Close enough, right?
Thank you, Maggie. We love you. Happy 25. So anyway, we've basically covered nothing in the document.
Yeah.
And suck my tongue. What did you think of Dalai Lama suck my tongue?
Oh my God, dude. What do you mean?
Well, because this man lived his whole goddamn life being pretty much universally loved. And he's almost to the fucking finish line, bro. He's so close.
Wait
86-year-old. And now he's out there asking kids to suck his tongue. He was so close.
Wait till you find out,
Of
look
course
up.
his son hates him. Okay, let's
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Look up Dalai Lama CIA for more information.
Oh, stop it.
Wait.
No, that's very much a real
I'm
thing.
going to look it up.
Oh.
I'm looking it up.
Even the Patek Philippe that he talks about that FDR gave him, you know who gave him the Patek Philippe? It wasn't FDR directly. It was CIA agents that gave him the Patek Philippe from FDR.
What is Patek Philippe?
He's a famous fucking watch that he always shows that FDR gave him. He's like, this is one of my most prized possessions.
The CIA gave it to him?
The CIA openly...
Why would he want to watch from the CIA?
The CIA declassified all these documents, so you don't have to take my word for it. You can literally
So
look
what do you
up
do
the
with
government.
CIA? I mean, okay, he's friends with the CIA.
The CIA was funding the Tibetan nationalist movement because to fuck with China, essentially.
Yeah.
It's part of our war, our Cold War.
Oh,
with
so
China.
he's like a
And then they
agent
gave
to
up.
agitate China.
And then they gave up. That's why it's like they basically did the same like Mujahideen style like arm radicalized counter propaganda movement in Tibet. They spent, I think, like at the time, $1.6 million. This is all open. This is all government documents that have been declassified at this point.
not conspiracy level. This is
It's
just,
not like a conspiracy theory.
Well, so he fought against China. I mean,
Yeah, no.
not a big deal, is it?
Yeah, because China at the time, in the 50s, took over or annexed Tibet.
Okay, so he's fighting for freedom. What's wrong with
destroyed
that?
the previous serfdom that the Dalai Lama and like the Tibetan landlords and serfs had. Like the prior construct in Tibet was the Dalai Lama. This current Dalai Lama had 6,000 serfs in his lifetime.
6,000?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
he fucked them. He fucked
among
a lot
a
of
bunch of other like.
You don't go through 6,000 serfs without fucking at least a dozen of them.
Yeah, he had 6,000 serfs, which was like
That's
one of the
crazy.
aspects. They had like child monasteries, like they would just like take children in the monastery.
Oh God, he definitely did it. He did all that.
So there's all that
A child
stuff.
monastery.
So there's all that
No.
stuff that the at the time the Chinese communists did not find to be good. But I mean, it was brutal. It was a brutal. There was certainly a lot of brutality on the Chinese end for sure.
So, but it seems like there is a suggestion that this man has been sucking tongue for a while.
Well, remember your boy that you had on your show that you that couldn't cure your Tourette's for some reason?
Boy.
Your boy, your homie.
Oh, my boy, yeah.
Yeah.
Next team guy.
The next team guy.
Yeah.
What would you say if I were to tell you that the Dalai Lama engaged in a pay-for-play, legitimization operation of Nexium?
The way that I saw that, first of all, I'm not defending the Dalai Lama. I'm just saying I know about that. The way that I saw that at the time is Dalai Lama does this. He does a whole like cross-country PR tour, and they're just one of the weirdos that pay them to
you
show up.
got a couple thousand and was like, yeah, I'll suck your tongue.
Yeah.
You know, you suck my tongue, I suck your tongue.
I get it.
Tit for tat type shit.
So there it is. The Dalai Lama's been getting his Dalai Lama.
No, it'll go away. I mean, this is like...
Go away. He's going to die before this goes away. He's 86.
No, it'll go away in the sense that, like, I don't... Like, there is so much media in mainstream media surrounding, like, the Dalai Lama being a positive person from Hollywood all the way to, like, mainstream media that I didn't really see a lot of coverage on this issue in mainstream media at all. Like, there was a little bit, but no one's talking about it now.
Yeah.
I guess.
It didn't make that big a wave.
I am.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to, I don't think that they're going to cover it all that much. It's going to go away. No one's going to care. They'll probably, a couple months down the line, talk about, like, the Chinese mistreatment of Tibetan people and, like, their religious suppression or something like that. And then people will be on the Dalai Lama side again. And some people will say, wait a minute, didn't he ask a child to suck his tongue like 2 months ago? And then they'll tell you, shut the fuck up. You're a piece of shit. You just love the Chinese Communist Party and you want every Tibetan to be murdered ruthlessly.
Suck my tongue.
Suck my tongue.
Suck
My favorite
my
was
tongue.
people that were trying to defend it by being like, oh, that's like a Tibetan culture
Yeah,
thing.
you stick your tongue out to tease people. Shut up.
Yeah.
And I take my dick out to greet people.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Suck my dick.
It wasn't a tease thing. It was.
Oh,
It's a greeting. But
Greet me,
to
boy.
ask to suck it.
The
Ask to
sucking
suck
part.
it is
The sticking, the bad part was the sucking part.
Yes, correct.
The tongue part, nobody had a problem with the
Not a
tongue part.
problem.
Let's just be clear.
Not a problem.
Yeah, it's a formal Ethan greeting to put out your dick and say,
Dude,
suck my dick.
I think he's going Dianne Feinstein with it. You know what I mean? He's just like, his brain is melting. He's old as fuck. And normally he would probably control his urges in public. But now he's just letting
Grandpa's
loose.
slipping a little bit.
He's letting a little loose, man. You know,
Yeah.
let the Dalai Lama have it.
Grandpa's feeling
Keep
a
your
little
eyes on the
frisky today.
prize, everybody. China bad.
Listen, young boy, I have so much to teach you at our Tibetan program for kids. Please join us.
My tongue.
Suck my tongue. Please join us. Please join the ranks of 3,000 serfs of little young boys like you. I promise I will not fuck you.
Yeah, they don't have it no more, to be fair.
All right, it's been 2 hours. We've covered nothing.
Hell yeah. Which means we're ready for next week.
But I had a good time. I'm so tired, man. I don't know what's going on with me, but
Have a good night.
have a good night. It's these early ones. I can't do it. It's not that early.
You did do it. You
I
put
have
on
been
a-
doing it
you
for like
put
a
on
year.
a hell of a show, buddy.
Thanks, bro.
Good show.
She's gonna do it.
Did you hit the button?
I thought you said it's disconnected.
It is.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, dude. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you kill
Yeah.
the music when we come out?
I think, you know what? I know why. It's a mistake from when we did the live feed last week.
It's like the energy
Mar-a-Lago.
just dies in the room.
Bro, lay off my man Dan. You know
I'm
what's,
not-
he's really sad. The president is the real American president is under fire by the corrupt district attorney, Alvin Bragg in New York.
Don't
I
say his
mean,
name.
We don't say his name.
Yeah.
Hassan.
We are
It's-
all domestic terrorists.
Honestly, I thought we were all domestic terrorists on this broadcast. I thought our fandom, the real MAGA heads, I thought we had a momentum going, and this week showed me that there is no momentum behind the MAGA movement. There was like more anti-Trump people protesting outside of the DA's office to, like, I guess, arrest him more
They've been
than there were MAGA people defending him.
They took the fattest L's all week, nonstop. The whole conservative MAGA movement in Iowa, was it?
No,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin Supreme Court elections happened.
Narrowly won, and boy, this was a big one because that state Republican
That
party
state is
literal
gerrymandered to
fascist
hell.
freaks, dude.
That state is gerrymandered to hell. There's a majority of Democrats in the state, but like Democrats will win like 60% of the vote.
Right.
And then the state legislature is like literally like 85% Republican.
Right.
It's the most insane thing.
Well,
but things like that could potentially be dealt with by way of the Supreme Court, which was originally a conservative majority, and now there will be a liberal majority. So that was a big dub in Wisconsin.
Where was it? Where
Brandon Johnson, a
I love it.
Chicago Teachers Union socialist, won the
very
mayor
good.
of Chicago.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that was huge.
Love that. We love to see that. Also, Ron DeSantis, he was exposed for grooming children this week.
Wait, really?
No.
Oh, I'm waiting on
I was
that
just trying
shoe
to keep the
drop.
hype going.
I'm just
I wouldn't
waiting on
be
that shoe to
surprised, though.
drop. It would not be surprising. But
Okay.
remember, as MAGA Republicans, it's okay when we do it. Okay? Remember, when a white guy does it, even an Italian one like Ron DeSantis, we'll allow it. As long as they're conservative, their grooming is fine. That's called traditional values, like child marriages, child brides. That's traditional values.
Yeah, I noticed it. So what the conservatives have been up to this week was passing a bill in I forget which state, which allows, I guess, teachers or I don't know who the fuck is volunteering for this to
Penis inspection day?
to inspect children's genitals
Yeah,
to ensure that
Ohio
there's no
did that,
trans
and now I think
Kansas.
I think it was Arkansas.
And I'm just curious.
Oh, it's just Kansas,
standard
not
issue
Arkansas.
You know, I'm just curious. So yeah, so they say we must ensure that there's no trans people participating in sports to ensure the fairness of middle school volleyball.
Don't Google it. It is Kansas. Kansas is a feckless, cowardly Democratic governor who vetoed this, and then of course they overrode that veto in the state legislature again. They have the numbers in both the House of Representatives and the state Senate. Don't look this number up. How many trans athletes exist in the state of Kansas?
I mean, it's got to be close to zero.
Just give me a number, any number.
Well, like, so when you say trans athlete, you mean professional athlete?
No, just from K through 12,
just any person
up until the
who
collegiate level,
participates in sports,
which is what this
trans.
bill. Yes, this bill pertains to penis inspection days and vagina inspection days for literally children, like all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade. So in that regard, I see you typing, Ethan. Don't type.
No.
Oh yeah, you're asking for something else, but regardless,
gosh, I don't know. So, I mean, that's a huge swath of people.
That's a big number.
I mean, what? Maybe I don't know. Less
it's
than
106,000. I'll tell you the actual number.
Okay.
106,000 students, I think, or it might even be more than that, that are participating in athletic competitions in the state of Kansas.
That's all the whole pool.
That's the entire pool of people competing in athletic athletic competition.
It's got to be less than 50 then.
50.
Less than. Well, I keep saying you're not giving it to me. I say 5.
Would you be shocked if I told you it was 10?
No, not at all. I said 5.
Well, guess what? I was lying. It's actually 2. It's actually, I was lying again. It was
I mean,
actually
I feel
3.
like I won this game.
It was actually 3, and 2 of them are graduating this year, so it only leaves one trans girl in the state of Kansas that they're doing the penis inspection day shit
So there's
for.
going to be like dudes just, hey, bring those genitals over here, little lady.
Exactly. You're going to have cis girls like that are fucking dominating, I guess, in some field, right? It'll be like the swim meet or whatever, and you're gonna have the perverted fathers waiting outside, being like, "That team, they got them trans in that team. Go, I want to check their vaginas." Like
Yes.
that's literally what they're
So
gonna do.
what's so fucking disgusting and cowardly and perverse? I mean, obviously on face value, it is all that. But in the meantime, last week, they are talking about protecting children from gay and trans predators. While, and by the way, this is the guy who's spearheaded this to inspect trans genitals. Who's volunteering? Is it him?
Yeah.
Who's volunteering
you
for
know,
that
I-
job?
you know what,
I would like to
Ethan?
know their name and their fucking and their place of birth, and also I would like to know their criminal history.
It's very interesting.
Jared from Subway, is he the inspector?
It's very interesting that you mentioned that because I looked through the bill. I read the bill, and I couldn't find a single area in the bill that talked about like potentially having a medical professional do it. They talk
Oh.
more about like stopping the harm. And when I thought harm, I was like, oh, like they're trying to at least like soften the blow by, writing extensively about like medical professionals that will potentially do this like a physical or whatever. Nope. They meant harm as in like having a 12-year-old trans girl compete in a swim meet. That's the harm that they're trying to eliminate.
We must maintain the competitive, sacred competitiveness of middle school swim meets.
Yeah.
And therefore, I volunteer to inspect. Also, it doesn't even have to be a trans person. It could be anyone they suspect of.
Yeah,
being
no.
trans.
That's what I'm saying.
So it could be, hey, little boy, you looking a little trans now.
The kids used to come up and reach in the pool.
Let me take a look at that little penis of yours. Make sure you ain't trans or nothing
That's
like that.
my point. This is what
The
a lot
bill
of people
says they can do that.
This is what a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people do not understand this reality that like there aren't that many trans people on the planet in general, okay? There are significantly more cis athletes competing in these athletic competitions. This just allows psychotic, oftentimes maybe pedophilic parents to harass your daughters, harass your sons for the crime of competing well. Have fun with that, Kansas.
This is the Kansas House Speaker Daniel Hawkins, who just passed the new anti-LGBTQ bill. I'm sure that this bill will not be exploited by anybody.
No, definitely not. It's exploit free.
It will not. Well, I think the whole thing is exploit. I don't think it can be used at all. Is it legal? Like, can you make a law that says kids have to show you their junk? Like, is that even a law that you can make?
I mean, I think it would be like a Fourth Amendment violation.
Right.
But
that can't
also,
be.
like, this guy seems real horny.
This guy wants to
it's
see your
like
kids'
the Fourth
genitals.
Amendment, like unlawful search and seizure, erosion of privacy of a minor, child predation, but then like one really horny Republican state senator or state legislator. I mean,
Hey, little
do the
lady,
math.
you looking a little bit trans over there. Let me come take a look now. Oh, nope, she's okay. She's just a normal girl. All right, who's next? Oh, come on over here now, little trans-looking boy.
Yeah, no, they're just,
Meanwhile, by the way,
he just looks like the type of dude who's upset that like the Archdiocese of Baltimore got too much action. You know what I mean? He's like,
he's jealous.
Why is it that only them Catholic priests and archdiocese are having all the fun with the young men and young women? I think we should also get in on this piece of action.
Don't get me started with the church music, Zach.
Yeah, don't.
What I'm of course referencing is the Archdiocese of Baltimore. There was like a 498-page investigation that recently concluded that the Maryland Attorney General found that the Baltimore Catholic Church was just doing rampant child predation. Shocking.
So this was coming out at the same time, right? And I can't emphasize just enough how the conservatives they're out here trying to prevent kids from being preyed upon. And I didn't see any one of them talking about this massive cover-up in Maryland. Just another and a long list of them. More than 150 Catholic priests and other associates of the Archdiocese of Baltimore sexually abused over 600 children.
Bro, it's like
and
if
often
you
escaped
don't-
accountability.
If you don't sexually abuse a child, they like make fun of you. They're like, this guy doesn't even want to fucking doesn't want to abuse children.
Dude, I
What's wrong
got
with you?
straight up canceled for saying a few years ago that the Catholic Church is basically as close to like sanctioned like pedophiles. Like they're just, it's like an organization of pedophiles for pedophiles. And listen, here it is again, 150 priests in the state. That's a whole organized effort to fuck kids. 600 of them, dude, and often escaped accountability. This is like, you know what the Catholic Church is, and you know what? You're gonna get mad at me, and that's fine. The church did this to themselves. I didn't do fucking shit. I didn't touch any goddamn kids. I'll tell you what.
Have you ever
The
seen?
church is a pedophilia. They are pedophilia first, and then they do like some God and community service second. That's like, but like the point is so that we can fuck kids, right? But then the secondary is so that we can like make it look like we're not just here to fuck kids.
Yeah, but also
That's the Catholic Church.
But
Thank
also, trans people exist. My counter to you is that like there are trans people out there who are, wearing programmer socks and playing Hearts of Iron. So that's pretty terrifying as a proposition.
I'm curious. So this was, let's see, the report paints a damning picture of the Archdiocese, which is the oldest Roman Catholic diocese in the country. Some parishes, schools, and congregations had more than one abuser at the same time.
So what's up?
Let
like,
that sink in,
bro.
dude.
They weren't even like spreading territorially. They were just like so what happens is they're just like when
They're
one is
meeting
like
up.
abusing a child, the other one's like, yo, chill, bro. This is my fucking turf. Like,
No, they like to
I'm the
share.
one.
No, they strategize.
Look out.
No,
Yeah, look
fucking straight up, dude. They are working together to make this more enterprising for them. There was this huge, the last one that came out. Which state was that in? It was like the massive one with a similar thing with just.
You might be thinking of Massachusetts. I mean, there's been several though.
So there was another one where there was multiple priests and other associates. They would mark the fucking choir boys or whatever, the church boys, with special jewelry so that the other predators knew that they were easy prey, that they had already been groomed. They gave them a special gold cross.
What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all cannot fucking tell me shit about pedophiles being anywhere else.
It was Pennsylvania.
You cannot fucking tell me a goddamn thing
Damn,
about
bro.
abusers being anywhere else in society when y'all sending your kids to church every Sunday.
They're getting molested and they have to live in Pennsylvania. That's like fucking so terrible.
It's the Holy Spirit.
It's just that was 300 priests. This one is, well, actually, yeah, this one's 150. So shout out.
Yeah, weak numbers from Maryland.
Step it up. Well, Maryland's a pretty small state there.
Maryland's like, we got to get these numbers up.
Per capita,
boys,
they might be.
Pennsylvania's cooking us with child molestation.
Bro, fuck the Catholic Church.
Anyway, so yeah, interesting, eventful week so far. We got a lot going on. I see you wearing a very interesting shirt, Ethan.
It's hard to move past the hypocrisy of this.
Yeah.
Like there's actually child predators, and they want to talk about the one trans girl so we can look at their dick. Dude, they're all predators.
Yeah. Well, regardless.
Anyway, yeah, Godzilla.
Yeah, I see you wearing this Godzilla drop, which is.
Thanks, bro.
I mean, I don't know if you know this, but they call me Godzilla in Japan.
I knew you would like that. I knew you would like
I'm just saying, like, it's kind of like.
Godzilla!
Like, I didn't even know this drop was coming out. You didn't even tell me. And, like, I'm kind of like the ambassador.
Well, here, tell me what you like. So, this just came out just at 10 a.m.
If I'm just gonna say it.
Go ahead.
I don't often, use terminology like this. If I don't get.
Okay.
If I don't get the Godzilla, the bowling T-shirt.
The camp shirt. This one's amazing. I wore it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's
If
so
I don't
nice.
get that shirt,
okay,
I'm quitting this podcast.
All right. Okay.
Amazing.
Who's it? Can you someone run that message down to?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Lena, you're here. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
I don't need a XXL. XXL might be too big. I'll test it. I'll test the waters with a double XL because I've been getting too skinny.
Okay. I wore the XL yesterday and it was. Yeah, I think the 2XL might be okay for you.
Yeah, because the triple XL was a little too big. The baggy poplin pants look sick too. I don't know what's going on.
There's one remaining. Love.
No,
There's
not
one-
that T-shirt.
Really?
I'm talking
no,
about.
I got robbed. There's no remaining.
I just clicked it. It says one remaining.
Try to add it.
I got it.
Hold on.
Maybe one got canceled. An order got canceled or something.
Right.
Sorry.
I like the gray. I like the gray poplin pants.
But you don't have to buy it. Just tell. I mean, it'll get sold out first, but someone could grab it. The gray pants. Which one are we talking about? Pants?
Yeah. Dude, this bike jersey looks.
Oh,
sick
this
too,
one?
God damn it.
The baggy poppin' pants.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
want the button-up shirt.
What size for those?
The button-up shirt, I'd like a triple XL if possible. But wait, what is this one? I wear this too much, Ethan.
Wait, which button-up shirt? Now I'm confused. Oh, this
The
one.
blue one.
Okay, okay.
So this one's a triple XL, but you guys are triple XL sold out. I mean, I'll try it on. I'll try the double XL on for the blue shirt.
This one seems a little oversized, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. It's not. It's not. It's usually.
How
the
did
arm.
3XL sell out? That's crazy. They're like.
I don't know.
on.
You gotta. There's people out there in the fucking Teddy Fresh fandom that they have it out for me, and I don't
So,
like that.
Do you want this cool ass biker jersey?
Dude, it looks fucking sick.
It is sick.
Yeah, I want it.
Oh wait, no, it's only an XL.
No, that's fine. That's supposed to be super form fitting. The biker jersey.
Oh, okay. You know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this a women's tee? Yeah, we might have downstairs.
Yeah, I'll check for that.
This is my fave shirt. This shirt is so sick, dude. So fucking dope. I was gonna wear it again, but I was like, I can't be walking around the same shirt all the time.
Yeah, no, it's sick. Oh my god, that fire tie too. Yo, throw that fire tie in there too.
The tie? Oh, it's sold out. Fuck.
Bro. No, not that one. The fire tie.
Oh, the fire tie. The fire tie.
Wow.
This one.
Yeah.
You got that, Lena?
Yeah, I got it.
I don't have any ties. Like I've been wearing more suits lately. Every time I what do you call it? Every time Trump gets like arraigned.
Oh yeah, I've seen
I
that.
just wear a suit.
I love that for
to
you.
celebrate it. You know, the whole like at my wedding I'm wearing pajama pants, but at Trump's arraignment I'm wearing a suit. That kind of shit.
Everything to me.
And honestly, I realize like I have to wear bolos all the time because I just don't own any ties.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
You have a badass flame tie.
Yeah.
This is also one of my faves. It's just really nice. Yeah, so Godzilla, that was fun.
Bro,
so
throw that in there, triple XL.
You got that, Lena?
Yes, and then for the
I
baggy
saw-
pants, what size?
For the what?
The baggy pants.
Oh, the largest one.
Aren't these
Gray.
not women's? Are they unisex? Oh, it's all unisex. Okay, what do I know?
I'll try them on too to see if they're like actually baggy on me.
It says XL to 2XL. That's a big spread, boy. Okay, there it goes. So thank you. So guys, teddyfresh.com. Godzilla collection is up now. It's so fun. It's so great. We love me some Godzilla.
All about the respect.
But yeah, I've become a dirty outfit repeater. Like I'm constantly wearing the Teddy Fresh black denim tee or the black denim shirt.
I'm glad you like it, man. That makes me
yeah.
all very happy. All right, so we have so much to get to. Let's see. Oh, I got to update. No button for a moment. Had to turn it off. Wait, what button? Oh.
I love that they have to.
I don't have a button?
What button? Yeah, you're freeballing right now. Be careful.
I thought you were updating about something about the clothing.
Oh,
Button.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no button. Okay. Fuck. Did that do anything?
No.
Okay. Hopefully that doesn't break the stream.
Yeah. So,
speaking of breaking the stream, how about breaking out of prison, Andrew Tate? That's such a bad segue. I don't know why I'm doing this.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Whatever.
Better than most of our segues.
Andrew Tate's out of prison, and of course, what is he doing with his newfound freedom? He's posting thirst traps like a goddamn thotty.
Oh, this is the gayest video ever.
Okay, first of all, I just gotta say, well, that is of course a constant. Like there is something very, I guess, soy or whatever about the way Andrew Tate carries himself, if you want to call it that. I don't know. He is very zesty, but you know, there's nothing more you know, godly and godlike and enlightened than getting out of prison and then immediately retweeting and like posting shirtless selfies as you're smoking a cigar, and then like you know, talking about how your enemies are gay.
So
You
wait,
gay?
this was a fan edit that he retweeted. And
Yeah.
Just I watched this and I was like,
I have yet to see this, so I'm very excited.
I was like, bro, I watched this? Almost seems like this is like straight up gay pornography. I mean, it really is, and that's just, I don't know.
When I was in jail, I did
Watch this.
7,417 push-ups.
Oh, I love the numerology in the Quran is my favorite type of shit from like my Turkey days, you know what I mean? Like, I love, oh God, that's so dumb. It's one of the dumbest things. It's my favorite. It's like, what did that surah say? I don't even know. They just kind of pointed to it.
I don't know anything
All
about
will be revealed.
I don't know nothing about nobody.
Is a prison house for a believer.
What?
Ready? Oh yeah, he included both of us. And my fat ass eating a hamburger or something.
Have you never done
All right,
drag?
What?
I'm surprised you've never done drag. Have you?
I have
Sure you
never.
have.
Oh, I went all
They
out
just haven't
drag.
found it yet. That's why they always put
But
you
I'm
like,
fat.
yeah,
That's my thing.
yeah.
I'm fat.
Oh,
and you're gay.
They've found.
Yeah, I've done drag. The funniest thing is like I look so fucking good. Like every time they post that, every time they post the photo, there's like 2 different photos or 3 photos of me on 3 separate occasions. One is like
They could have gone for me.
oh, you're giving it to them now.
They couldn't even take the bait on that one.
Yeah.
They know I look good.
The thing
That's
is
what I was
like
saying. They found
I
it.
look
They just
so
ain't talking about it.
like in that video that they show, I look so fucking brolic. Like I love that one. Whenever they post it, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah,
I look fucking yoked.
Look at the size of those
Yeah.
shoulders, bro.
Look at those Magumbos, dude.
Give me
I
a-
mean, I got.
All right, well,
fucking-
hold on, dude.
I got some Nancy Pelosi's on me, okay? Stop playing, dude.
Oh,
You see
this-
those titties? You're like, those are suckable, okay?
Okay, I'm wearing the gloves. This is from when I went to Hot Ones and ate the world's hottest hamburger. Like, why pull that one? Anyone could have done that, but okay.
I think they're just like they were like Ethan Klein eating, like
That's it. That's
to,
all you
to
need.
make like.
That's all you need.
But like
So-
you
but
can't even
anyway,
tell anything. You don't even like you look good in that. You don't look fat in that. Like you know what I mean? You're just biting into a hamburger. At this point, they're not even
Everybody
trying.
knows that
Yeah.
I'm the fat guy.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty epic. Actually.
Damn, is that you?
Yeah, that was frenemies, man.
Holy
I
shit,
know, brother.
bro! You look like you'd be a barb working at Sephora.
I look like a straight fuck doll.
You look hot.
Thank you, bro.
You look sexy.
A lot of people were feeling it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But anyway, okay, get your dicks out because this is when the compilation gets good.
This is
Dicks out, dicks out.
Oh, except for Tate.
Wait.
Oh.
Abs.
Oh,
exercise,
he's so sexy.
abs,
Oh,
exercise.
God.
Abs. Exercising. Boxing. Abs. 7417.
Yeah, no, that's
that
so
story is the
7 4.
world is a prison for a believer and a paradise for the disbeliever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but what does how does that make sense?
What's the relevancy
It's
to
a
this?
it's a paradise for the disbeliever.
It's saying you guys are the disbelievers, and he was in prison because he's a believer. He's showing you guys like having fun, I guess, and then he's a believer and he's in prison.
I believe it.
Well, that doesn't
Kind
seem
of an
like a
L,
good
isn't
deal.
it?
I know. I don't get that. It sounds like disbelief is
That's the way to go.
I'm all about it. Yeah, but
When I was in jail, I did 7,417 push-ups.
I can't. I love this whole.
You want to know what the fucking biggest cheat code is for guys? Straight up, is the beard. He grew the beard out, and like now you can't see how fucking chinless he is.
It's really wild.
And I saw people thirsting after him. When he does look good with the beard. I mean, he should definitely shave the head though. Like it's very obvious how bald he is.
The person who made this wants to fuck him. There's like no question about it. Like, why are you so obsessed with his abs?
Yeah, I mean,
like, what does that have to do with him being like innocent?
I think that's what. So,
He's
so
like, this
the-
man was accused of sex trafficking.
He's too
but
hot
check
to
out
do
his
crimes.
abs.
Yeah, the kid who made this living in like where would be like a good, not Turkey. I would say like this is maybe like a Gulf state kid, you know what I mean? Who's like been to England and stuff, and loves traveling. Upper middle, I mean wealthy. Okay, he made this compilation because he himself is in a mind prison. That mind prison is that he has these constant thoughts of wanting to suck and fuck Andrew Tate. That's why he's in a mind prison. We, on the other hand, are gay and therefore
Fat
free.
and gay.
Yeah, we're free. We're free to enjoy the world. That's what he's saying.
Yo, so I heard I heard about this clip, and I haven't seen it, and I'm so excited to watch this. This is interest both of us. Waka Flocka, friend of the show, Flocka went on Fresh and Fit, and he was so repulsed by them, he walked out. This sounds amazing. Amazing. So let's take
I
a
just
look.
want to say something.
Yeah.
Now that you are acknowledging the existence of Fresh and Fit,
Amazing.
the bald one is going to be doing like 3 a.m. gym sessions, thinking about us again.
He has never. Oh,
have you
Wait,
ever
what
seen
the
those
fuck is
posts?
this title?
He
Hold
always
the fucking phone. What is this title?
What do you mean?
Juicer Politics F. Trumpy Dumpy arrested. Civil War on the horizon. It is kind of a vibe, to be honest.
You like it? I like it. I was trying to get some feedback on the title this morning. I wasn't hearing anything, and then I threw this one out as a joke, and everybody liked it, so I just threw it on.
Okay, so I do like it, but I know that YouTube does not like gratuitous use of emojis. I like it. Yeah.
Wait, really?
That's what I saw them say that. They said only use emojis only very, very slightly.
YouTube also keeps like
you don't like it.
YouTube also keeps like age restricting all my fucking content because they say suck my dick or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, this is nudity language.
Our TikTok got banned again. Our podcast.
Nice.
Is yours still up?
I don't know. I think like Austinox's been too busy working for the whole town, that little slut. So he hasn't really been uploading.
He is good, man.
He hasn't really been uploading any fucking TikToks lately.
So that's a problem.
It's our home.
And that's why socialism doesn't work, bro, because you're giving him like a cut, and he's cruising around. He's like, okay, I'll take a cut from everybody.
Yeah, fucked up.
That's what
Time
I'm
for
saying.
capitalism.
Time to get capitalism on your boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go capitalist on his ass.
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, here I've been really excited to watch this, so let's see it.
Tell people they're stupid anymore. We need to go back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking. But we don't bully people no more and tell them they're dumb.
Yeah, I agree with
You'd
that.
be the
but
first
like,
up for that.
Yeah, but like, who do you think is gonna get bullied in that world, dog? Is you. First of all, change the camera angle, brother. You've been sitting. You've been sitting there for the longest time. Everybody sees how hard you're crowning. Change the fucking camera angle. Why? Why does he sit in front of that camera and it just like beams directly to the top of his dome? What's going on there?
We live in a very pussified society where everyone thinks what they say is valid.
I agree. I preach
And that's
that.
ridiculous.
I agree with that.
I agree. More bullying. I agree. Where do they find these people?
Also, what
Instagram.
I don't really follow the logic there. Nobody tells people they're dumb anymore?
I think the point
that's
is
not like a thing.
people don't disagree anymore, or they can't be like, okay, that's stupid, and I don't have to listen to you. Where it's like, hey, I believe in trans rights, and it's like, hey, kill them!
I feel like people say and do that all
Nothing's
the time,
changed.
every day.
People are the same.
All day. in and
Nothing's
out.
changed. Nothing's changed.
That's what I was saying before.
I'm sorry, I disagree, bro. I don't
You
tell
people they're stupid.
I'm gonna be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, right? And I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Hold some
King,
space.
I'm respecting you on your show.
You're on the wrong show, dude. He's like, yo, what is this show?
I mean,
y'all
why
are
the fuck-
talking about what?
Why the fuck did Waka Flocka go on this podcast? Like,
That's what I'm
That's a good
wondering.
question.
He's like, wait. What's this podcast about? He seems like a nice guy by all accounts.
I don't understand what has happened to his
That is
career.
wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm different from you. I would have never let her get a fuck. He's right, and he's wrong for the fact that there's a whole group of other men that don't feel like that. But he's right. That's the way men in the past used to think. But like everything else, you got to transition. You have to evolve with your opinions. Some women go too far with that shit, and that's why I got my man on ice like it. Because women is pulling. Oh no, men make us feel sexy. Men, nah, that's bullshit. some of that shit, I'm telling you, it's bullshit to the popular demand. You get what I'm trying to say? Some people use these quotes and shit to their advantage to make money or to advance in their career. But I'm just saying, though, but
I disagree. I think when people say things that are stupid, they need to be called out, man or woman.
I agree. If you say stupid shit, you did.
I wonder if he came on for this. Did he come on to confront him?
I don't know, but Waka Flocka graduated from the Bible Institute of America with an honorary professor's degree in humanitarianism and
Whoa.
yeah, and philanthropy.
Wow, dude. Flocka. Where the Flockas at, dude? There's a lot behind them Flockas.
And he graduated alongside my goat, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Flockas is right. I love it.
You got to call out stupidity, even if it's a man.
He's like, yo, we need to be bullying your dumbass right now, and he's right. And that's kind of what we do, to be fair.
Waka Flocka has dedicated
like
his life to suicide prevention and spreading the message of suicide helpline since the death of his younger brother, rapper K.O. Red, in 2013.
That's personal.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, what we need to do is bully people more.
In 2013. The message of suicide helpline since the death of his younger brother, rapper K.O. Red, in 2013.
That's personal.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, what we need to do is bully people more. This dude's brother unalived himself.
Yeah, he said he's officially dedicating his life to suicide prevention and mental illness. Y'all not alone. Waka Flocka Flame is with y'all now.
Yo, I love Waka Flocka. Whoa, dude, this guy's real.
Or a woman, because the thing is that we live in a world nowadays where we're scared to correct women and tell them that was dumb. You probably shouldn't say that. And
what about you?
It is what it is. Then they get on a platform and embarrass themselves in front of 30,000 people.
Hold on, I gotta just note the coconuts in Barbados here looking super engaged in the conversation.
As always.
I don't know if you guys can tell. He's thinking about sandy beaches and beautiful coconuts and palm trees.
Then they get on a platform and embarrass themselves in front of 30,000 people. So my thing is, I think both genders need to be held accountable.
Oh my God, look at that head, bro. Look at that dome piece. Oh my Lord. Oh.
Whoa.
Listen, I mean,
I'm not commenting on this, because
all I'm gonna say is this:
we all know why he's losing.
Because he's a villain in the Ethan verse, and you're just taking away his
I just took off my fucking beanie. What's up? How old is Myron?
I think
younger than me.
I think he was Hassan's age, if I recall.
I'm 37.
Wait, really? He's my age? No, he looks hurt,
33.
dude. What the fuck?
Look,
he
he's
looks
younger than. Oh wait,
he looks like. Wait, how old is he?
Actually, I'm seeing different reports. I'm 35. I'm seeing mostly from most.
He looks like he's got mileage on him. That's crazy. God damn, just hating women as a profession is just like.
This man's 35. He's like a fully grown man at this point.
Stand women for clear skin.
Okay. For thick hair.
And for
stand women for thick hair.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work.
I also
sorry, Dan.
also stand twice.
All right, let me hear what Flocka's got.
Jay Young is my bias.
Regardless.
Okay, so how is that a difference?
Is it easier for a woman to get laid or a man to get laid?
I think it's both.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
I just said earlier, 1 in 3 men.
He's like, where am I?
You know what's awesome about this? Wait, pause for a second. I know we just unpause it, but it's like these are like conversations that I had like when I was a child. You know what I mean? When I was like 14, I was like, dude, it's like
100%.
way easier for girls to get laid.
So
like,
stupid.
oh my God. And then,
care.
but he's like a whole ass adult having this like 14-year-old ass conversation with the seriousness of like debating, I don't know, fucking abortion laws or something. Like it's like, yeah, women are actually statistically proven to be a lot easier to get laid.
They have this same conversation every episode.
Yeah, and people can't get enough of it. Dude. They're like, fuck yeah, dude. Let's
They
talk
just
about
sit there
that
and be like,
again.
women get laid more easy than men. And next week we'll talk about how women get laid more easy than men.
Yeah.
Dirty.
So are women. There's women that are virgins.
Hold on, real quick.
By choice.
Hey man, this love,
got
man. I got.
No worries, bro.
I like it.
It's great.
This is like
IG.
Bye.
Body count for men.
Dude, I really want to know how he ended up there, but good for him. Like that for him.
I don't understand. Like, they titled this like Waka Flocka confronted Myron's facts, and this happened.
They're gonna try to shit on Waka.
I mean, this is
Flocka
from like
forever
March
now.
21st, bro. You guys are looking real. You guys are looking like stands right now. I'm not gonna lie. You posted this video from like fucking month ago on here. Just saying.
Wait, they posted this?
No, this is a older video. This is from like the OG video. I just clicked on the
Wait,
Google
when
Doc.
is this from?
March 21st.
Oh, that's not that old. Goddamn. I thought you were saying
2
like
weeks ago,
last
man.
year.
2 weeks ago.
Coconuts in Barbados.
Fucking hell, dude. Coconuts in Barbados.
Yeah, it's crazy. The replies are all saying that like Myron held his ground, held for Waka.
What?
Yeah.
Come on now, man. Where we go? Come on, different about what?
No, they're just like they're just.
What you talk about?
No, there are a lot of. I've just come to recognize the reality that there are a lot of dudes out there that have like the IQ of a plankton. You know what I mean? It's just, it is what it is, and they're not gonna change. You know.
Let's talk about politics because we're gonna get all caught up on this Waka Flocka
You
business.
call it politics. I call it politics.
Okay.
Dale.
All right.
Okay.
Well, speaking of politics, here's a high and the shovel, potentially high, back on crack, Mike Lindell, begging for money.
No, he would be way cooler if he was on crack.
Well, I don't know about that. This man looks like he
No,
just
he's the
smoked
only
crack.
one who's become worse after recovering. Also, what do you mean he gained like 30 pounds? You think he's on crack? What are you, crazy? Cracker.
He's on something. Let me show you.
And we still have some of those all-season slippers left at $25 a pair to thank all of you out there for the great, for supporting us through all this. My employees, we've lost all our box stores, our shopping channels. We get attacked every single day, and My Pillow should not have to be attacked when they're protecting companies out there that we never heard the names of before, which I don't need to name, all the voting machine companies, but...
And as they say, if you go woke, you go broke.
Bro, Dominion is clearing this man.
Yeah.
Bro, Dominion, honestly, like, the entire business of like election vote counting machines relies on confidence, and like the effort that Mike Lindell basically almost single-handedly spearheaded, that even Fox News took on until they realized, oh shit, we're about to get fucking sued into oblivion, is coming back to haunt these people.
Yeah, Dominion came out and is suing everybody, and Mike is
Which
been
they
hit
should.
hard.
They have
it looks
every
like
right to
Mike's
do.
in like a '94 Honda Accord out in like the middle of the fucking deserts of Las Vegas.
Yeah.
He's just fucked, man.
Like, guys, I just robbed a liquor store. Use the code Mike Pillow. I need help for my legal counsel. I can't pay for it.
We don't have anything left, guys, but we made a special deal. He goes, thank you. That's my favorite watch.
And we still have some of those all-season slippers left at $25 a pair to
Please
thank
buy
all of
these
We've
fucking
got our
slippers.
all-season slippers. Just as a special favor to thank you guys, $25 a piece.
You know what he looks like? What the fuck was that?
I don't know what that.
Twitter blue checkmark ad or something?
Wait, did that just pop up?
Yeah. He looks like that one Trump guy who like said that he had bombs in his car and like drove his car to the Capitol. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Kind of.
And he was like, I'm begging, I'm praying to Trump right now. I'm praying to Trump right now. Please save me. And then like his window gets busted in by the cop.
Yeah.
Like on the live stream. That's what he looks like. He looks like this is moments before disaster.
Sorry.
This is like moments before disaster.
Well, this version makes a little more sense. Somebody made this edit here, Jesse.
all-season slippers left at $25 a pair to thank all of you out there for the great, for supporting us through all this. My employees, we've lost all our box stores, our shopping channels. We get attacked every single day, and My Pillow should not have to be attacked when they're protecting
Eyes on the road, Mike.
He's not looking too good. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's what happens when you pitch your wagon to Trump. I mean, look at Rudy Giuliani. This man is a fucking dude. Please pull that clip of him on Fox News.
Which one?
Rudy?
When he's talking about. I sent it in chat. It's him when he was talking about how Trump paid off.
Oh yeah,
Stormy, but it wasn't illegal.
It's in the doc. Way later. Here, I'll grab it.
It's so fucking good now under the scope that obviously Trump just got arrested for.
Disgusting.
34 felonies of falsifying business records in the conspiracy to pay off Stormy Daniels, and this clip of Rudy Giuliani, again, another guy who was successful in life, very successful, who decided to pitch his wagon to Trump, who's now, I mean,
Hitch his wagon. Yeah, but I mean, he was very successful, but like these guys were always clowns. Like that's the other
but
thing.
Mike Lindell was like a 100 millionaire, and now he's like doing crap. Yes, bro.
God.
And now
he got like super rich.
He's smoking crack in the fucking deserts of goddamn.
We don't know.
Las
We don't
Vegas
know if he's doing
outskirts.
crack. He just, but he does not look good.
Here, now watch this clip and just realize how amazing this is now that Trump's been arrested.
What do you do with paying some Stormy Daniels woman $130,000? I mean, which is going to turn out to be perfectly legal. That money was not campaign money.
Rudy's like, I
Sorry,
do it all
I'm
the
giving
time.
Like he's like admitting he did it back then. Awesome.
Yeah.
You a fact now that you don't know. It's
Uh-oh.
not campaign money. No campaign finance violation. So
they funneled it through the law firm.
funneled through the law firm, and the president paid it.
Oh,
What a
I didn't know they
fucking-
did. Yeah. There's no campaign finance law.
Zero.
So the
Just
president.
like Sean.
So this decision
Sean,
was made by.
Everybody was nervous about this from the very beginning. I wasn't.
This man is insane.
Well, I mean, this is a part of their defense. For the record, this is a part of their defense now. So I don't know
That they're
exactly when
upfront.
Rudy was talking about this, but like
This was.
it's all out there. So like, yeah, they did pay Stormy Daniels. Like they're openly admitting
Well,
that.
at the time they were trying to deny that it was even happening.
Yeah, now they've moved on because like, see, this is the bouldering effect of Donald Trump, where he does so much extra illegal or awful business practices that it basically is hard to like tackle one aspect of it. Because like originally people were like, oh, let's not, the Stormy Daniels thing is a lie, it's fake, it's not real, whatever. But because of all the other stuff that he did in the process of like trying to bury the story, it doesn't even matter anymore. They're like, yeah, it was real, but it was not illegal. They just, and
I like his.
eventually Trump will perjure himself, and then they'll say, well, he perjured himself here, but in the court case there was nothing wrong. There was no illicit dealings.
Dude, he's going. We were all super worried about this, but I wasn't.
Nervous about this from the very beginning. I wasn't. I knew how much money Donald Trump put into that campaign. I said, 130,000. He's going to do a couple of checks for 130,000. When I heard Cohen's retainer of 35,000, when he was doing no work for the president, I said, that's how he's repaying. That's how he's repaying.
What?
Wait, no, that's actually.
That's what happened.
Okay, that is what happened.
It's
100%.
insane that he's saying
That is quite literally. Like, does Alvin Bragg know this video exists?
It's crazy. It's nuts, man.
No, I looked through the statement of facts on this. It's so funny. Like, in order for this to be anything but a misdemeanor, which is usually just a fine, other campaigns have done similar things, and they've literally paid fines for it. In order for this to become like a John Edwards style situation, there needs to be intent to do this specifically for the election. And the defense, I mean, that's like to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did this with the express purpose of like hiding information from electors. That's hard to prove. That's usually hard to prove. But of course, Donald Trump being fucking Donald Trump and refusing to pay people all the time, very clearly and openly states to Michael Cohen, don't pay Stormy Daniels until after the election, because after the election, no one, like, we're not going to, I don't give a shit if the story comes out.
No, no, no.
No, no, no.
So basically, this is like an impossible, in every other circumstance, pretty much an impossible case to fucking convict someone on, except Donald Trump has given them enough evidence. So we'll see how it works. I mean, ultimately, it's still like not that big of an issue. It's not that big of a deal. They're not wrong when they say it. In the state of New York, businesses get away with like a boatload worse and more illicit things. But you know, it's fun. It's funny.
It is funny.
With a little profit and a little margin for paying taxes for Michael.
But do you know the president didn't know about this? I believe that's what
he didn't
Michael
know
had
about
said.
the specifics of it, as far as I know. But he did know about the general arrangement that Michael would take care of things like this. Like I take care of things like this for Michael.
Dude, you guys, this man is fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah, someone look at Rudy Giuliani's dealings. It seems.
He does. You say you do this?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I do it all the time. I've done it so many times. You don't understand.
Here's
It's my
a-
favorite thing to do.
I'm doing it right now.
Here's a story about Chief Justice, but Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. His wife famously is a
Freak.
absolute.
Well, Clarence Thomas is a freak too. He's like Clarence Thomas, weirdly enough, doesn't get enough coverage on like his insane worldview. He's very hard to fit into a box in like American ideology. He is, in many respects, in my opinion, a perfect demonstration of like the often contradicting and conflicting political opinions that can exist in one mind, one beautiful legal scholarly mind, where he's like very anti-black, obviously, but also simultaneously kind of pro-black. It's like almost like a black separatist.
Well, his wife is a Trump truther.
Yeah, I mean, his wife
She
is
believes
crazy.
that
Yeah.
the election was stolen and all this shit, and I don't know how. I can't imagine that these two go home and don't be talking about how the election was stolen.
Well, I mean, we know for a fact that he was the only one who, what was it? Did not want to. What was the Trump thing that Clarence Thomas like actually ruled against the rest of the Supreme Court on?
It was related to the January 6th stuff.
Yeah,
and
right.
people wanted him to recuse himself, and he was just like, nah.
Right, because
I'm
his
good.
came out his wife.
Yeah,
is
there was
like
a
truther.
glaringly obvious conflict of interest in the January 6th situation.
So anyway, it just came out that Justice Clarence has secretly accepted luxury trips from major Republican donors. Newly obtained documents and interviews show the extent and frequency of these apparent gifts to Thomas has no known precedent in modern Supreme Court history.
I by the way, I call bullshit on that.
think they all do
like,
it?
there's no fucking that's cap. You really think that Supreme Court justices aren't getting fucking favors? Like, get the fuck
Well,
out
at
of here.
least they're not, like, not one's been uncovered this blatantly.
Yeah.
Like the Supreme Court, you know, ideally they're supposed to be like this impartial group that isn't swayed by politics, and there certainly shouldn't be able to get to them. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole point of the damn Supreme Court. So
The funniest part is you can't do anything about it. They're
no,
just
they are
untouchable.
unaccountable.
Yeah, they're just completely untouchable.
100%
They're like deities.
unaccountable. Like they go, Justice Clarence, you should recuse yourself because of your wife's. Nah. Here he is. Thomas has publicly presented himself as an everyman with modest taste. But
That video is actually very funny.
here he is presenting himself as an everyday man.
I prefer to you know, I don't have any problem with going to Europe, but I prefer the United States.
Yeah.
And I prefer seeing the regular parts of the United States. I prefer going across the rural areas.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I
prefer the
love
art-
seeing me them RV camps. Ain't nothing more picturesque than a lot full of RVs, brother.
There actually is something more picturesque. He was fine.
rural areas.
I'll tell you what's real.
I prefer the.
I'll tell you what's picturesque that Clarence Thomas loves: horse porn.
Does he watch horse porn? Wait, what does that mean? What's the? If that man's watching horse porn, we deserve to know.
JRHNBR.
Don't ask me. I mean, there was an entire. This was a big deal.
It was? What
It was a big deal back in the day. Clarence Thomas, before he was appointed to the Supreme Court, had hearings just like everyone else does, and obviously, there's the famous Anita Hill conversation that took place. Joe Brandon, at the time, as a matter of fact, pretty much defended Clarence Thomas against Anita Hill. Anita Hill was the whistleblower, and one of the things that Clarence Thomas was alleged to do in the office regularly was talk about the types of pornography that he was watching, which included bestiality.
No. This man watches horse bestiality.
These people are
is that
fucking
accurate
freaks,
account?
dog. Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing it all reported that he was.
Can I make this
porn.
joke
That was one
here,
of the
Dan? And
accusations.
Dan and Hassan, can I make this joke?
Thank you for checking, since we don't have the button at the moment. Let's see.
Can I say that?
I mean, it's
You think that
it's
one's
mean,
okay?
but I mean,
It's mean, but they deserve
I don't
it.
know.
I don't care.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, you know, Justice Clarence, if he watches horse porn, then that explains. That sure explains his.
You're really delivering this.
That really explains his choice in significant others. See, that feels so mean.
Really?
But I mean, these are like actual demons.
That's a woman right there, Ethan. God damn. Humana. Oh, wooga. Ginny Thomas. That's a woman.
I shouldn't have said that.
Just the right height.
She's
no
big. She's
bucket,
bigger
no
than him.
fly.
She's
Yeah.
like tall as hell. She's just the right height.
More like Winnie Thompson, am I right?
Winnie
Hell
the
yeah.
Pooh, because I want to fuck animals.
Because horses win. They go.
So this man jerks
Like
off
the-
to bestiality.
Like to feed her bales of hay, if you know what I'm saying. She's sexy.
Come on, baby, let me get on this bucket now. No bucket required. Woo-wee. That's right. It's just me and my wife trying
Anyway.
to overturn democracy.
Yeah.
Here, I want to watch this.
The RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots to
This man is traveling America visiting Walmart parking lots. That's what I like to do.
Freak.
Nobody... Dude, can you actually
Freak.
pander to that level and people don't call you out? I travel the country visiting Walmart parking lots. Man of the people.
Yeah.
I prefer the Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that.
What?
Bro, it's
There's
like
some
it's like you went to Yale, dog. What the fuck are you saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
He was,
what
like,
are you saying?
He
Oh,
was
I love.
simultaneously island hopping in a private jet while this documentary was being made.
Yeah, I love Walmart parking lots and getting on billionaires' private jets.
You know, a lot of my colleagues like to use them fancy Japanese bidets. I personally like to use the public restrooms at McDonald's and stuff like that. Man of
It's
the
just
people.
like it's so strange when these guys do this kind of LARPing, you know? Or they're like, yeah.
normal to me about it. I've come from regular stock,
Yale.
and I prefer that. I prefer being around that.
All right, so,
You know,
so meanwhile, back on the ranch, Justice Thomas's friendship with Dallas-based real estate magnate Harlan Crow has allowed him to repeatedly experience luxuries well beyond his means. He's vacationed on Crow's 162-foot super yacht. What? Around the globe and flies on his private jet. This man is cruising on a super yacht, talking about Walmart parking lots. The fuck? Thomas boarded Crow's private jet to Indonesia for 9 days of island hopping on his yacht. Had Thomas chartered the jet and yacht himself, it could have cost him over $500K. Oh, more than that.
It blows my mind
Holy
that
fuck,
like a dude that's from, you know, the dude that was born in 1948 in Georgia to a family where his dad left at the age of 2 and is like fucking, they were homeless and shit, could be such a gross psychopath with a glaring disdain for all marginalized people and poor people in general. He's like, he's the perfect demonstration of like, I got mine, fuck you.
Yes, that's what some people, they tend to, when they come from like abject poverty or horrible conditions, you know, it can either give you more more empathy, or in some cases, it can be like, I got out of that situation. Why can't you guys? Nobody helped me, so nobody should help you because I'm fucking awesome. I'm great. I rise above. Now, if you can't do that, then you're worthless and don't deserve help anyway. It's really really crazy. Here's this. Would you consider this the Walmart parking lot, or which parking lot is this? Which trailer park field is this? Yeah.
Bro, this guy. Look, this guy. This is the longest sitting U.S. Supreme Court justice right now.
He is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. And what is hilarious about it is that his quote-unquote radicalization, according to him, comes from fucking Thomas Sowell and Ayn Rand. It's like the same
What the
shit
hell?
that like dummies read now, and like he's like a crypto podcast, bro. It's like a in the future we're gonna have Supreme Court justices be like, yeah, I really found my I really found my principles, my ideology in the Joe Rogan Experience, specifically in that episode he did with Milo Yiannopoulos.
Right. Yeah. So this is, of course, Matt Walsh, who is every week competing to be the worst person in basically ever to exist.
That show, The Leftovers, which is a great show, by the way.
Thank you, bro. Well, he's good. Well, at least that.
He's good to us.
At least that. Here he is saying that we would all be worse off if slavery never existed.
This is my favorite
Is that
clip.
including black people?
It includes everyone. Yes, including black people, according to him. Apparently, he's done like a big big thing about how like white people have been enslaved as well, including my takes about the Ottoman Empire. A lot of ahistorical comparisons. Why people love engaging in these sorts of things to like undermine
What's that
how
have to do with the
uniquely horrific
Yeah.
chattel slavery was. It always loops back around to like, well, white people were enslaved
White
too.
people were slaves in ancient Persia. Therefore, blacks ain't got nothing to complain about.
Yeah, so, it's just like completely removed. It's probably the exact opposite of like historical materialism, but regardless, this clip I've been meaning to get to on my stream and I haven't, so I'm very excited to cover it.
All right, let's do it. Here it is.
Trigger warning, it's the dumbest argument you ever heard.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, obligatory.
Yeah.
It's rather clear that black Americans are doing better here today than they would be had their ancestors generations ago never been brought to these shores.
This is awesome.
We can prove this point by simply asking which African country anyone asking for reparations would prefer to live in. The answer, of course, is none of them. Now, you might offer the rebuttal that if slavery never existed, if we're reimagining history without that institution at all...
Can we stop this for a
Wait,
second?
hold on. Would you now when you're talking?
That would literally undermine. He's like, let's do a rebuttal, which would completely undermine the fake bullshit that I just presented to you. Like, oh yeah, which African nation would black people choose to exist in? It's like, yeah, that came alongside the inhumane practice of chattel slavery, the colonial exploitation, the rampant exploitation, robbing Africa blind of its natural resources and its humans is part of the reason why it was left underdeveloped.
He doesn't go far enough to ask the real question. If slavery never happened, what would and like colonial exploitation of Africa, what would Africa look like today? Africa is the most mineral-rich continent in the world, potentially the richest continent in the world if they have access to their own materials. So that's the real question to ask, and I don't think that you would be happy to answer that one.
You guys have no idea how hard you're about to be checkmated by this.
Okay, all right, fair
You have
enough, fair enough.
no
Maybe we should stop pausing and watch.
Son wants bad stuff to happen to black people.
Oh fuck! I got caught.
Your response?
I don't know what to say. I mean, let's see what this scholar has to say about bad things happening to black people in the form of
Africa
slavery.
itself would be in a better place, and better shape, and maybe indeed.
You
black
said better
America-
shape twice, idiot.
Got him.
Speak
Fucking
better,
owned.
dummy.
You got him.
Better shape, better place, better shape. Okay, idiot.
You tell him, Ethan.
Africans would be better off there. But this seems highly unlikely, and it also ignores the fact that Africans participated in slavery and the slave trade as much as they were victims of
Stupid-ass
it. Not to
fucking
mention,
As
idiot.
much.
if
As
we're
much
Yeah,
reimagine
yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely, dude. Yeah, no, totally.
They
It's like-
participated in the slave trade. I mean,
It's like, yeah, no, it's actually their fault, not us. The people that like purchased, owned, shipped these human beings. It was the fucking tribal warlord one time. Like it's his fault actually.
it's like saying that because during the Holocaust there was Jews, you know, there was famously Jews who helped Hitler find
Yeah.
other Jews. Well, it was kind of the Jews' fault. They participated in the Holocaust.
Yeah. See, would he say that though? Could he get away with saying that?
Of course not.
No.
I wouldn't dream
I wonder
of
what
saying that,
Ben
but it's the
Shap-
same fucking
What
thing.
would Ben Shapiro?
He'd probably
what would
say,
Ben Shapiro think about
he
that?
would probably
you think?
say, you know, he raises an interesting point. I would disagree with him on just a few basic little issues here, but ultimately, you know, Matt's a good guy, and I know what he meant.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like you know the capo narrative. Like they were the ones who were responsible for the Holocaust, as much as they were victims of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
a completely psychopathic fucking concept, which Matt Walsh would of course never entertain.
This
but,
guy is the worst. He's just the worst guy alive.
Yeah.
imagining the world without African slavery, then we have to also imagine it without all other forms of
No, we
global
don't.
slavery. Since
No, we
African
don't.
slavery was
Pause it for a
merely-
second. No, we don't.
Wait, what
First
did
of
he
all,
say?
you are making the hypothetical up. So you are the one who's saying you're setting these boundaries and you're making it seem like it's being conducted at gunpoint. It's like if we eradicate chattel slavery, well then we have to eradicate all slavery. Now it's going to go to an even dumber perspective from here, like the jump off point. But I just want to mention how stupid this take is. It's like, no, you don't have to do that. You could technically envision a world where chattel slavery never existed.
I like
that
to
the
imagine a
Maxim gun
world where Matt Walsh never existed.
Oh, dude, that would be a sick world. Where the Maxim gun was not invented or was not deployed in Africa, that like overpowered a lot of these lesser developed, very wealthy but lesser developed areas.
It is kind of interesting to think about, though. I do think about that. What would Africa be like without colonial exploitation? I mean, they could be goddamn the hub of the whole. Well, maybe not the hub of the world, but they would definitely be a developed continent with lots of resources.
Yes, they would be significantly better off,
I mean, it would
especially considering.
Yeah, unquestionably.
It would be
especially
incredible.
considering their
It would
natural
be like-
resources.
it could be like a utopia there. I mean, it could be it could be such an incredibly developed research, or I mean, resource-rich, beautiful weather. It's like it's such a gorgeous place that was absolutely destroyed by colonialism. And Matt Walsh is like, nah, they asked for it.
Of it, not to mention.
And you know, it sucks too because Africa's in need of help. You know, they need help to. They're being exploited by corporations now, and they need help to build infrastructure, to build roads, to build highways, to build bridges, to build ports, and all this shit. And Mount Walsh is kind of polluting the well to the point where it's like they don't need help. They did this to themselves. Like there needs to be some accountability that Westerners take for the abysmal state that Africa's in, and you know, accept that we need to help them develop. And not only that, but it's good for the whole world. You know, a healthy Africa is good for everybody. And
Well, it's not good for a lot of developed Western nations that currently still rely on, you know, neo-colonial exploitation in the form of like controlling their money supply, controlling their banks, controlling their natural resources.
Corporations are exploiting them, but like the world.
No,
would
not
be-
corporations. I'm talking nation states. Like France
China's
has
in there pretty good.
France literally controls the central banks and pretty much the currency exchange of multiple African nations. Still to this day, they have their banks in France. Like that is
Crazy.
insane. That is completely
pretty wild.
insane. But it's just like often gone unnoticed because nobody really gives a shit. I mean, this is a Michael Parenti take, but there is no such thing as a poor country. Poor countries are not underdeveloped; they're overexploited, and it's true. They are stolen from. It's Africa's wealth that actually made it such a robust target.
And they still are super fucking wealthy. Like they're still discovering like cobalt's the most valuable resource in the world right now for electric batteries. And China and America are just buying up wholesale these massive.
It's mostly
cobalt.
China, yeah. Now,
And United States freaking out because China actually owns most of it now. And, you know, trillions of dollars worth of cobalt and other rare earth elements that could just, like, in the Congo, no less, like, it could make them one of the wealthiest GDP or, like, per capita income countries in the whole world, like Norway or some shit.
Yeah.
But they're out there fucking, you know, picking through the dirt with pickaxe, getting buried by excavators and shit. And then people like Matt Walsh point fingers and laugh at how medieval they are, how uncivilized. And they're just, it's like, you fuck.
I mean, Congo is a great example, right? When you think about Congo, you're like, whoa, it has all these natural resources. What happened? Well, fucking Belgium happened. You know what I mean? That's what happened. They would cut the fucking ears off in the hands and you know, they would chop off the hands and legs and arms and ears of like every fucking eligible working Congolese man.
It makes it hard to develop when there is someone who's cutting off the limbs.
Only gaining their independence in like 1960.
So anyway, go off, Matt Walsh.
Mention, if we're reimagining the world without African slavery, then we have to also imagine it without all other forms of global slavery, since African slavery was merely one variety, one offshoot.
What are you talking about? What the fuck does that even mean, dummy? You want to erase slavery? Okay, I'm down for that. But you're going to have to imagine a lot harder than you are right now to picture what that would look like.
Of this global institution. And now we have totally, at that point, rewritten the history of the world in a way so dramatic that it's absolutely impossible to say which individuals today would end up worse or better in this alternate universe. I mean, if you go back in time and get rid of slavery from the entire world, you have just, it's impossible to say what the world looks like right now. Actually, what we can say is that we'd all end up worse. All of us today would.
You cannot fucking say that.
No, just listen
You're
to
about
what
to
he's
get
gonna
owned
say. He's
so
like a
fucking
kid.
hard, dude. You're about to get so owned.
He goes, okay. I mean, he's like, if we go back, the one thing we know for sure, we can never imagine the outcome, but the one thing we know is that we're all worse off.
Be in a worse spot if slavery never existed at all across the entire globe.
Interesting.
Because a change that significant would likely shift the course of events in a way that would mean none of us would even exist. It would be a world full
Okay, Dub, easy Dub, checkmate.
Have you considered the multiverse, Ethan?
That actually actually is a Back to the Future moment, Jack.
Bro,
I'm erasing from the picture. Bring back slavery, hurry!
Yeah, it's like there's no reason to ever talk about like alternative history.
So stupid.
Because if that's how you end every argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, if the Holocaust didn't happen, you wouldn't exist. Like, it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, bring back the Holocaust. I'm erasing from the picture.
Yeah. Like, why did you even engage in this, like, potential hypothetical scenario if you were going to own the argument by saying, like, well, butterfly theory, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
We'd all be
Or
worse
butterfly
off.
effect.
We wouldn't even exist. Oh, we're erasing.
He's like a child. This is
Bring back the Trail of Tears.
Bro, this is the most childish argument I've ever heard. And you know some dumbasses are going, that boy, he's so right. He's got some good ideas.
He's spitting.
Man, he is dumb, actually. Like,
so dumb.
Like,
Yeah, it doesn't.
dumb
He's just
stuff.
hateful. He's just hateful and dumb.
Dumb.
And yeah, checkmate, atheist, absolutely fucking owned. You can say that about everything.
This is like a Rick and Morty ass argument. It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
Dumb.
Bring it back. So, okay,
Like,
Daywire,
why-
we love you.
I just don't get why you would even bring this up. Like, if you were just gonna say, well, none of us would exist, fucking owned. Like, yeah, I know. Okay. Thanks.
Oh, I want to talk about this North Carolina shit. So there was this fucking person, okay, she ran as, what was her office?
No, North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. She ran as, talk about alternative timelines, yeah.
Wait, I think that's the story we're talking about, right? Oh, yeah, Trisha Cotham.
Democrat for House District 112. So she ran as a House Democrat for North Carolina. She ran on a strict like basically she was like pro-choice.
If you scroll down just a little bit more on her website, it keeps going.
Here's what she cares about: building a fair economy, raising the minimum wage, support small businesses, expand job training, enact paid family and medical leave. She wants to expand Medicare, rein in Medicaid, support healthcare workers, invest in child
No, she
health.
doesn't.
Well, here's the...
No, the grossest lie in that, which you scrolled past, is actually the fact that she was, as a former teacher and assistant principal, okay, which school was she an assistant principal of is very important here, but that's not mentioned in the fucking article or in her website. She talks about the equitability of funding public schools. She worked for a fucking charter school. That's all you need to know.
Shocking.
She's a charter school mom. She's a charter school principal. And she snuck into the ranks of the Democrats in a deep blue district, won it, and then flipped the fucking seat.
I've never heard of
disgusting.
anything. But she writes, like, basically, she's pro-LGBT+. I don't see anything on here about pro-choice, but I heard she was, like...
There's in the doc, there's a tweet of hers from last year during the campaign.
So she was, like, hardcore pro-choice. Let's see. Here's the tweet about it. It's still up?
It's still up, as of last night.
So she says, now, more than ever, we need leaders who will be unwavering and unapologetic in their support of abortion rights. I will fight to codify Roe and continue my strong record of defending the right to choose. So she got elected.
I'm not even kidding. I think she got an abortion. If I'm not misremembering, I'm pretty sure she actually got an abortion and talked about it.
So she is, now that she's
Yeah,
won this...
she did. I was right.
Yep,
yeah.
you're right. I see it.
Yeah, Tricia Cotham once spoke of her abortion, which she helped the North Carolina Republicans. Like, she's gotten an abortion. She was a, staunch pro-choice advocate. Clearly, you can't win in the post, a Roe v. Wade world that we're living in. You can't win any fucking district when you're, like, openly running on making abortions more restrictive. So for her to flip this and turn around is absolutely psychotic. It's insane. I think you should go to jail if you do something like this. It is the most, like, anti-democratic thing you can do.
Hold on, I haven't really even explained what happened. So she got elected on this ticket of being a Democrat.
In a deep blue district.
Yeah, and so when she wins, then she changes party to Republican. She states she's open to abortion restrictions. So she has essentially lied to her constituents, lied on her campaign, been elected, and she's just like a wolf in sheep's clothes, or whatever, whatever the fuck the saying is. And she's just like a hardcore anti-abortion Republican who fucking lied her way. I've never heard of anything like this. The cynicism taken to do this is nuts.
It's Kirsten Sinema with lower stakes. Like, it's just like that's what she's doing. She's girl bossing. I can't say exactly what I would want to do to people like this. Even on YouTube, I think we would probably get banned if I said it. So I'm not going to say it, but I'm thinking it.
Yeah.
And you can't stop me from thinking it.
Okay, but would the world be a better place if what you
don't
said
prod further. I just said what I said.
To her would never happen.
No, it's just where I'm not. Don't prod.
Well, certainly she should go to jail, right? I don't know. There's no laws. This has never happened before, but it's so cynical. Like, now when people are running, we have to question if they're fucking, like, lying about their whole platform to switch parties. What the fuck is this shit? Here she is announcing that she's switching to Republican. And this is how long after she won? 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months.
Do. If you don't do exactly what anyone who has free thought, free judgment, has solutions, who wants to get to work to better our state, not just sit in a meeting and have a workshop after a workshop, but really work with individuals.
Yeah, so this was obviously like some really cynical plan from the beginning. to get in and be like, the Democrats, they just don't work. They just don't do anything. I need to join the Republican Party. I mean, like, do you guys... I'm starting to think that they don't even like democracy that much.
You're starting to think that, huh?
Yeah, you don't say.
I just
you don't
think
say
they
that.
really like that.
Fascist reactionaries don't like democracy all too much.
To get things done, because that's what real public servants do. If you don't do exactly what the Democrats want you to do, they will try to bully you. They will try to cast you aside.
Oh my God.
I saw that when I first filed for office and was told, why didn't you ask for our permission? I didn't think I needed to do that as a female. And quite frankly, I was offended. But when I came back to this legislature, I knew times were different and things had changed. I also knew that I was different. I have been through a lot in life.
3 months.
And so I am just different too. And I'm proud.
They didn't
of that.
elect different you, dummy.
I'm not kidding. Because of how quickly this happened and because of the significance of this flip, which offers North Carolina Republicans power in the state, there is speculation currently that this might have been, there might have been some underhand, business dealings behind the scenes.
This is what happened if
How
slavery...
could you not speculate that? Like, of course.
Wait. If slavery never happened, this is what the...
Oh, no.
I can't tell if this is objectively worse or better. I don't know.
It's just different. We can't possibly imagine the outcome.
So, like, what, Steven Crowder's woke? Like, is that what's going on?
I think they're woke, yeah. Or I guess. Or I think they're woke.
Tim Pool still lost his hairline, though. Big L.
God, Tim Pool looks fat.
There's no timeline where Tim Pool doesn't lose his entire hair.
I gotta hear this.
It became very clear to me early on in January that you better vote in line with everything Governor Cooper tells you to do. From signing on to bills, to he wanted to pick your seat on the House floor, to your committee
It's been 3
requests.
months.
All of this sense
She's
of
barely
control.
got her presentation, her orientation
I will
done.
not be controlled by anyone.
Okay, girl.
He is such a boss.
And you have the full support of the Republican Party.
I have always been a free thinker, a woman of faith.
Pause it for a second.
person of
I just gotta say
independent
something.
judgment.
Major, once again, like, the Democrats are responsible for this, okay? They are. Like, this is a person that was not thoroughly vetted, that was backed by Emily's List, by the way, another fucking incredible dub for the Democratic Party infrastructure. Emily's List is a national organization that elects pro-choice candidates that the Democratic Party likes against candidates that the Democratic Party doesn't like in their primaries. Cotham is listed as a co-sponsor of House Bill 19, a bill to codify the right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is about 26 weeks. And I have so many feelings about this that I just cannot elaborate on, but it's yet another fuck up. George Santos was a major fuck up for the Democratic Party in a district that's supposed to be deep blue, it was like +10 Joe Biden district, where a charlatan liar was able to just unseat the fourth most powerful Democrat in the House of Representatives, like one of the major fundraising Democratic representatives. They do not care. They just do not care about protecting any of these fucking civil liberties. It's so obvious. They are just a bottleneck, a stopgap for further left politicians from ever reaching prominence. They don't care if seats like this get fucking flipped, because this person was always a charter school freak and certainly was never really like an advocate for the things that she's claiming that she was an advocate for.
Saying a little tiny bit of background checking would have exposed her as a fraud.
For me, it's like when I see charter schools in someone's background, I immediately know where they stand. They are going to be a conservative Democrat.
You know, she is kind of riding the George Santos wave, though, where it's like, I can say anything to get elected and then completely do anything I want because I'm elected. Very interesting strategy.
And of common sense. I have always tried to work across the aisle
3 months.
from day one.
3 months.
And I'm proud of that work.
She was,
because that means we
I
are
believe she was previously elected like a while ago. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no. She was back in like 2014. She was, yeah.
in like a different district or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
As a Deb?
She's not like brand new. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, here we go. She ran unopposed is the thing.
How do you get that
in
gig?
2014.
I just want to find me a district I can run unopposed.
Yeah, it's...
They'll be like, he
wild.
sucks. He's fucking said all this horrible stuff. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm unopposed, bitch. That's like the best gig ever.
working together as statesmen and stateswomen. Unfortunately, that is talk in the Democratic Party that that's a good
Is it coming
thing,
up where she
but
says
there is
she's
little
switching?
action when
No,
it comes
it's-
to that.
I don't think there's
And
a
if I
specific
do that,
moment.
This is all about that
This
she's
was
switching.
This was just her giving her like rationale because she announced it the day before this, and then had this press conference yesterday to elaborate on her decision.
Yeah, so somehow the Democrats being mean to her made her want to take rights away from women. I don't get that. Don't quite get that one.
Again, she was in Congress or in state Congress, left, worked for, again, former state representative Tricia Cotham, a Democrat from Charlotte, who served in the state legislature from March 2007 to January 2017, went and worked for one of the state's most influential charter schools. Okay? That's what she did. When you see that, charter schools are quite the contentious subject matter. They are the most effective means, and the Democratic Party absolutely always engages in this. They're the most effective means of taking away funds from our public schools and giving them to unaccountable, oftentimes suboptimal and terrible charter schools with the express purpose of eviscerating teachers' unions. Charter schools often do not work with you. Unions. They can get away with not working with unions. They can get away with like teaching whatever the fuck they want at charter schools as well. They literally take public funds and operate without any of the same regulations that public schools operate under. It's a fun little way that the Democrats since the 90s have figured out. It's a fun little way that the Democrats have been able to take funds away from the public school system.
Wait,
absolutely dog shit.
She's also commenting on this whole race baity basketball controversy. It's awesome. But this is her new banner. It says, "Trust God."
I hope she finds God soon.
Right.
In her heart.
Flyers, and I hate
In her heart. I hope she finds God. I hope.
Well, I'll tell you, there's going to be a lot of angry people in her state who are going to want to, and rightfully so, tell her, people who voted for her, who she's obligated to, by the way, tell her what they think about her Benedict Cumberbatching. That's what it says, right? you. Nobody's here to correct me.
Benedict Arnold.
Thank you. Yeah, nobody was.
I just
nobody was
came back
playing
from
along.
the bathroom.
Sorry, I'm
Heard you
just
say
like
Benedict
Nobody was
Cumberbatch,
playing
and
along.
I'm still in you know, I'm in my feelings about this freak.
This
absolute
and Benedict
fucking
Cumberbatch.
monstrous freak.
Yeah, she's vile. I tried to go to her website. It's just offline. Yes, but
I hate it.
The
I
problem
hate it.
is
It's like,
is
it's
this
like-
a new thing now? Is this
None of
gonna
this
happen
fucking
now?
matters, Ethan. Because none of it matters. Like, you know, you always say like, go out and vote. It's the first step towards like bettering society. It's the least important, most important thing you can do. Yada yada yada. And then you fucking do go out and vote in a deep blue district to you know, an uncontested freakazoid like this one, and then she just flips her seat. And I do think that the Attorney General should abso-fucking-lutely investigate the relationship that this person had. Is that your couch?
It looks like it, but no.
What the fuck?
She's standing DeSantis
Yeah.
now.
Again, universal school choice. Another way to bring about charter schools. Another way to rob the coffers blind of an already crippled public education system. Everything that's bad about American education that you can point to, you know, public education, is bad because public education is routinely underfunded.
Well, let's hope she's investigated and goes to prison, right?
That'd be so sick.
Watch, she could be like, and now I can't go out to Olive Garden without people just interrupting my meals. God damn it.
Anyway, how
Yeah.
do we just not talk about the main story of today?
Well, now we're here. Finally.
The main story of today.
The main story of today.
Donald Trump has been arraigned. Donald Trump is oh boy. Donald Trump has been arrested for what, Ethan? Being the greatest president of all time. I'm not even gonna wait for you to answer with your liberal ways.
No, true. You saved me from myself.
Yeah. For being the greatest president and executing the perfect phone calls and being the best at one, having sex with porn stars, and also silencing them when he's running for election.
Mike Lindell and Rudy Giuliani are nodding in agreement from their now vastly improved lives.
Yeah.
Look at me. I had a beat off.
So here's a summary. He was arrested for 34 counts of falsifying business documents, which is pretty juicy. I see people saying he could face a potential 130 years.
No.
That's not true. It's like 4 at most, and then but he's not going to do any time probably.
Most likely not.
But that's okay. You know.
Like, even if he doesn't beat the case, the likelihood that he goes to prison is very, very,
It's zero.
very, very low. Especially because of the nature of this, especially because of the nature of the charges. Originally would be considered a misdemeanor with a maximum prison sentence of a year, which no one fucking serves.
We'll just do house arrest for a minute.
I don't even think that would happen. Let's be fucking
Probation?
real. Probation, most likely.
Community service? Can we get him picking up trash on the
I
road?
doubt it. Doubt that any of that would happen.
Secret Service and him together could make a pretty killer cleanup crew.
Yeah. Prosecutors are accusing Trump of orchestrating a broader scheme to influence the 2016 presidential election by purchasing damaging stories about him to keep them under wraps in what is known as a catch-and-kill scheme. He worked with the National Enquirer on this. I think it was like AMI, if I'm not mistaken, is like the main company that they work with. There's a guy named David Pecker, not related to Hank Pecker, famous conservative broadcaster.
I like that Hank Becker filler.
Yeah, not Hank Pecker. Hank Pecker would never fuck up like David. David is a fucking traitor. He's a star witness in this case. He's a anyway.
Cumberbatch.
Yeah.
Here's a summary of kind of the case that Hassan's working on. You want to read that?
Sure.
summary?
The charges trace back to a $130,000 hush money payment that Trump's fixer, Michael D. Cohen, also friend
Served
of the
prison,
show.
yeah.
I have been on his podcast. I don't know if you know this.
Friend of the show.
Yeah. Made to Stormy Daniels in the final days of the 2016 campaign. Trump reimbursed Cohen while serving as the commander-in-chief, and that's where the fraud kicked in, prosecutors say. Falsifying business records can be charged as a misdemeanor offense in normal circumstances, but to elevate it to a felony, the district attorney must prove that Trump's intent to defraud was in service of a second crime.
That's not fraud.
Well, I don't think Ja Rule should be the authority on. He's not the judge, is he?
I don't believe Jaw is involved.
He should. He
no.
Ja Rule should recuse himself.
I would call that false advertising.
Prosecutors do not have to charge Trump with a secondary crime, but they must show that there was a intent to commit or conceal a second crime, which presumably is campaign finance.
Campaign finance violations that Michael Cohen went to jail for, but also defrauding voters, like lying to voters.
So the prosecutors linked Trump to 3 hush money deals, suggesting that the payments to Daniels was part of a broader strategy to influence the election. The charges against Trump are all Class C felonies, which is, the lightest. That's a felony, a diet felony.
Yeah, including, but not limited
Which I've never seen a skinny person do, by the way.
Yeah, including but not limited to even paying his doorman $30,000 to kill a story about him potentially fathering a child with a model. We now know that there was no child, but potentially there could have been an abortion.
Pays to be his doorman, dude.
Because this motherfucker notoriously doesn't pay anybody. He doesn't pay contractors, famously. He tried not to pay Stormy Daniels, famously, which is now being used as evidence against them to prove.
Did he never pay her?
No, he did.
Okay.
Michael Cohen did, and he paid Michael Cohen. But what's funny about this is that he did openly tell Michael Cohen and the other lawyer, hold off until after the election, if you can, because who cares if the story comes out after the election, which is being used as evidence to prove that he was doing it specifically for the election. Because there's a John Edwards defense, famously, that you can deploy in the circumstance to avoid any kind of like legal accountability. You can claim, well, one, I didn't know that this was a violation. Which, makes this, weirdly enough, like if your lack of knowledge surrounding the law could technically help you in this circumstance.
Yeah.
And then 2, well, I didn't actually do it. I didn't actually do it for defrauding, voters. I did it not to shield the voters from the truth about a particular matter, like my affair or whatever. I did it specifically to defend my marriage, to hide this from my wife, and basically, make sure that my marriage was safe. And in John Edwards' case, that actually worked. But in Trump's case, there's a lot of evidence to show that he didn't give a fuck about anybody else knowing about this after the election. So it's a very difficult thing to prove.
They got it pretty good. They don't have an impossible road.
But Donald Trump is the type of person who does not even care remotely about covering his tracks, and very brazenly is corrupt and operates in a mafia-style scheme for the most part, but the dumbest kind of mob boss. So he basically left a paper trail, and also very openly communicated to people that are now witnesses in this trial that he was doing this almost specifically for the election.
Something really interesting that's going on, too, is that Trump famously has threatened, incited violence against his detractors. For example, the judge, or was it the prosecutor, he posted on Truth Social a picture of them and then him holding a bat.
It was the prosecutor's brag.
You have that here?
I'll pull it up.
He also was talking shit about the judge. And during the first hearing here today, which we're about to watch him walk into, the prosecutor complained to the judge, yo, he cannot be posting shit that's going to incite violence against any of us. And the judge said, I agree. You cannot do that. You should not do that. And so the thing is, before, when he's suspected of crimes, he can pretty much do that shit. But now that he is a defendant for a crime, the court, if he keeps doing this shit, can fuck his life up.
They can issue a gag order. They can hold him in contempt of court. There are many different avenues. Obviously, they can't really do that because it's Donald Trump, and he's a fucking former president. But a lot of the things that are happening currently are unprecedented in general.
Not gonna help his case.
But this is what I like to call the Alex Jones move. He's pulling Alex Jones. Remember when Alex Jones was like,
we'll see how that works out.
Doing the defamation of
Wait,
words
pull that back
trial?
up? Yeah.
And he literally was like, yeah, Your Honor, yeah, that's you with, looking like Satan. Yes, I called you a pedophile.
We'll see how that works out for Alex Jones.
Not good.
Yeah,
not good for the case. When
But
you
here, so he went home after the judge told him to chill the fuck out and posted this.
No, this was before. This was the thing that he was being called out for.
Oh, but afterwards he was also posting.
Yeah, I mean, he was continued to post crazy ass shit about how
He posted about the judge afterwards.
Right.
Which is insane.
Yeah, not like a picture like this, but yeah, attacking the judge.
What did he say about the judge?
They're a Democrat, and they're really fixated on the fact
his
that
daughter.
the daughter,
The
yeah.
judge's daughter was part of the Hillary campaign. Something.
It might have been Harris actually, which, oh well. Yeah.
But yeah, so here's Trump walking into court.
So one thing, here, let's show that, and I'll tell you some
And
interesting parts about
Notice
the
how
case.
the cop lets the door fucking slam into him.
Yeah, it's fucked up. He should go to jail, that cop.
Execution. Idiot, dummy, loser.
President Trump, will you come speak to us? President Trump?
Also, one thing I want to say that we got on his arrest, they took his height and weight.
Oh, dude, yeah.
He was telling people he was 6'4", and what was his weight? Do we have that in here?
He's 6'1" and 270
Which
pounds.
part?
I've never felt
Highlight it.
like a skinny bitch until I found out that Trump has like 30 pounds on me.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that we need to calculate it, but I think Trump might actually be fucking way fatter than I am. Which
270 pounds. How much do you weigh?
Oh, I'm at like 220.
God damn, you are a skinny bitch.
And I'm just saying, like, he's their alpha. They love his ass, but he's fat as fuck, boy.
You're just a lightweight.
Where is that part, guys?
Here. This was back in 2018. He was probably 6'3", 239.
So where's he on the BMI scale? And I know you guys hate that.
Yeah,
but
BMI
it
is
is pretty
bullshit.
fucking funny. I just want to know where his fat ass
I
is
mean,
on the BMI.
he's obese.
Well, pull it up. I want to crunch the numbers.
Okay.
And then I'll crunch my numbers, and we'll see who's fatter.
All right,
Alpha
if
males.
he's 6'1" and he's 270 pounds, he has a BMI of 35.6.
I want to see on
which
this.
is well over 30 is obese, so it's well over that.
There's one website where it places you on the whole spectrum, and you can really see how fucked they are.
I mean, I'm still obese. My BMI currently at 249 pounds is still 30.3, so I'm obese.
Listen, the system is not perfect. I'm only doing this to humiliate Trump. Okay? Don't be offended. This is just to humiliate fat ass Donald Trump.
He's 35.6 on BMI. What's
wait,
your...
just pull up the graph and then we'll find his location on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pull up that one.
Wait, what? Just plug it in.
Because it doesn't.
He wants a graph.
I want the graph.
It's important.
No, I want
Graph
to
is
know how.
important.
Let's do the rainbow one so we can really color code it. Yeah. So what do we got here? Open that. Make that full screen. Yeah. So here we go. So he is. Oh, meters. Come on,
No,
kilograms.
it's
What the
fine.
fuck?
It shows it on the other side.
Weight and
Okay.
inches over here.
Thank God.
He's 6'1".
Yo, he's like crushing the weight.
And 270. Oh, he's not even on.
He's off the chart.
Wait, he's 270.
Yeah.
So
Off
he's
the
just all the
charts,
way.
but
He's just all the
always
way to the
in
right.
your Well, I guess this mark right here is 270. So yeah.
And then he's
the very right.
He's 6'1".
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
I guess
Wait.
I was hoping he'd be even more like way.
He's not in the red, but he's in the dark orange here. So
So where's my fat ass? I'm 220
220,
and I'm 5'11".
5'11". Looks like you're right on the cusp of the yellow.
He's fatter than me.
Off the charts.
He's fatter than me.
I mean, you could
Wait.
could have just looked at
My
him.
BMI is higher than you, Ethan.
What's yours?
See, that really tells you how
I'm
much
6'4". Yeah.
valuable
Wait,
this
how old are you? I mean, how tall are you? 5'11", you said?
Yeah.
That's cap, but okay.
What? What's cap about that?
220. You're
You think
220?
I'm shorter than that?
Oh, never mind. Your BMI is just a little bit
Whoa,
higher
whoa,
than
whoa,
me.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Cap? You gonna fucking come in here with that tiny ass dome and say I'm lying about?
Oh.
Wait. Why do you say?
Have we measured you?
First of all, yes, we
Oh,
have. And I
shit.
measured when AB was here and measured me. I measured at 6 feet, but I don't
Yeah.
do stolen valor. By the way, the only reason people think I'm fucking short is because I wear tiny shoes. Bro, why? What are you doing? So how tall am I? Okay.
I always say, No one's 5'11".
No one is 5'11".
I always say no man is 5'11".
You want to measure me? Get the tape measure. Fucking piece of shit. Get it out.
At
No, get the tape measure.
At 220, at 5'11", you have 30.7. That's your BMI.
Because I'm sick of this heightism, dude.
I'm 6'4" and 249 pounds.
No.
And I'm at 30.3. So your BMI is just a tad bit.
Where are you on the graph? Show me.
I'm 6'4",
Yeah.
249 pounds.
Yeah.
I am at 30.3 on my BMI.
Yeah, he's slightly in the orange. You're slightly in the yellow.
No, that's not. That's not true. I'm looking at the BMI.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the BMI calculator right now. It says at 220 pounds, you are. We're both in the obesity range, not in the overweight range.
What's his BMI if it's 5'10"?
But you.
What's
real
his BMI if he's 5'10"?
I'm not 5'10", dude. Dan, what the fuck? You're such a dick.
Oh, it's 31.6.
You have such a thing about height.
Because people go, oh, you're so short. I thought you were so short. And then Hassan's out here being like, I'm lying about being 5'11". I mean, screw you, dude. We've already measured me on the show.
Yeah, we have.
Listen, if I was insecure, I'd walk around with like big ass platform shoes like AB.
I wear platform shoes. I love platform shoes.
All right, so I'm going with shoes off, right?
Shoes off.
Yeah,
measure it up. Here we go. The tape measure is not a great way to do this, I will point out, but because it's not, you're not going to get it perfectly straight.
Wait, I'll do it.
Yeah. No. We need a tall person to do this. Back up a little. Here, let me close all this shit. There you go. Yeah, we can. There you go. Perfect.
Step on it.
He's so tricky.
So why are you doing it then? Because Hassan's not going to give me a fair reading. He's going to do it.
You think he's biased?
Of course he is. Olivia, come here. He's pushing down on my head so hard. Okay, what are you calling it?
It's like you are at, where is it? I mean, you're definitely well under 6 foot.
I didn't say I'm 6 foot, asshole. Who? Why is it taking you so long to decide how tall it is?
70 3/4. I believe that would be 5'10" 3/4, just under 5'11".
Yeah.
So the question is, do you round up?
Yes.
Okay, well then I guess you're 5'11".
You are 5'10".
5'10" 3/4, bro. And again, I don't care how tall you are. And you're wearing thick ass shoes. Like, who cares?
Literally Air Force Ones. Like,
Dude, those are thick. When I wear Air Force Ones, I feel tall as fuck, dude. Screw you. So I'm 5'11". Sit down and shut up, dude.
5'10" 3/4.
I mean, it depends on the day. AB measured me, and I was over 5'11". You know, some days you're taller than others, right?
Yeah, no, I got it.
It is early in the day, though, isn't it, that you get shorter throughout the day?
Is that right?
Morning. Yeah.
You get shorter throughout the day.
I think you're the tallest right when you wake up.
Is that right?
I've heard that. That's one of those things that you hear and you repeat, but you never actually fact check.
I need to stretch. If I stretched out, you know what I mean?
Morning.
If I did some stretches and stuff, I'd be fine. I walked around. Stop, Ian. I would be 5'11".
I love
the difference in height.
Wait, hold on. You go.
Oh no, wait. They're showing how we actually look like side by side.
Oh no, there's a glitch with the effects. Hold on, let me fix it.
Hassan, do you really expect me to walk around and be like, let's just say my exact height is 5'10" 3/4. You want me to go, hey guys, yeah, so I'm 5'10" 3/4.
I've never cared about this, but your reaction
Of course
is
you don't
making
care
me
about it,
say
because you're like
yes.
6'4", bro. And you're just a little bitch ass who shits on
I'm glad you're doing
people.
this because, Ethan, you obsess over all of your enemies' heights, like, to a
Okay, so then don't take it away that I'm 5'11".
No, but it's just, it's fun to see you get a little taste of your own.
Wait,
because
you did the wrong thing. You're losing all the filters. Every single filter has been broken. He got even more realistic.
Whatever tiny ass head fucking
It doesn't look like it right now, does it?
tiny ass head. According to like medieval scientists, you're like probably have like
yeah, those guys were racist though. Yeah.
According to them, you probably have fucking some kind of deformity that I can't even joke about it anymore.
Called microcephaly. It'd be funny if your voice started changing. Like,
Dude, if I was wearing shoes, I'd be like, well over 6 foot.
Sure. Yeah.
Wait, I think I
Add a
Or
harmonizer.
no, don't.
Wait, what happened?
I'm seeing if I can put a little voice filter on you.
Oh, no.
Voice.
All right, well, anyway, we were doing the news, you know what I mean? So
Oh, right, that.
You can put it on, but we'll just keep on with the news. But, you know, you're such a dick, dude. It's like, a guy like you're like, oh, yeah, I'm a hunk, I look like a model, I'm tall. And then for you to walk around and shit on other dudes' height
No,
is so
I never did
pathetic,
this.
bro.
I never did.
How old are we?
I never
You're
did
so
this.
pathetic, dude. Have some humility. Humble yourself. Humble yourself,
Oh,
you
no.
fucking bitch. Wait, huh?
His voice is
What happened? Where'd my voice go?
Wait, I gotta loop through something real quick.
Humble yourself, Hassan. It's ridiculous. Oh. Who sounds like a little boy now?
Yeah.
I can't put it just on your mic is the problem. So
Oh.
I see.
without
Shame.
rejiggering stuff, yeah.
That's a shame.
But
you got to admit right now, if you were going to round...
In the words of,
First
in
of
the
all,
words
I'm
of
5'11".
cryptocurrency god, I'm way more humble than you, dog.
Right.
I'm the most humble
I know
motherfucker
that.
on the planet, dog.
So you know how to round numbers, right? What do they say? Because you've been through basic arithmetic. That's a shame. But you got to admit right now, if you were going to round...
In the words of,
First
in
of
the
all,
words
I'm
of
5'11".
cryptocurrency god, I'm way more humble than you, dog.
Right.
I'm the most humble
I know
motherfucker
that.
on the planet, dog.
So you know how to round numbers, right? What do they say? Because you've been through basic arithmetic in school.
I think the honest thing to do is say that you're 5'10".
What do they teach you in math school? What do they teach you in math? How do you round a number? How would you round a number, Hassan? Answer the question. If you're in math class and you have 1.75 and the teacher asks you to round the number,
You gotta round it down.
where are you going to round it?
You gotta round it down.
Yeah, you're a dumbass. I knew that. Fucking failure. Dumbass. Everybody knows you round that shit up to 5'11". And by the way, I am 5'11". You just caught me on a short day. But being
A short day.
But being being 5'10" and 3/4 is fine because your hater ass was measuring me, and even you couldn't deny. You was back there fidgeting with the numbers, like, oh god, I can't. Like, oh yeah, you're wrong. That's why you're taking so long. You're like, oh god, I just can't read these. Which way do I round numbers? I fucking don't know how to do math. Oh god, I don't know. Dude, what does it say? It says 5'11", douche.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Tiny ass head.
Oh, no.
You want to know what you look like?
You know what? You got real short with me on today's episode.
Hey, Hassan. I really liked you in fucking Beetlejuice, you tiny-headed little freak.
It's not a good photo of me. I'm
Here
sorry.
you are. That actually looks just like you. Broad shoulders.
It's a bad photo of me. It was a bad head day.
Yeah, dude. Really love you. What was Michael Keaton like, Hassan, when you met him?
He was wonderful.
Class act.
All right. Let's talk about fucking Donald Trump.
Oh man.
I just was proven right. So
we gotta fix the filters to make Ethan not look like, oh, finally.
There we
thank
go.
God.
Yeah, we
solved the CGI.
Yeah, we blew him up a little bit.
Baby sad.
Baby sad.
Baby wants.
A baby. All right. That's what I'm saying, bro. You can't call me out on shit. Sebastian. Crypto, bro. All right. Where were we?
That was awesome.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
Yeah. We were talking about, oh, yeah, that Trump lied. So he's fatter than me.
Yeah.
And so are you, fat ass.
I am. Well, no, I'm not.
No,
I am bigger than you. Yes, this is true.
Fatter, BMI wise.
No.
BMI wise, yes, I am more. Oh no, BMI
No, we found
wise,
out it
you're
was
more
wrong.
obese than me.
Yeah, sorry.
But you didn't do it at 5'11". He's more obese than me.
No, even at 5'11".
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so-
So it works. The system works.
I just want to be left alone.
No, it definitely doesn't. But
So So anyway, he's fat. He's shorter than he said.
Yeah, he's running around claiming 6'3", I think, or 6'4" on certain occasions. Like Ethan says, he's 5'11", but turns out he's 6'1".
Thanks. By the way, we haven't even watched this goddamn stupid ass video of him
We haven't
walking
gotten
2
nowhere.
seconds. Can you shut
we
the
did,
fuck up so I can watch 10 seconds uninterrupted?
Sure.
It's literally a 10-second video. Can I ask you to do that?
We actually did watch this video.
We did?
We did.
Okay.
You forgot about it because you got heated about your.
They decided to
real height
handcuff
reveal.
him. Here it is. Do a fake mugshot. Oh, they're selling this, really?
Yeah,
They
so
sure
this
are.
came out
Oh, God.
before the arraignment.
He should have let him take a real mugshot. It would have
Yeah.
been cool.
I think the judge did not allow him to do that, or
Yeah.
the judge said that like there's no reason for that, and that there were no cameras inside of the courtroom. They took some still photos inside of the courtroom, and there was a little bit of court, the art that they come out with.
God, that is a horrible design. It's so bad.
Yeah, it just sucks because like
looks like shit.
he doesn't look sexy.
Yeah.
Like this is not making the MAGA moms hot. But I mean, they'll fake it. They'll act like they, think this is sexy. But I was very excited for a mugshot. I'm very sad that didn't happen. This is.
They should have pushed for
I
that.
think Alvin Bragg
Lost
should go to
opportunity.
jail. So should the judge. Honestly, for that crime alone,
Yep.
nothing else.
Yep.
Fair. Donald Trump tweeted out, or just truthed out, Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ and FBI until they come to their senses. That's awesome.
Hey, Cab brother.
I agree. Another thing I agree with. I mean, he's just spitting right now.
The Democrats have totally weaponized law enforcement. This is the guy whose attorney general was fucking Bill Barr, whoever the fuck that Fred Flintstone looking ass fucking guy was.
He's very Fred Flintstone, isn't he?
MTG, Magic the Gathering, the much cooler version of Margarine Taylor Gross.
Trump is.
She is.
Oh, oh my God. Oh, this is gonna freak you the fuck out.
Okay, let's
The
check it out.
follow-up is. You haven't seen this, right?
I have not seen this.
The
video.
follow-up.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for you to see this.
All right.
Okay, let's watch.
All right.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today.
Adolf Hitler.
Nelson
Wait,
Mandela
what?
was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested.
She's basically on the. Imagine if slavery never existed.
Yeah.
Fran.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
a
Donald
lot
Trump
of
is
bad,
just like Jesus.
He's
a lot of
exactly
bad
like
people
Jesus.
were arrested too. I don't know. if we
Donald Trump is just like Jesus. He's shredded, sexy, peeled, sun-kissed perfectly, and also being prosecuted by the Roman government.
And murdered by the Roman government. There have been many people throughout history that have been arrested and persecuted
Like Adolf
by
Hitler.
You know what? Shame on this fucking country for putting this woman in a position to actually think that she's saying anything interesting. Like,
Bro,
shame
you
on
you saw that fucking 60 Minutes puff piece that they did on her?
Dude, shame on them. What a fucking letdown. So pathetic.
I mean, it's not a letdown. It's like understandable, but like Leslie Stahl.
No,
holy
she
fuck.
fucked up.
Fucked up.
All she did, her only pushback when she was like, Democrats are pedophiles and vampires.
She said,
And Leslie's like, okay, don't you think you're being a little silly?
no, and then she was like, no, I'm not. It's true. And then she was like, okay.
Moving on.
Oh, wow.
Okay? Really? That's all you got?
Okay.
Why did you do this? There's no reason to give her this woman any coverage.
She's not interesting. She shouldn't. If there was not a cult that elected her, she's not smart. She's not interesting. She's crazy. Like, let's just go find the most like psychosis people in Skid Row and put them on 60 Minutes and ask them about their politics.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you like this?
It seems fair. It's just like, but you can't really tell how 5'10" you are in that photo.
Right.
Because we're sitting next to one another.
Yeah. Well, if you count how tiny your head is, you're gonna be 5'11".
Yeah. No, I think that our argument actually goes to show that, like,
Imagine there was no slavery.
Even with my tiny dome, I'm still 6'4". Like,
Imagine.
If you had a proportion.
Imagine there was no slavery, Hassan. What now? Where are you now?
We would not be alive.
You wouldn't even exist, loser. All right, hold on. We got to get through this. the Nook, legendary singer.
Corrupt governments, and it's beginning today in New York City. And I just can't believe it's happening. But I'll always support him. He's done nothing wrong. President Trump is.
So she's here to support Trump. I know where this is going. She's here to rally some support. Wait, she's what? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh, I wanted you to see this.
She's dating the interviewer?
They're dating. And I thought, where the fuck is Kevin McCarthy? If he saw this, he'd be so sad.
Oh.
So, all right.
Punching the drywall right
Bye-bye.
now.
Harlot.
So, all right. Bye-bye.
You harlot. Margarine, I was defending you for the longest time until I found out that you broke the heart of Kevin McCarthy. He is a good man.
Oh, God. Careful dating a Titan.
He gave you committee positions. He defended you in spite of all the times where you have said horrible things like Jewish space lasers are responsible for California wildfires.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Hassan. So Margarine Taylor Gross, I can't believe she's not butter. Margarine, I can't believe she's not butter. Gross.
I call her Marjorie Titan Green because she looks like a smiling Titan.
That analogy is just so perfect. Here she is arriving in New York to much fanfare to the great citizens of New York.
You animal, you! Go back to the farm, you animal! They're looking for you at the sanctuary! You filthy animal! You QAnon lunatic! Hit her with the space lasers! Blast her with the fucking space lasers! Get the fuck out of New York, you racist, sick,
This is the only time I'll say Michael Rappaport is fine.
By the way, so
he's very good at yelling at people.
He
I have
really
to give him that.
convinced people. This isn't even his video. A lot of people thought he was there, which is crazy. Why would he be there? He took some dude's video and just screamed at it.
Oh,
yeah,
bummer.
he wasn't there. He wasn't there.
Bummer.
Rudy Giuliani, you nasty, filthy, sloppy, disgusting, filthy fucking animal.
And he's right. I mean, he's spot on. But the crowd is real. She was absolutely drowned out. She was trying to do like a rally there. She's drowned out by whistles and protesters, so she's crushing it. We did a Trump supporter.
Trump for Herschel. My man brought. Wait.
Herschel?
Wait, go back. Go back.
Still rooting for Herschel.
Wait.
Blacks for Trump for Herschel.
Dude, you got to get a new sign, brother.
This guy is in New York with a sign for a failed candidacy. Like, what the fuck?
I love you, Herschel.
That
From
already
Georgia.
happened.
They brought this sign from Georgia. They imported this sign.
That already happened, brother. It didn't work.
I love that.
That
They're like, we can't be making all these blacks for Trump signs. Just bring that over. It's all good. For Herschel, that's awesome. How long are they gonna be using that? It's gonna expire soon. Love that for them. Let's see. She did an interview with Steve Bannon, of course. There's fantastic meeting of minds here. Although Steve Bannon is smart. He's a psychotic, but
No, I mean he's
not dumb like she is.
He's not all that smart either. I think people greatly overemphasize how smart he is.
He's not brain dead like his contemporaries.
I mean, he's as smart as you're gonna get while being a fucking fascist. You know?
I mean, if you want to compare their IQs, not that matters, but do you want to talk about the bell curve? Well, take a look at this. Checkmate or something. I don't know.
Wait, let's
Specifically singled you out as a hooligan that's going to cause a problem and that you're dangerous and that you got to back off and go home. Your thoughts, ma'am?
He didn't just single me out.
I do want to say that Steve Bannon is probably one of the most repulsive physically people I've ever seen.
He looks like a human skin tag.
Right.
So
right.
nasty.
Right.
His nipples protruding.
sure.
Distasteful. What a disgrace. Worse than Barney Frank.
He's just vile.
Out, Steve, he threatened me. He called me by name and threatened me. The mayor of New York
God.
City, I believe, is a thug. And he sent his people here
There's-
today.
wait,
They
wait,
had
pause,
an
pause, pause,
organized...
pause.
dog whistle.
You know, yeah, oh, God. I mean, I fucking hate Eric Adams. Okay, he's a gigantic shithead. Like, but also very funny memes about Eric Adams. But, and a monstrous cop, was a cop, still a cop as the mayor. But, like, I know, everybody knows why Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling him a thug.
Yeah.
It's because he's black.
Hardcore dog whistle.
She hit the hard T on that thug.
Big
Black Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's like, he's a thug. You guys catch what I'm spitting here? Thuggish.
Text alert that went out calling what I would say Antifa to bring their whistles, pots and pans, all.
That was, I'm going to call him Antifa. I like how she's not even like, they were Antifa. She's like, I'm just going to call him Antifa. You seen that that Herschel Walker, Blacks for Herschel sign out there by Antifa?
Kinds of instruments to make all kinds of noise to drown me out.
Apparently, I heard that all the whistles and shit was actually passed out by the Trump MAGA guys.
I know that someone thought that was the case, but I'm pretty sure it was no, it was liberals that were handing them out.
Well,
I saw that one guy who was like not very coherent, and he was like, "What? No, I don't know Marjorie Taylor Greene."
I like how Antifa is like this existential threat to our systems, and then like this big scary organization, their counter protest is whistles.
Yeah,
violence. Whistling is violence.
Whistles is about to overthrow this state. Yeah, so let's see. Let's see. Here's a taste of some of the Trump stands outside the courtroom we're up to. The best and brightest, as always. Take a listen.
So this woman is trans. She is a trans for MAGA.
Really?
We gotta get her a sign.
Yeah. She talks about it later in other videos that I've seen. I was surprised. She claims to be a trans criminal.
Trans criminal?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Wait, what does that mean?
She's like
I shouldn't exist?
She says like no. She says she's trans. She calls herself a transvestite actually, which is like super old school. Like only fucking 75-year-old British trans women call themselves that. So that's also weird. And she also says she's been to prison and that she's a criminal, but that she's MAGA.
She's going the Blair White road to self-destruction path.
Mascara is not cute. Bye, girls. Did you have any other questions? Are you a soy boy? Why are you wearing all that black?
Seriously? Wearing all that black? That's soy now?
Fuck up. You ain't even from New York, bitch. Still suck a dick. Suck my dick, you fucking mama pansy boy. Born and raised, Brooklyn, bitch. You lie, bitch. You lie.
All right. Interesting.
She falls over the Antifa flag that they put out there too. There was like a Trump is a criminal sign or whatever, like a big flag that they put out. It was like
here it is.
These wonderful old ladies that go out and protest. That's not a Trump supporter, I know for a fact. That's a famous troll, Michael Picard.
Oh, this guy's just a comedian?
Yeah, you've probably seen some of his videos. He goes to like, does the pig thing. Go to like pro-cop protests and shit on cops.
I mean, that's cool. It seems like almost everyone outside was a troll or some sort.
Not many real supporters.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a lot of real antis out there and not a lot of stands. Not a lot of real stands out there.
Yeah.
Very weak showing. Disgraceful. I'm very sad.
What is this link? Because this link says something that's not what I opened. Am I wrong? Or is it up?
Oh, you're right. It's
the wrong vid.
It got put in there twice. Here, I got it.
This was my favorite video out of it. There was one.
The MAGA biker?
Yeah, this was the only real MAGA supporter there, and he had a really fun time.
I've seen that even called into question, but go ahead. It's still funny.
No way.
I swear to God.
No way.
Yeah, I saw somebody claiming that this guy's a troll too.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that's so awesome. Oh, he ran over a skateboard.
Yeah, no, that was deliberate. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody kicked it under.
I think that the guy who did it is like a famous professional skateboarder. Actually, that's what someone was saying.
Dude, that was a good shot. That's what Antifa's been up to, huh?
That was a wipeout.
Dude, that guy ate shit. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's actually not cool, though, to kick the skateboard like that. I'm going to denounce that kind of Antifa
really?
violence.
Yeah, I could tell you.
I
Really
thought
hate
it was a
that.
mistake. I mean, who knows how that happened? You know, it's just
I
it can be
denounce
dangerous.
I
Skating
denounce
can be dangerous for
Antifa
people around you
violence.
sometimes.
That was an Antifa skateboard that was planted.
The Trump layup one is really funny. We should, if, you know.
This one here, I think, is what you're. Wait, it's the same one, Dan.
Sorry, I pulled it up right here. I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay, here we go.
This is about the other.
So this
oh,
is
this is
the
the one where she
same.
falls. Yeah.
This is the same lady. She's gosh, what is she doing? So she's a true believer, though. We can give her that.
Like these are all old ladies that are like. This is the Antifa brigade that they're talking about. Like a bunch of old people that are like, you know, NPR watching, NPR reading.
You think
probably give money to Democracy Now. You know what I mean?
100%.
Might even know like Amy Goodman personally. What's up?
Do you think Jeff Tiedrich went down there?
Is that the old boy guy?
Yeah. No.
No. Jeff Tiedrich
Oh,
is the
that's our
OG
boy.
old boy guy. This was his day.
Wait, that's so. There are more photos of him. I want to know what he looks like.
Yeah, he's not. You know why he's not out there? Because he's fucking unloading. He's doing cum tributes to Donald Trump's like fake mugshot.
Who is this guy? I gotta know more about him.
Jeff Tiedrich, dude.
I gotta know who he is.
You want to try and get him on the show?
Prominent liberal.
I mean, it's gonna be kind of. I want to know more about him before I invite him on the show.
Okay. Because I don't know if I've ever seen him do an interview, but he's such a meme.
Yeah.
Jeffy
This was
boy.
his day. This was his week, possibly his
Jeff,
mom.
did he have any banger tweets? Can you pull some? Maybe
He just had like the ha ha ha.
We showed the one last week where he just spammed laughing.
Yeah.
Which, you know what? Let him have his day. Let him cook.
Yeah,
Nick,
he hasn't been that active. I feel like, or I haven't really seen any of his tweets since this happened, and I literally think he's because he's like comatose from nutting too hard.
Nick Clark says, look up Walter Masterson. I don't know who that is, but he says he's a good troll.
Walter Masterson's a troll, yeah. He used to work with the Young Turks too, I think, back in the day. He will go to these rallies and present himself as a Trump Republican and like dupe people regularly.
I love that.
Relatively easy to do.
Yo, vagabond. Like, look at this.
Vagabond?
That's the Antifa lady.
You vagabond, you.
No,
You
these are like
scandywaggle.
the anti-war protesters from like the '60s that actually did not become like anti-vaxxer freaks.
Right.
Like those old ladies.
Yeah.
I love those old ladies. They're you know they're great.
So there are true believers out there. There's two of them.
This would be my mom if my family lived in New York. She'd be down there.
These
Yeah,
are
I
like
feel that.
kind,
Totally.
you know, environmental protectors. Like they will go to like all these different protests. Like they
Antifa.
so
Violent.
oftentimes will get arrested by you know psychotic private contractors, former military members that like literally will torture them.
Which was the video you wanted us to pull up? Because I'm not sure it's in here.
No, it was just this is from the other court case that's going on with the DOJ, the classified document investigation, where Donald Trump is his own worst enemy.
This one, Ethan, I just highlighted it.
Got it.
Because currently there's the Georgia case, the Georgia RICO case, which, you know, Fannie Willis should probably fucking stop trying to arrest every rapper in the state of fucking Georgia and instead focus on this shit. You know what I mean?
This is awesome.
Where Donald Trump very openly said, I want to the, you know, every single individual, down to the fucking number. He was like, I need 11,476 votes. Like, that's pretty obvious. That's, like, pretty obviously criminal. That's a RICO case that's, like, pending. Okay, they're still investigating it. I don't know what fucking investigation you need to conclude there. You have the tapes. That one's a very real criminal case, in my opinion. Very serious one that should get him in prison.
Hard to dispute that one.
Yeah. There's that one.
Perfect phone call.
And there's
What
two
would the
DOJ.
defense even say? They'd be like, Your Honor, it was clearly a joke.
It was a perfect phone call. That's what
There's two DOJ investigations right now. One is on the classified documents, and mishandling and obstruction of recovery, I guess, of these classified documents. And then the other one is obviously the January 6th insurrection one. And this is Sean Hannity trying to, but failing to, save Donald Trump in an interview where they're talking about the document investigation. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Yeah. The sound seems to
Muted?
be off.
No,
you have it turned down on your computer.
Yeah. Or the video, whatever.
I can't imagine you ever saying, bring me some of the boxes that we brought back from the White House. I'd like to look at them. Did you ever do that?
I would have the right to do that. There's nothing wrong with it.
But I know you. I don't think you would do it.
Well, I don't have a lot of time, but I would have the right to do that. I would do that.
All right, let me move on.
Remember this.
Let me move on. Let's move on. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
You gotta love
shut the
just
fuck up.
what a fucking like fraud he is.
He's trying to give a layup to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's like, no, I have done it. I've done it so much.
I feel like I've done so many times exactly what Trump's doing right now, where people are like, move on. I'm like, no, I need to double down on this. Except I'm not at the risk of going to jail.
Right.
Yeah.
Just losing millions of dollars of sponsors.
Yeah.
Not yet. But you got to appreciate just what a hack Hannity is, because any serious journalist would follow that thread, but him, of course.
But he's not. It's not his job. His job is to do what he's doing. He's like, okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Right.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up
You're
about
right.
how you literally openly are admitting that you looked at the classified documents and purposely were not giving it to the feds.
You're right. That is his job. It's not
I can do that.
I don't have a lot of time, but I would have the right to do that. I would do that.
Let me move on.
Remember this.
Yeah.
This is the Presidential Records Act. I have the right to take stuff. Do you know that they ended up paying Richard Nixon, I think, $18 million for what he had? They did the Presidential Records Act. I have the right to take stuff. I have the right to look at stuff.
The hell
Wait,
out
what
of
is he
me.
talking about? Richard Nixon got paid $18 million for
I don't know what that one was about.
I don't know.
He's like, Richard Nixon sold top secret documents for $18 million. That stuff's worth something someday.
I don't. Let me see if I can dig into that.
But they have the right to talk, and we have the right to talk. This would have all been worked out. All of a sudden, they raided Mar-a-Lago, viciously raided Mar-a-Lago. I have tape, and I gave them tapes. I gave them tapes of storage areas. I gave it to them. I could have held that back.
Oh, I found it out.
I wasn't holding it.
The federal government has agreed to pay $18 million to the estate of Richard Nixon to settle claims that the Watergate tapes and other presidential materials were improperly seized by the government in 1974 without compensation. He's literally saying, I'm just like Richard Nixon, which is probably the worst. What the fuck?
But that's weird. The feds had to pay them money for taking the tapes? What the fuck is that I'm talking about?
That seems very weird.
What does that
I'm
even
reading an
mean?
article about it right now. I'm trying to sort out.
Like, why?
The Nixon estate wanted $213 million for 3,700 hours of tapes and more than 4 million pages of historic White House documents.
I mean, isn't that evidence? Like, your boy committed a crime. I guess they have a right to get it back if it's his property. But if he has recordings from the time he's in the office, is that his
aren't
property?
those official records?
Yeah,
At the time, they were traditionally free to take all the papers and other historical materials with them into retirement. But Congress made an exception in Nixon's case because he was the first president to resign in a criminal scandal. So Gerald Ford granted him a full pardon because he's a pussy. Okay,
right.
and which, by the way, led to the we cannot hold former presidents accountable. Not a precedent, but like attitude that the American leadership has. And they gave him a full pardon. And with that full pardon, all of a sudden, it's like, well, the government no longer has access to these tapes. Like, we can take it, shred it, destroy it, all we want.
That's fucking insane that we had to pay Nixon's family $17 million, though.
Yeah.
Trump is like,
payday.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, but it's 12:30, Hassan. I know you got to go.
Yeah.
You're a busy man, and we thank you, my tiny-headed friend.
You're welcome, my 5'10" friend.
Short king.
Go ahead. You can call me a little
king.
person.
My short king.
So anyway, thank you everyone for watching. It's been a joy. It's been a pleasure. Tomorrow we have Terry Joe. What an exciting podcast we have for tomorrow.
Fun.
So thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Whoa, this music cut out.
Yeah.
What is this, Rudy Giuliani's podcast?
Right.
What the hell?
What up, everybody? Got a great one today.
That's right.
That's right, brother. I got to tell you, I'm close to drop.
All domestic
Right,
terrorists.
that's true. You know, we always talk about how well these conservatives monetize with the slot buckets and the
Yeah.
I don't know, the nootropics.
Gold, Iraqi dinar, cryptocurrencies that immediately are just a rug pull.
So I'm close to finally making my own product.
You're gonna make your own slot bucket.
I've been thinking, you know, Alex Jones. He's got everything. I am close to dropping my own.
Hell yeah, brother! Let's poison the youth.
Consumable, made by Ethan, not yet approved by the FDA, but it will be. Right? I'm not gonna say what it is, but you guys tried it.
Yeah, we did.
Should I just say what it is?
No, I would wait.
I don't know.
But
I'm
it's awesome.
passionate about it.
This is purely an Ethan endeavor, man. Like this man is.
You're making a meme bucket.
It's almost no, it's not a slop bucket. It's a real product. It's a passion project.
He's this crazy Israeli clown comedian.
Shut the fuck up! I'm being serious, Jordan.
God, Jordan's coming after you.
I'm just gonna say. I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
I am making today. I am here to announce that I am closing in on the final formulation here today at slotbucket.com/Ethan on a product I like to call Movement, which is essentially a ripoff of Metamucil.
What? I don't even know what Metamucil is.
Most people under 60 don't.
What is a Metamucil?
It's a powder you take that helps digestion. It's made of
it's for
psyllium
shitting.
husk.
It's for like. It's literally for. Dude, you should take less of that. Actually,
I don't think anyone's ever recommended that.
you should take less. Whatever. Because I'm looking at it right now.
It's psyllium husk. No, it tightens your shit. Or
It's a fiber. It's a fiber supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely should take less of that.
Think so?
Bro, you literally. What do you mean? You shit breaks for like 15 minutes.
But for me, I'm passionate about it, and I'll tell you why. It's because psyllium husk like that has been proven to
I'm shitting my pants.
Lower cholesterol, to lower blood sugar spikes, to fill you up.
Yeah, I mean it's fiber. It's fiber. It makes sense. I take fiber. I take fiber supplements, or I used to take fiber supplements.
Movement.
I love fiber supplements. I used to take fiber
you're gonna love
supplements.
this
I
one.
still do sometimes when I
You get
am
constipated?
No, but I eat a lot of greens.
Okay.
I eat a salad pretty much every meal, like with a shitload of protein on it. So it doesn't really matter to me. But I still take like Smart Sweets, which are fiber gummies. They're gummies, but with a lot of fiber in them.
Gummies with fiber? Oh, please. You should be kissing my butthole because the amount of I shit actually just shows it works. I got the golden butthole.
I mean, I have a really good shitting schedule.
Nice and tight.
It's firm. It's perfect. Like
same every day.
It's the same every day. It's at the same time every day, and depending on how
girthy.
Tight. Nice
depending on how much I eat. Like if I overeat, if I don't eat the same thing, if I overeat, then like I'll usually go to the bathroom twice or maybe even sometimes 3 times in the morning.
3 times?
Like 3 separate
In the
occasions.
morning, all in the morning.
All in the morning, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, my BMs have never been. I can never get them on a schedule, man. They're just chaos. It's just chaos.
Well, I think it's because your body's a machine, Ethan.
Thank you.
And not just like I didn't mean like your body specifically.
That's how I heard it.
Just I meant in general. Your body is a machine, and so your input and your output are going to be relatively stable for that reason, right? Like if you eat crazy, if you eat like different shit all the time at different times, and you know you have big meals, small meals, all that sort of stuff, then your movement internally is going to reflect that.
Sure.
I did a terrible job at describing that.
I know what you're saying, but I'm not hearing it. You know what I mean? Just not I'm not hearing it.
Science is gay.
That's kind of where I'm
That's
at.
also true though. unless you're doing like bro science, which is gym related. In which case it's very straight.
Listen, we got to kind of cut to the chase here. Great to see you, Sean. Thanks for being here in our $20 gajillion bunker.
Great to be here.
Today we're having a call-in from the great, esteemed Professor Richard Wolf. Yes. Oh, you calling the Wolf?
Yeah.
Yes, we're calling the Wolf.
Dick Wolf.
He
Famously, his side project is Law and Order series.
Great
which
work.
is really
Love
cool.
his work.
I hope you guys have a bunch of Law and Order questions because we know we
It's
do.
actually all I put in the doc. I have so many questions about Stabler and Munch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, why do you do so much propaganda? Like, if you're a Marxist.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Richard Belzer, the goat.
Guys, I got to keep it on the rails because he's calling in at 10:45. That's 15 minutes, and we only have him for an hour.
Yeah.
So we got 15 minutes here to show some good shit. Okay.
I'd like to point out I'm very excited to hang with Dick. To hang Dick. He is. I mean, he's very important for a lot of the most annoying people online that were like, I'm gonna graduate from looking at socialism memes to like learn a little bit about it. So like his lectures are available on YouTube all over. But all jokes aside, I think he's great. He's a very good communicator of Marxist concepts. So
Well,
I am excited to talk to him.
Actually, I think it's a good idea to use this 15 minutes here to intro him a little bit so we don't have to waste time when he's on
Well,
the phone.
before we do that, how about you
Yeah.
had my boy on yesterday?
Oh, yeah,
Motherfucking
Bryce. Me and Bryce are dogs.
He's such a nice guy,
Yeah,
right?
he's a sweet guy. We had a good time.
I know him. Look, this year or this past year for me, Bryce and Mike as well, Big Mike.
Yeah, Mike's a good guy
Two people that I like would have never thought I would ever like talk to, never thought I would be friends with, never thought they were douchebags, from afar. Judged a book by its cover, and I was wrong.
You know, Bryce he's an interesting guy. There's a lot.
Bradley Martin too, actually.
Yeah, well, Bradley's a sweetheart. I had a feeling he comes off as a sweetie pie. But Bryce, to me, he's a young man, but he's been through a lot. He grew up without a father. He was bullied in high school, like severely. He told me he used to eat his lunch in a stall by himself. Apparently, a few of these losers also did that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Not me. I have friends.
That's crazy. That's a thing that I mean, I went to high school in Turkey, so I don't know.
He said no. It shocked me too. I never heard of it. He said he used to go into every day during lunch and eat in the stall by himself.
I wasn't exactly popping in high school. Like, I don't know how to describe my experiences in high school through the lens of an American high school, but I'll just say it like this. I drew so much. That's all I did. Every class, I would just sit there and draw.
Do you ever draw titties and jerk off to them?
Yes, I have done
that. I've never done that, but I've heard from friends who did that.
Okay, listen. First of all, porn is banned. Porn is banned in Turkey. What do you want me to do?
Did you ever draw one that was like really good, so you saved it for later, or did you start new?
No, because I was always really bad. I would draw. I used to be so good at drawing like fucking big burly dudes from video games and like animes and shit.
Right.
So whenever I tried to draw women, the perspective was off.
Okay.
Like they were more titty than person.
Right. Well, that is kind of anime.
Yeah, and I kind of failed at it a little bit. But I guess I wasn't horny enough to like get better at it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Bryce, and then Bryce did this really incredible thing for me. Ryan Kavanaugh's bestie, Brad the Bull, the guy who rails his ex-wife,
You
called
know
in.
so much about this dude's
He
life.
called in, bro, and the minute he saw my face, he was like, "Fuck me, bro!" Like he was so upset. And Ryan Kavanaugh also called in during the show. He answered it. I heard his voice, and he's like, "Yo, I'm on the show. I'm live right now. I can't talk." He's like, "Okay, call me back." But that will all happen live.
So you're besties with him, and you're stealing him from Ryan.
That's what I think. Ryan's going to perceive it that way.
Yeah. I mean, I like Bryce.
Yeah.
I think he's nice. He's a nice kid.
Yeah, he's awesome. It was a good time. Yeah, and so as we're on the heels of the precipice of the wolf call. Here's the video that I saw on TikTok that made me wonder who was this guy.
This is one of
Because I'm so fucking tired of seeing Jordan Peter's pseudo intellectualism, and it's hard. Like he keeps going on like neo-Marxist
postmodernist.
Yeah, neo-Marxism postmodernist. Like, bitch, I know that the dummies that watch your shit don't have any idea what you're talking about, and I'm pretty sure you don't have any idea what you're talking about. So
Yes.
Richard Wolff, that's his specialty, is economics and specifically like Marxism, right?
Yes.
Are you talking about Richard Wolff?
Yes.
Sorry, I was literally opening up a new Google Doc, so I have before I forget, like I was trying to write down some of the questions that I have for him.
Okay.
That I have collected in my mind. Apologies for that. Richard Wolff is a famous Marxian economist. Obviously, there aren't that many of them out there, which is
They've all been hunted.
Well, no, literally. I mean, McCarthyism is like a big part of why this is like a very contentious subject, even though it shouldn't be.
He's
which,
Luke Skywalker.
You know, we'll get into a little bit, but like you'll see a lot more Marxists or some kind of socialist in other departments. Usually sociology, maybe philosophy. Not necessarily so in philosophy, but rarely ever in the economy side of things, because the economics departments and the finance departments have a neoclassical economics stronghold. So they consider anything beyond that, like the furthest, I guess, quote unquote, left you'll go in neoclassical economics is Keynesian economics.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond that, it's considered like unorthodox, not real, magic, alchemy. You know what I mean?
Well,
so that is, I think, the unique part of this.
He's highly tenured. I mean, he was a economics professor at Yale. He has a crazy pedigree. Anyway, here he is reacting to some of Jordan's absolute nonsense.
This is one of the things that's so great about the way the Americans set up their political system. Because
through the magic of the internet, it is possible for me to respond to some things that were said by a Canadian psychologist by the name of Jordan Peterson, who teaches at the University of Toronto.
I love that he had to preface this by like only through the magic of the internet. Yeah, it's called a duet, Professor.
Talking about the psychology he teaches or that he preaches, because that's not my area of expertise, just as it's clear that Marxism is not his. However, he has made statements about Marxism, despite not knowing very much about it, as is evident from what he says. These have included daring Marxists to debate with him, just for the record, anytime, anywhere, as long as we can work out the details. No problem at this end.
By the way, an aside, 4 years ago, they were supposed to debate, Jordan and Professor Wolff.
Yeah.
And then Jordan bitched out and demanded $50,000 from a small university philosophy department to host the debate after it had already been arranged.
So that's actually not surprising, because
he is a giant coward.
No, here's what they do.
Gina.
Right-wing commentators do this all the time, and in most circumstances, it's not like the Young Republicans Club that actually has that kind of money, but it's actually donors of the university, alumni that are right wing and want Ben Shapiro to go to that college to, I guess, educate the youth, that will facilitate that. They
And they'll
will
actually
usually
pay him.
like that speaker's fee is actually on the lower end, from what I understand.
50?
Yes. Now, obviously, this was many, many years ago, so I don't know.
Jesus
He
Christ.
might have been suggesting that simply to duck out, like the coward that he is.
I guess I could see it both ways. But you're right in that, like, Ben Shapiro's not going to fucking go out of the kindness of his heart and talk to some kids.
No,
about
these guys
kill
don't
trans
do that.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not a.
That
that's not
is
a thing.
interesting. So we don't get those fat, juicy checks here on the left. Not that I would have anything to tell a university, but he certainly would.
Yeah, when I mean, every time I've ever been invited to a college campus or anything like that, I've always done it for free. Like, there's no, I've never, I guess with the exception of Politicon, which was debates, I've never gotten paid for a speaking engagement.
That's it. And that's what I expect, right? It's almost like a community service. You're going to talk to the kids.
Yeah, but for the right, it's actually, and not even just the right. Like Hillary Clinton makes a lot of money doing this. Like politicians
Well, that
do it.
makes sense in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's like
So anyway,
Hillary Clinton doesn't have anything going on that's worth $750,000 for one speech.
No.
Like, what
no.
the fuck?
But what's funny is that Jordan challenged him to a debate. He accepted, and then he bitched out and said, I need $50K. But anyway, here it is.
So what is it that's wrong with what Mr. Peterson has to say about Marxism? Well, it's partly that he's recycling old Cold War stuff. The Cold War was over in 1989. Most of us have moved on around the world. Mr. Peterson seems to be stuck. And he's stuck with one of the oldest kinds of arguments imaginable, telling us that we should not be interested in Marxism. In fact, it's kind of immoral, in his words, to be interested in Marxism in view of what Stalin did in Soviet Russia. Well, okay, Stalin did terrible things in Soviet Russia. However, Marxism exists in every country on the face of the earth. It's been going on for 150 years, and a lot more than what happened in Russia under Stalin over a period of 15 or 20 years has to be taken into account if you're going to make an assessment of Marxism. To use the one example that is really horrible over there as the judgment on Marxism would be about the same sense as saying Christianity should be dismissed because of the Catholic Inquisition or the destruction of the Native American population by Christians, or the Holocaust against Jews, gays, and so forth by Christians in Germany, and on and on and on. 2 world wars by capitalist Christian countries fighting each other might all qualify for the kinds of argument Mr. Peterson makes. We don't make those kinds of arguments because they make no sense, and Mr. Peterson oughtn't to do that with Marxism. The only other thing to say is he seems to reduce Marxism, when he actually talks about it, to the problem of inequality, that some people are rich and others are poor, and he deals with that by the very sophisticated notion that poor people's anger at rich is their envy of the success. This is an insult to those folks who are critical of inequality, but apparently Mr. Peterson doesn't worry about that. So let's respond. Inequality is indeed a social problem, but it has nothing particularly to do with Marxism. People have been talking about the problem of inequality for thousands of years before there ever was a Karl Marx or a Marxism. The whole point of Marxism was to explain why inequality under capitalism didn't go away. And let's remind everybody, capitalism comes into the world in the French and American revolutions, talking about being better than feudalism, because under capitalism, you see, we are free, we are equal, we are democratic, and all the rest of it. Capitalism was to bring, in the words of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Well, as you know, and I know, and even Mr. Peterson must know, we have capitalism, we sure do, but we don't have freedom, equality, and fraternity, not even close. Mr. Peterson's own speech is an indication of that. So the Marxists have always said, why is that? Why do we not have the equality that capitalism promised? And the answer is in the analysis of capitalism, the way in which capitalism organizes society with employers and employees. the kind of parallel to lords and serfs and masters and slaves, such that the employees produce the wealth that the capitalists get into their hands, thereby becoming wealthier while the mass of the working people are excluded from the very surplus their creativity puts on this earth. In other words, there's an explanation. If Mr. Peterson understood that, his critique of capitalism might address that explanation.
Okay,
Instead,
pause it for a
he
second.
acts as though there is no explanation.
So
The Wolfpack.
So you watched a fucking 5-minute TikTok video?
Yeah, dude, I watched this whole thing.
That's insane, dog.
And I was like, this guy fucking rules, dude.
Okay, TikTok
just shows how good he is.
And
5 minutes on TikTok is entirely too long.
And
I will be the first to say it.
I'm gonna disagree with you. I've been watching longer TikTok videos, and I like.
Actually, I have too, because like I use TikTok when I'm pooping.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
that's a good spot for it.
it's actually great when like there's like a 5-minute one, so you can just like let it run, and then not have to touch your phone.
Right. But I find myself like when it was a
This is
minute,
one of the
I'm like,
things
I
that's
want
so-
more of this. When it's like a dude cutting a cow's hoof or something, which is my favorite right now. And you
That's
want,
what you've been watching a lot.
bro? Have you seen those farriers?
I have watched them before. Yeah.
They dig out like absence from the
Yeah.
cow's hoof and shit. It's so fucking.
Didn't I have this
satisfying.
conversation with you where I said I've done that to a horse, and I've never cut the hoofs, but like cleaning the hoof is
I
like
think
a
you-
pretty
This is one of the things that's so
pretty basic part of like working on a ranch or just having
Right.
you know,
Yes,
or
you did
horseback
say
riding.
that. Right. I guess we've had this conversation.
And then you said that that's not the same.
Bro,
like,
you're
that's
not a
the same.
farrier.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I've never actually shaved a hoof or anything like that.
Then what?
but-
So what's the point of even saying it?
Because I've cleaned out the hoof though. Like
You clean out the hoof. That's just a stick. You just you take out
Not a
mud
stick.
from the horseshoe.
not a stick.
These guys are like
You
surgeons.
still clean like I've. Yeah, you're right.
It's just yeah.
I
You know what I
polish
mean?
it. You know what I mean? Like I've done all that. I've done hoof maintenance
Half my
and grooming.
Okay.
but
Okay. Hoof maintenance. So anyway, he's the man.
don't take this away from me.
Well, listen,
You're just jealous because you've never touched a hoof.
that's
dog.
like me standing in front of
No, it's cool, man. You've never touched a hoof.
listen,
It's fine.
I mean, I respect what you do, but I'm not going to stand in front of like the Mona Lisa and be like, I could do that.
Okay, what? That's not you.
Just
That's
saying, these
insane.
guys are masters.
It really goes to show how you feel about the
They're
the
fucking
hoof repair.
doctors, bro. They are awesome.
They're they're doing the Mona Lisa every time.
Good. Yeah, so I've prepared a bunch of clips. I kind of want to get his take on. He's the man. I got a bunch from Jordan. I got some from Dennis Prager, my man. Should we ask about the incest one? Should we cue that up?
What's your argument?
I mean, I have a lot of questions for
Here's
him.
his son riding a horse as a young lad.
I have a lot of questions for it. That is literally. I thought you were gonna do a meme. No, that's actually me.
Bro,
At the
this
ITI.
is so.
Yeah, I won.
You
I won that tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I got a ribbon.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
want to say it, but
Glow up.
gay.
Oh, yeah. I used to. The funniest part about that is I used to hate. I used to hate dressing like that because, like, especially when you're young, it's like the worst. But you have to. You have to wear a blazer. You have to wear a suit with a tie and everything. I used to hate dressing up like that, and now
How did you
know,
become gay?
Now I do it on my own volition. I wear tights when I'm working out every day, like compression pants.
So, did you own a horse?
Yeah.
Your family rich or some shit?
Yeah, my family used to be. Yeah, I've talked about this.
Oh,
a
I
lot.
didn't know that.
Yeah, my so
We had
there's a
this whole
generational curse.
Oh, okay. We
There's
did
a
know that,
generational
apparently.
curse in both sides of my family.
They
where-
lost it all.
Yes.
Okay.
They always
I remember.
they always make a lot of money. Like they have historically always made a lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
and then literally went bankrupt by the time their next of kin reaches college age, which is literally what happened
May
to me.
I ask you?
And what?
Are you afraid that you're gonna fall to the same curse?
Maybe. I mean, I am not.
better
I'm not
watch
like
it.
them. They're both my grandfather
Hey.
and my dad were like. Well, my dad made a lot of like risky. Like he just was doing like futures trading and shit, which is so stupid. And my grandfather was just like more so kind of a baller in the sense that he had like one big he had like one big court case, I think, where he got like a lot of real estate. This is my grandfather, who's been dead for many, many years. And then he just basically sold all of those properties and then lived off the money for the rest of his life.
You hear that music?
What is that?
That's the curse music.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The third is coming. How would you lose all your money, I wonder?
Both.
How would Hassan go broke?
I don't know. I'd fucking get like Omega canceled or something.
Canceled?
Yeah, so much so that like I can no longer continue to make content. But even then, like, I don't know.
Yeah. The question is, will you be able to afford your children a horse? That's kind of the status that we're going for.
I will
Horse
not
money?
do that. I will not do that for my children anyway. Because, like, honestly, I low-key kind of hated it when I was
Okay,
growing
so
up.
there you
It was
go.
more
Fuck
like
it.
I wanted to play basketball, but my parent, like, this was something that they wanted me to do.
Wow,
So-
you could have been a whole different world, you playing basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up playing basketball as well because my horse died.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you do with the horse when it dies?
I don't know. I probably glue factory, right?
Or
Isn't
do
that
you
what they
make
do?
it? Do you eat it?
No.
Jerky?
No. No.
It's just such a big animal, you know. You got to. What do you do with
There's
it?
a lot of meat. I don't know. I think
don't wanna
they
waste
bury
it.
her. I guess I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay, so we're run out of time. I wanted
I'm
to talk.
so glad that
I wanted to talk at least about Rudy Giuliani pulling up a fuck. Is he in the chat, Dan?
Yeah.
So then let's
he's standing by.
do it. We'll do it afterwards.
Yeah, we'll have time after.
Yeah, we'll have time afterwards. So
All right, let me get it set up 1 second.
let's not waste our.
Wait, AB has some facts on this.
All horses, when they die, must be disposed of immediately with very few exceptions, and they must be delivered to a premise approved for proper collection and disposal. What happens if they're not? It says they must be disposed immediately, like they're going to raise again.
Your dynasty gets cursed, going broke,
Oh, shit.
generation after generation. How do you think it happened to Hassan?
Yep.
Yo, but for real, why is it like so? They're like, yo, you better kill. You got to get rid of that fast.
Honestly, the more I think about the generational curse thing, the more I'm like, they all lived awesome lives. Like my grandparents and my dad, who's still alive, they're fine. So I don't even mind it if that were to happen to me.
Professor, hello. Can you see and hear
Hello.
us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
You know, I have to say I'm a new fan of yours. I found your content on TikTok. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad you got in there before the people who want to shut it down to take it away.
Okay, that's interesting. What do you think about the TikTok shutdown? That's kind of a good.
That's a
question
good.
for
That's a
you.
good way to start. But
Yeah.
Professor Wolf, watch out. He's a liberal. The man you're speaking to, he's saying he likes your videos, but he's a big business owner and a liberal. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, I'm suitably forewarned. I shall be terribly careful.
Okay. Yes. I'll have you know I'm stealing your labor right now.
He's
All right.
He's an open-minded
Very
one
good.
though. He is an open-minded liberal.
Yeah. So what do you actually? I find the whole pursuit to shut down TikTok a little bit, or it's all kind of bad faith, in my opinion. It all seems like a bunch of BS. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I understand why it's being done. I understand that many of the things that are happening in the economy, which is what I study, have to do with a rather desperate effort of the United States to reverse history. That doesn't usually work out real well, and I don't expect it's going to work out real well this time either. But it's a way for politicians to pander, and they don't usually miss a chance to doing that if it gives them some advantage.
Right.
Professor Wolf, what would you say to people that are possibly speculating that this is an effort by big tech to basically use xenophobia to effectively shut out a market competitor that has been really dominant, a market competitor that is not obviously owned by Silicon Valley, that doesn't offer the same backdoors, even though it offers similar backdoors, I would suspect, but not the same ones that Silicon Valley tech giants would offer. People claim that this is done to erode competition.
Look, my experience over many, many years is that actions like this never have one or two causes. They are decisions that are made that meet a bunch of criteria, or if you like, respond to a variety of causes, any one of which wouldn't have been enough to make it happen, but it's the whole collection of them that make it happen. So, yeah, one of the factors going into the TikTok decision was it the convenient way you can have the government favor one competitor over others. It is often arranged by those other competitors to get rid of the one that they don't like or that they can all agree on getting rid of. And so that becomes part of the story. You could see that already, or this helps you figure it out, by going after the Huawei Corporation, which produced last year and the year before things that compete with American companies. So this was a convenient way before the general onslaught against China really got going to strike a blow, to get some support for sitting politicians from those who benefit by getting rid of Huawei. And same thing with TikTok.
It seems to me that all this kind of boogeyman threat about China harvesting our data seems kind of silly. I don't know. I'm not a technologist, but it just doesn't. I don't see how that is any bigger of a threat than anyone else who's harvesting our data. I mean, if China wanted data, they just buy it from Facebook.
Exactly. They would like it's probably cheaper for them to go through data brokers than to like operate servers.
It's all there already. So I don't know. It seems a little bit or a lot of it bad faith.
Are you familiar with the Resist bill? That's the Resist Act that's coming out in the aftermath of this this debacle in Congress?
No, tell me about it.
So there is now a or not resist, sorry, restrict. I messed it up. The Restrict Act that is being promoted. There's a lot of speculation on what it could potentially do. There's vagueness surrounding it, but it's proposed legislation that was first introduced in the United States Senate on March 7th to authorize, get this, the Secretary of Commerce to review and prohibit certain transactions between persons in the United States and foreign adversaries. And the foreign adversaries list is, of course, the same villains, quote unquote, ranging from Iran to Venezuela to China and Russia, of course. And people are fearful that you can be fined up to $1 million and also with 20 years prison sentence for if they consider you to be doing something illegal, like utilizing. Again, this is vague. They claim that it's not going to hit VPNs, but using VPNs, for example, or even using TikTok. This came after. This was directed towards TikTok.
If they ban TikTok, you can go to jail for using TikTok. That's
technically
the bill? Okay. You better start building prisons, boy.
Well, yeah. Well, that is a big.
Well, but the interest. I'm glad you brought it up. The interesting thing about this is, from an economics point of view, it's kind of remarkable. I've lived all my life in the United States. I was born in Ohio and been working here all my life. And I grew up at a time when we were told in the economics courses I took in the universities where I've taught economics all my life, that an economy works best if it's private. And if the government doesn't enter in, do this, do that, regulate this, choose one company over another, we were told literally that this is a bad thing to be avoided at all costs. So I think it's one important thing is to recognize that all of that stuff has been thrown out the window in the last 5 or 10 years, just as if it were never spoken, as if it were never taught, even though it was the dominant ideological statement of what Western capitalism was all about. And you're now seeing, it used to be a phrase: the government should not choose winners and losers in the market. That was a kind of phrase that we were told. Well, what you're seeing at every turn is exactly the opposite. The government is choosing winners and losers, helping these industries, not those industries, saving this one, not the other one, forbidding this, allowing that. It's never stopping, and it's not a sign of confidence in your system. It's a sign of fear and retreat and danger and isolation. And now let me put on my economics hat. You know, it's not that list that you mentioned a minute ago: Iran, Russia, China. You better get out your pencil, because that list is becoming longer and longer and longer with each passing day. It used to be Russia, China, and we would, have the usual socialist bad guys or communist bad guys. But now we have all kinds of societies. The important thing to remember is something called the BRICS, BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. We are isolating ourselves from them by pretending we are isolating them. But that's not the way it's working. The rest of the world is gathering around them, not us. And the make believe that that's not the case is a dangerous form of self delusion in the United States. Look, the war in Ukraine, whatever else you think of it, was supposed to be over in a short time once the sanctions got going. They were called the mother of all sanctions. They would bring Russia to its knees. Go back and look at the press in February, March, and April of last year. That's what they were predicting. None of that has happened. None of it. And why? Because it turned out that Russia, which is a weak economic system and was before this war started, but Russia has really big and powerful friends, more of them each day. And they turned to those friends and they made a bad joke out of the mother of all sanctions, which hasn't stopped the war one iota. And adding more tanks and sending more shells isn't going to change that. These are more and more looking like the acts of people who took a really bad turn, cannot admit it, cannot face it, and keep doubling down in a way that makes the rest of the world shake their head. And more of us inside the United States scratching our head and wondering, what are you doing? What are you doing? And that's really where people like me, now that's where we find ourselves.
What kind of policy is it that you would like to see in terms of like how America responded to the war in Ukraine instead of sanctions?
Sure. I think the best way is actually to remind everybody about American history, right? At a certain point, back in the 18th century, the people here in the United States decided that they were sick and tired of being a colony of Great Britain. So we broke away from the British Empire. We did that by means of a violent revolution. We fought a war with England, 1776. We've all learned about it in school umpteen times. We know. And an amazing thing happened. The British Empire, which at that time ruled the world. The slogan in England at that time was, "The sun never sets on the British Empire," because we've got the whole world covered, from India to Africa to, you know the story, okay? To the amazement of everybody, the British were defeated by the Americans in that Revolutionary War. But they didn't give up. in 1812, we had another war where the British Empire decided again to try to squash the new emerging economic power of the United States. 2 wars, they were defeated both times. Finally, the British got the memo. This not gonna work. You are not gonna undo the history that you yourself helped to make. So what you ought to do is sit down and work out with the United States this new get over your upset that your empire isn't growing anymore. Get over it. Recognize that your empire is now on the downturn and that a new power is arising, namely the United States. And they worked out a peace agreement that lasted a century. Okay, you want my answer? That's what we ought to be doing with Russia and China. Not go to one little war or not so little, one proxy war. Next, we'll have a war that isn't a proxy war. You know, we're on the edge of it anyway, almost every day. We'll do something in the South China Sea. We'll provoke one way or another, or we will be provoked. This is a dead end. It's not in our interest. It's not in their interest. We need to live with this new emerging economic power. We don't need to keep trying to squash it. It doesn't work. Every other empire, Greek, Roman, British, Persian, Ottoman, you go through them. They all had a ride up, then they plateaued, and then they went down. The last 100 years has been the American empire, especially after World War II. It was a great ride up for the U.S. It's going to be a bumpy, difficult ride down. And the sooner we face it, the better our judgments will be and the better our policies will be, because where we are going, whether it's Ukraine or banning TikTok or hounding Huawei, these are things that are going to hurt the U.S. I keep trying to explain to people, when Saudi Arabia shifts its oil resources from the West to China and Russia, this is a screaming signal, uh-oh, even the people you thought were most dependent on you aren't anymore. And unless you're blind or blinded by some ideological reflex you ought to outgrow, you're going to be making one mistake after another, and people like you and me are going to be talking about them, even though we would wish we didn't have to.
And I
So
feel
your answer is collaborative multipolarity, like leaning into that with all of the other hegemonic powers, or at least like superpowers that are growing at a rapid pace.
The propaganda, though, that I think a lot of people consume in America is that these countries are not willing to work with us. It's them that's putting up the roadblocks.
But they are working with us. We're working with them all day, every day. I mean, we have no commerce without China.
Listen, let me give you a couple of just simple statistics. Throughout the entire anti-Chinese or China bashing or whatever you want to call it of the last 8 or 9 years, beginning at the end of Obama, right through the tariff and trade wars of Trump, and now the continuation under the neocons working with Biden. Throughout that time, the trade between the United States and China goes up every single year. There's a peculiar disconnect between, if you pardon me, the roaring bullshit from the politicians and the underlying reality that we need them. We need them to produce consumer goods. If the American people had not been able to buy cheap Chinese consumer goods over the last 30 years, they would have demanded and they would have gotten higher wages to pay what would have been the price if those things had been produced anywhere else. Capitalists in America are grateful, if they're honest, for the cheap Chinese goods that have made it possible for profits to go up without rising wages, because you could go to your neighborhood TJ Maxx store and buy inexpensive Chinese clothing, or to the other stores. There is no Amazon, there is no Walmart without Chinese goods. If you plot the growth of Walmart and the growth of China, you discover something. It's the same business. The China can outproduce us on everything, but they could never have gotten into the American market unless Walmart, Target, and all the others acted eagerly to be the distributor of those Chinese goods and to make a fortune for themselves along the way. Those are the realities. The rest is make believe. Nobody wants this war in Ukraine. Above all, the people of Ukraine, who are suffering beyond all words the destruction of their society. Who's benefiting out of this? I mean,
American weapons manufacturers.
Excuse me?
American weapons manufacturers are.
Yep. Yep.
It seems like those with the least to lose and the most to gain out of this are the ones that are pushing for it and pushing for the continuation of it, whether it be Boris Johnson back when he was the prime minister going into Ukraine during the first round of peace negotiations or possible ceasefire and peace negotiation talks that were happening, organized by Turkey, or whether it be, Ned Price and numerous other American State Department officials continuously talking about how they are not interested in peace at all. Obviously, there's an argument here about what Ukrainians want, and some will say that, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians want to keep fighting this fight, but ultimately, we are not giving Ukrainians everything they want. It's not like we're, implementing Article 5. We're not even giving Ukrainians F-16s. We're not training them on that. We might down the line, I think, but so far, these are demands that they've made that we haven't conceded to. So, I think that pushing for peace negotiations on that front with China and Russia at the other side of the table, with Ukraine and the United States of America on one side of the table, would be the quickest and most swift way to try to stop this conflict and further bloodshed from continuing.
Well, I mean, let me just expand one dimension of that point. We now have a defense budget, depending a little bit on how you look at it, in the neighborhood of $850 billion to $1 trillion. If you take a look, it's more money than the next 8 or 9 countries in the world combined spend on their military. We have just authorized an additional $100+ billion just for the war in Ukraine. Even if you believe that one motivation for the Ukraine war is the money being made by the defense industry, we already are doing more than anyone in their right mind could ask to provide them with a profitable business. Over $1 trillion. I don't even think they're that greedy. They're getting a bundle, a big bundle with no opposition. Nobody opposes the defense budget. I mean, a handful of people, but it's basically trivial. The two parties that run our politics are both eager to outdo one another in supporting the defense budget. They're in very good shape. They don't need another $100 billion war on top of the gift that this one represents. So for me, I don't think it's even them. I wouldn't mind criticizing them if I thought it, but I don't see, they've made a ton of money by all the stuff we've shipped to Ukraine, and all of that will have to be replaced. They will get the money and the profit out of that. The budget is huge, and it got a tremendous boost. Look, I'm an economist, and two things have happened in the last year that strike me as downright funny. We are in a supposed war against the inflation in our country. And to that end, we have a Federal Reserve, our central bank, that has raised interest rates. And that's supposed to slow down the spending by individuals and businesses because they can't, it's too expensive to borrow money at high interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. What's the worst thing you can do to an inflation? Pour money onto it. It's like squeezing kerosene on a campfire. It flares up as a stupid thing to do. What have we just done? We have just spent an extra $100 billion on a war in Ukraine. Most of that money goes right back into the American economy because it pays for the military one way or another. And Mr. Zelensky is not stupid. He understands you better spend that money back in the United States and not in some other country, because that will be the fastest way to cut that game over, number one. The second thing we did when our banks started to collapse a couple of weeks ago was to say that the Federal Reserve is going to come in and give any bank in trouble losing deposits, they can go to the Federal Reserve and borrow brand new money to replace the deposits. Well, let me explain to you. If the deposits go from a troubled bank to an untroubled bank, that's still money circulating in our economy. If the Federal Reserve backstops banks by pumping more money in, then you've got a bank crisis leading to more money and a war leading to more money. You're not slowing down the inflation that way. You're making it worse. What's my point? It's obvious. No one discusses it in this country. No one is saying, wait a minute, we got to think about the inflationary. If we propose to help the food stamp recipients for another 6 months, the issue of inflation would be raised.
Yeah, that's a moral hazard. It's only a moral hazard as it pertains to the working poor when you're helping the working poor. It's never a moral hazard when you're helping bankers get golden parachutes in the aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse. So what you're basically, just to make it a little bit easier to understand for our audience here, am I correct in stating that we have two methods of dealing with the inflation? We have monetary policy and fiscal policy. Fiscal policy conducted by the legislative branch, which is usually just completely powerless, with the exception of the bipartisanship that they always find when it comes down to more money for the military. And then the monetary policy is also one that you can use, and it's pretty much the only one that you can use, unfortunately, because there is no such deflationary fiscal policy that the Republicans or the Democrats will ever allow. So they're utilizing that, the control over the inflation, by controlling the interest rates, with the express purpose of depressing wages, kicking people out of jobs, with the hopes that, like, inevitably people will be, this tight labor market will turn back around, and you will have a labor force that's willing and able to take less pay for the same work.
Yeah, and again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but again, I'm astonished. I'm an economics professor. I'm astonished that the only way we are discussing as a nation dealing with the inflation is by raising interest rates, which will throw millions of people out of work. And everybody knows that, which will probably hurt the poorest amongst us most, the last hired, the first fired, all of that again, worsening the disparities of our racial community, of our ethnic community, of the genders, and on and on. Really, we're going to go through that? I'm a professor. I learned that there are other methods of dealing with inflation.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that?
Do not involve raising interest rates. I'm mystified why I live in a country where the people in charge know what I just said, and they refuse to discuss it. We have a country in which raising interest rates is considered like the thing the only thing, and all that's left for us to discuss is how many percentage points it'll go up or down, how soon. Let me drive it home in a personal way. But people seem to like this, so I'll tell you this story. I got my PhD in economics at Yale University. At the time I got it, it was almost all men who were students. Women didn't go into economics then. They do much more now, but they didn't then. So there were 2 or 3 women in my class, and we all got to know them because there were only 2 or 3 women in my class. And one of them, who took the same courses I did, in the same classroom I did, from the same professor I did, was a woman you've gotten to know. Her name is Janet Yellen. So I know what she knows. She knows what I know. We were schoolmates. We went to the same graduate program. In that program, we learned that one of the most interesting ways to stop an inflation that has been used in many countries at many times, often with great success, and that was used August 15th, 1971, by the sitting president, Richard M. Nixon. He got on television and he said to the American people, we've got a terrible inflation. Here's how we're going to deal with it. As of right now, as he was speaking on radio and TV, any business that raises its price, we're going to come for you, we're going to arrest you, and you're going to jail. Any union or other worker organization that pushes or tries to push the wage up, we will do the same to you. This policy is called in this country a wage price freeze. In other countries, it's called an incomes policy because it freezes the income of the employer and the income of the employee at the same time, wherever it happens to stand. That was originally put into effect for 90 days. It was extended. It brought the inflation down. It is an alternative. It has its strengths and weaknesses, just like raising interest rates, but they're different. And an honest society trying to deal honestly with its problems would have a debate publicly about these alternatives. And by the way, there are others I could give you if you were interested. It's not the only 2. There's more than 2. But we live in a society that has a quick dismissal. If they even admit what I just explained to you, which is in every history book and can be verified in 10 minutes of Googling anything, there's no excuse for what's going on. Just like breezily dismissing the Ukraine war by saying the Russians and the Chinese don't offer to sit down and have a ceasefire. Both of those countries have done it. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they'd cop out once you started the process. But we're not in a very good position to call them bluffers if we haven't called the bluff. And if we're willing to sit down without conditions, why don't we say so? And I don't think you can use the argument about what the Ukrainians want, because here I'm not interested in criticizing Mr. Zelensky. But you should know, if you don't, that he has shut down opposition newspapers, opposition media, opposition politicians. He's fighting a war. Maybe you have to do that in war. But there is no way to know what the mass of the Ukrainian people feel unless you want to take the fact that somewhere between 6 and 7 million of them have left the country, and it's not that big a country, and that would not be a sign that you would want to make a big argument about, that this shows that they're in favor of fighting to the last Ukrainian, since they've made a choice not to be among those last Ukrainians that we're fighting for. So it does strike me as there's an awful lot of accumulated evidence that we're not dealing honestly and straightly with these major problems of our society, and that's usually the sign of a society that is scared shitless, if you pardon my Spanish, and therefore is functioning with a level of anxiety that is scary to watch.
Getting back to fiscal policy and monetary policy, you talked about some things that have demonstrably worked, like the Nixon price freeze. For contemporary America, for contemporary American society, do you have any suggestions on fiscal policy that would be deflationary? And can we even implement these policies?
Absolutely. The first policy that would be deflationary, and it is long overdue, is raising taxes on corporations and the rich. If you want it very concrete, reverse the tax cuts that were passed in December of 2017. The biggest single economic act of recent history was that tax cut. That is what produced the trillion-dollar deficits we've had ever since. We had deficits before. It's not that we didn't, but we took a quantum leap. And let me drive home. The 2017 tax cuts, benefiting mostly corporations and the rich, came at the end of a 30-year period, maybe even 40 years, of a dramatic boom in profits, of a dramatic increase in the inequality of wealth. Those were two arguments that said this was the last thing you needed to do. Corporations were rolling in money. That's why we had the greatest peacetime stock market boom in the 80s, 90s, and into the first decade of this century. They didn't need it. They shouldn't have got it. The people who deserved it were the ones who had come out on the short end of the stick over the 80s, 90s, and the first decade of this century. If you wanted to help someone, help them. But if you didn't want to help them, okay. But shoveling vast amounts of money into the hands of those who needed them least was an incredibly, if you pardon me, stupid. It was so greedy, it lopped over beyond greed into downright stupid. And then to scratch your head and say, gee, we have terrible deficits. Well, what the hell did you think you'd get with a tax cut? It's like today saying, you know, we have a shortage of labor. Hello, you just kicked out millions of immigrants. They were doing that work. What are you, surprised by the results of what you did? Were you born yesterday?
I wanted to ask about the. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I got some more questions, or at least your opinion on one of my suggestions. I think stock buybacks used to be considered market manipulation, and that consideration was correct in my opinion. It is market manipulation, and they used to be illegal until 1982. I think that one other immediate, not a full-blown solution, but one other immediate form of legislation could come by making stock buybacks illegal again, especially at a time when, you know, corporations are very clearly only beholden to their shareholders. Even the World Economic Forum and other capitalists are talking about how they need to find a new capitalism a stakeholder focused solution to the economic problems. I think that's one other thing that we could absolutely be considering as well.
Yes, I agree with you, but I hate to throw water on your little campfire here. So I'm going to agree with you that stock buyback, they certainly are a market manipulation. That's why they're done. Their goal is to boost the price of the stock in the market. The company, by going in and being a major buyer, has the effect of driving up the price of the stock. If you remember that members of the board of directors of many companies, high executives in many companies, are paid with stock options and other kinds of stock remuneration, then you can see they have a personal interest and a personal gain by using the company's money to drive up the price of the shares they have. But here's the water I'm going to throw a little bit. Corporations understand what we're saying. The general public, maybe not. But the people who run the larger corporations hire economists and accountants like me who explain this to them. And, you know, maybe not the first or third or ninth time, but by the 15th time we go over it, they kind of get it. And they can keep it in mind because it's their wallet. But they have developed over the years a whole host of strategies. And if you deny them this one, and I'm in favor of it, I agree with you, I would support it. But I've been around now, and I will tell you they have dozens of other strategies that will accomplish more or less the same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll give you one example just so you get the flavor. Company a big multi-billion-dollar company, and Company B, another one. And they get together over golf or at the fanciest restaurant they can find, and they come to an agreement. Company A uses its profits to buy shares in Company B. That's not a stock buyback. And Company B uses its profits, you get the picture, to buy the stock of Company A. I've watched it, it's there, it's a strategy. And I could go on. And as long as we allow a tiny group of people, a board of directors, you know, 15, 20 human beings sitting at the top of these mega corporations, as long as you give them the authority of disposing of the billions of dollars in profits, in revenues that they have at their disposal, you can't be surprised if they use it to enrich themselves. That's how the game of capitalism is organized. The rest of us are supposed to be spectators and go ooh and ah when they use the money to aggrandize, you know, themselves or their companies. They really do have lovely shrubbery around their headquarters.
I want to say there's at a certain point, and kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, when, you know, during a 40-year period of, you know, huge profits, they give themselves another massive tax cut. It, like you said, it's stupid, but it's even worse than that. It's almost like self-defeating greed to the point where it's destabilizing society and is going to end up eventually with their head on a pike. You know what I mean? Or their head in a fucking, in a goddamn...
Ethan is recognizing the contradictions, Professor Wolf. That's what's going on.
Or their head in a guillotine. So, like, how is it that they're not aware? They must be aware of where they're going. And at a certain point, I just don't understand why they don't acknowledge that I can be ultra rich, and also it's as important that we live in a stable society where someone's not going to, people are going to come eat me.
Okay. Let me answer it by telling you a story. Since I am a graduate of the fancy schools in this country and have all the connections that those schools create for you when you go through them, the education you get, by the way, is quite mediocre, but the connections, they are super. They're just super. All right. I have therefore been at the following conversation. A group of people sitting on the boards of directors of the biggest corporations in America. Some of them talk like you just did. They say things like, well, I'll quote you, Warren Buffett will say to the public, I pay a lower rate of taxes on my billions than my secretary does on what we pay her. Remember, he said that. He got a lot of play. So he gets it. He gets it that it's stupid what they're doing. It's self-destructive what they're doing. And he appeals to the other directors like him to see what he's saying. And he's not the only one. But the problem is, there's another group of directors who come right back at him and say the following. The mass of people in this country are too divided, too disorganized, and too ignorant to figure any of this out.
They say that? They're that?
They say that.
They're
They
actually
say that.
Malignant. They're,
blood-
they're it's
yes.
just evil.
Well,
Rich
you know, it's very. Look, if you keep sticking it, I'm going to defend them now. But
Go
I'm only
ahead.
answering your question. I
Yeah,
don't
go
mean to
ahead.
defend them, but I
Absolutely.
am going to defend them because here's the way it goes. Once you get over your anger that they talk like, think like that, which I get, you're going to ask yourself, because you're a smart guy, why? I mean, you know, people aren't born that way. Why would they think and talk like that? And here's the answer. They were Warren Buffett's in the past. They warned in their company, look, let's not go so far. Let's give the workers a decent pay. Let's, you know, pay our taxes. Let's spend some money to make the city nicer for people or whatever. And they got shot down by the, let's call them, for lack of a better term, the conservative type, pro-business types. They got shot down, and the pro-business guys stuck it to the workers some more and evaded the taxes some more and didn't give a nickel to the community. And guess what? The profits of the company went up because there was no reaction. The local politicians didn't do anything. The people didn't get the pitchforks. They didn't march down Main Street with them. None of it. And so over time, they began to feel as though their, let's call it humane impulse, or whatever you want to call it, to be nice guys as employers was a mistake. Made them look like they were weak or in some way not as gung-ho to make a profit for the company as their fellow directors. They didn't want to take that kind of risk. They didn't want that kind of reputation. They kind of swallowed their bad feeling. They stopped telling their wife about how they felt because the wife would notice that if you felt that way in the past, you're not feeling that way now. I don't hear you say anything about doing good for the community. You've got me sitting on the board of the local Y or the orchestra or the local charity, but you're not coming to the meetings and you're not even asking me anymore. So what you've got is a capitalist employer class whose majority thinks they can safely ignore the mass repercussions. Nothing will happen. The Republicans and the Democrats will distract people away from what we're doing to them economically. They'll get more interested in, I don't know, immigrants or in carrying a gun or whether transgender people can use the toilet. We don't have to worry about it.
That
And
makes
that's
sense.
the answer they give.
Sadly, that does make sense.
So what is the most effective mechanism of pushback in your opinion?
It's exactly what we were just talking about. Let me give you an example. As I'm speaking to you, in three countries of Europe is the answer. France, Germany, and Greece. In all of those countries, masses of people are letting the power structure there, both the political power structure and the business leadership, know that there are limits. In France, they are telling the president, Mr. Macron, you are not going to solve the fiscal troubles of France by depriving the people of 2 years of their pension. You're not going to do that. We're not going to let you. In Germany, all the railroad stations and all the airports are closed because the workers are on strike. And the issue there is the inflation. You are not going to jack up the price of oil and gas for all of us and then not change our wages. I mean, we're not going to tolerate it. And Greece, you might find, is even the most interesting. 4 weeks ago, they had a terrible train wreck, worse than the one we had in East Palestine, Ohio, but around the same time. It killed 60 young people, among other things. And they went into the streets to denounce the privatization of the rail system in their country. The government came down on them, and so now they're all against the government. This is making everybody stop and pay real close attention. The polls in France. My father was French. I speak French. I have since I've been a kid. The polls in France are about 60 to 65% supporting the people in the streets. So there is no escape from the president for him. He's in a deep, deep container of doo-doo and with very little mechanism to get out of it.
Well, what you're describing also, I can't. I have to mention this, but what you're describing is three nations that, even with Greece, that have a higher rate of participation in unions in the labor force, with a stronger history of labor uprisings, and also, like, even when you consider France, for example, even if they do not have actual card-carrying union members, they have collective bargaining agreements that encompass damn near the entirety of the economy. In France, it's, I believe, 98% collective bargaining agreements.
Yes, and they're industry wide. I mean, the unions get together, the employers get together, they bargain across the table, and it covers the entire industry across the country. That's
Whereas one fact that I like to always point to in the United States of America is the union participation rate in this country is actually even lower than a country that we destroyed, we eviscerated, like Chile. Chile has a 15% union participation rate. The United States, on the other hand, has an 11% union participation rate, which is unimaginable to think about. It's unimaginable to consider, considering what we've done in Chile. I think that factors into this a lot. You talk about democracy at work. You talk about how workplaces should implement a democratic process, even though it's authoritarian currently, and people expect that, and people think that that's normal. I think that that is the main mechanism of pushback, is
well, also,
building out.
I want to ask, maybe this is why. I'm just wondering, why are Americans so docile?
Yes. In many ways, that's what we've been talking about, even if it hasn't been explicitly in so many words. And the whole world wonders about it. I wonder about it, but I can assure you, I go to Europe fairly often. I give talks, papers at university conferences and crap like that. And that's the question I'm asked. What is it? The French have the yellow vests a few years ago. You guys may remember before the pandemic hit, this amazing outpouring of opposition among the French people to the rising cost of gas and electric bills. And so yeah, I mean, what is it about the American people? They grumble. You know what they say at the bar at night. You've been there. You know what they say over the dinner table. You know they have feelings about this. They're angry about what the price of eggs going up 2 to 3 times over the last 6-8 months. Everybody knows you can't. I mean, and inflation is a phenomena that pokes you in the nose, every day. So people know, but they have this sense somehow in America that it is either impossible or unwise to get together with other people, enjoy the benefit of having numbers, and beginning to actually act democratically, to say that we, the people, have a right to be heard, to have a right to shape the policies that we live under. They say it, but they don't really believe it. And somehow in there, I think, lies the explanation for this docility, for this hesitance to get out there and do stuff. It's very discouraging. And I want to go back to the story I told you about the board of directors I meet with. When you have docility like that, you are encouraging the corporate board of directors to think that they can get away with virtually anything. Amazon is in the process, in case you didn't hear it, of doing away with the free delivery. They got what they wanted.
There's
got
gonna be
what
blood
they
in
wanted.
the streets from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they see profit. They're going to start changing. They've issued some indications. Only if you buy so much will you get. If you don't buy that much, you don't get it for free. And you might get it sooner, then the other guy's going to get it later. They're beginning to play the game because they don't think they have any opposition they have to fear.
part of me, I wonder, like, I imagine if you were to get, like, the majority of people interacting and caring together about one cause. In my mind, imagining Americans doing that is almost hard to believe because the different tribes, the two different tribes here in America, are so opposed, and the propaganda on either side is so compelling. It's like if you have a bunch of, let's say, liberals in the street protesting inflation and price gouging and all this, it would be so easy for Fox News and their saddle and all their cronies to vilify them in whatever way they wanted, right? To prevent the other half from participating. And I feel like there's no critical mass eventually where it's like, because you need both people to come together on a cause to get anything done. I feel like in a meaningful way to have enough people. I wonder if that's why.
There are plenty of issues. There are plenty of issues where the American public actually unite on across the board. Abortion being one of the greatest examples of this, like the protection of abortion rights being one of the best examples of this. And yet, obviously, the Democratic Party doesn't do enough to protect that, and the Republican Party very openly works to undermine it, and not even through the legislative body, but through state legislatures and the court process and the court system.
If a conservative who, let's say, even supports that privately, I think they would be afraid of being perceived as a traitor if they went out into the streets or something like that to support the cause.
I think that they have weaponized wedge issues very effectively in the United States of America as a mechanism to divide the working class. The working class has no class consciousness in this country. Historically, they haven't had class consciousness in the country. Even like in the Eugene Debs era, there were still plenty of people, like the Steinbeck quote that comes to mind immediately is about how socialism will never work in the United States of America because the workers do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I mean, that's paraphrased and maybe falsely attributed to this topic, but it doesn't matter. My point is that attitude still exists. American exceptionalism is built into people's minds. Americans still believe a false meritocracy that doesn't exist. These are all ideas that the bourgeois state and its institutions have basically reinforced through even neoliberal institutions like where Professor Wolf graduated from, Yale, all the way down to our regular education and what people are taught in schools from pre-K through 12. So that's it. It's very successful. This is what happens when you have a country that has no class consciousness and capitalists have won. And it makes sense. We are the labor aristocracy. We are living in the imperial core. We do benefit from the global exploitation of the third world, the exploitation of the global south. And we kind of recognize that. We recognize that the cheap goods and commodities that we consume are sedating the masses, and people are relatively comfortable. That's why no one fucking rises up when you see a 700% increase in profits for an egg company, the California egg company that just reported like insane, record-shattering profits and they did that because egg prices were increased. There's too much corporate consolidation. They have all the power, and just like Professor Wolf pointed out, Amazon is doing that single-handedly, monopolizing e-commerce, and then slowly but surely increasing prices and doing whatever the fuck they can, and there's no way to fight back against it.
So I don't know if you have an opinion about that, or it's probably a whole lot of stuff, but it is concerning. I mean,
I have to get off. I have other things.
Right.
I did want to end my part of this on a more positive note, because I agree with everything you've said. I really do. But I want to again point out these things can change. In France, it was believed that their working class was divided beyond all repair, basically divided as follows: a vast group of people in the middle, then an extreme right wing associated with the Le Pen family that you may have heard about, father and now the daughter as a leader of a far right wing anti-immigration thing. And then a fractured left with a communist party, a socialist party, a green party, and all the rest. And that they could not get together. The union, there are 8 national union federations in France. We have one, the AFL-CIO, they have 8, and they've never been able to agree on anything. In the last 5 years, all of that has changed. Here's what's happened. In the last election, that Mr. Macron won and that Le Pen came in second, a very, very close third, 1 or 2 percentage points less, was a unified left in which the communists, socialists, Greens, and 3 or 4 other parties all got together. Unheard of. And they were, as I say, 2, 3 percentage points less than Mr. Macron. That's all. The division in France is very dangerous for the government in power because the left was unified. In the demonstrations that had involved millions of people over the last 2 weeks and are scheduled to continue next week again, the 8 different trade unions who have been unable to agree on anything else are all agreed. They are all together leading this movement. It's led by the labor unions united. France has never seen this before. And I believe it shows the wisdom of a famous remark made by a great leader years ago. Here's how it goes. For many decades, nothing seems to happen. And then in a few weeks, decades happen.
Who said that, Professor Wolf?
The man's name was Vladimir, but not Zelensky. You can think about who it might be, and you'll guess right.
Brilliant guy. He's really good, really smart guy.
I know you have to go, but thank you so much for calling. It was incredible talking to you. So great. Maybe you'd be open to coming back again sometime. That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I like your program. I like the style and the way you do things.
Oh, well, thank you.
And you don't beat around the bush, which I really appreciate, because I live in a country where beating around that bush seems to become a
I only beat one bush, Professor, and it ain't the one we talk about.
Go there.
All right. But I do want to say...
Jordan Peterson's grandmother's bush.
I do want to say... you have a YouTube channel, Democracy at Work, or you're associated with it, and somehow you can subscribe on YouTube. I'm going to put the link in the description. You guys are going to be greatly benefited by following Professor Wolf on TikTok, on YouTube. We'll put all the links in the description. Democracy at Work on across social media. We'll put them all in there, but go please support and follow this brilliant man who's going to be calling in again soon, hopefully.
We're going to get Ethan to read State and Revolution.
And then we'll talk about that. Very good. All right,
Bye.
gentlemen. Take care.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
They're fine. So I don't even mind it if that were to happen to me.
Professor, hello. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
You know, I have to say I'm a new fan of yours. I found your content on TikTok. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad you got in there before the people who want to shut it down to take it away.
Okay, that's interesting. What do you think about the TikTok shutdown? That's kind of a good.
That's a good way to start. But yeah. Professor Wolf, watch out. He's a liberal. The man you're speaking to, he's saying he likes your videos, but he's a big business owner and a liberal. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, I'm suitably forewarned. I shall be terribly careful.
Okay, yes. I'll have you know I'm stealing your labor right now.
He's
all right.
He's an open-minded one, though. He is an open-minded liberal.
Yeah. So what do you actually? I find the whole pursuit to shut down TikTok a little bit, or it's all kind of bad faith, in my opinion. It all seems like a bunch of BS. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I understand why it's being done. I understand that many of the things that are happening in the economy, which is what I study, have to do with a rather desperate effort of the United States to reverse history. That doesn't usually work out real well, and I don't expect it's going to work out real well this time either. But it's a way for politicians to pander, and they don't usually miss a chance to doing that if it gives them some advantage.
Right.
Professor, what would you say to people that are possibly speculating that this is an effort by big tech to basically use xenophobia to effectively shut out a market competitor that has been really dominant, a market competitor that is not obviously owned by Silicon Valley, that doesn't offer the same backdoors, even though it offers similar backdoors, I would suspect, but not the same ones that Silicon Valley tech giants would offer. People claim that this is done to erode competition.
Look, my experience over many, many years is that actions like this never have one or two causes. They are decisions that are made that meet a bunch of criteria, or if you like, respond to a variety of causes, any one of which wouldn't have been enough to make it happen, but it's the whole collection of them that make it happen. So yeah, one of the factors going into the TikTok decision was the convenient way you can have the government favor one competitor over others. It is often arranged by those other competitors to get rid of the one that they don't like or that they can all agree on getting rid of. And so that becomes part of the story. You could see that already, or this helps you figure it out, by going after the Huawei Corporation, which produced last year and the year before things that compete with American companies. So this was a convenient way before the general onslaught against China really got going to strike a blow, to get some support for sitting politicians from those who benefit by getting rid of Huawei. And same thing with TikTok.
It seems to me that all this kind of boogeyman threat about China harvesting our data seems kind of silly. I don't know. I'm not a technologist, but it just doesn't. I don't see how that is any bigger of a threat than anyone else who's harvesting our data. I mean, if China wanted data, they just buy it from Facebook.
Exactly. They would like. It's probably cheaper for them to go through data brokers than to like operate servers.
It's all there already. So I don't know. It seems a little bit. Or a lot of it, bad faith.
Are you familiar with the Resist bill? That's the Resist Act that's coming out in the aftermath of this this debacle in Congress?
No, tell me about it.
So there is now or not Resist, sorry, Restrict. I messed it up. The Restrict Act that is being promoted. There's a lot of speculation on what it could potentially do. There's vagueness surrounding it, but it's proposed legislation that was first introduced in the United States Senate on March 7th to authorize, get this, the Secretary of Commerce to review and prohibit certain transactions between persons in the United States and foreign adversaries. And the foreign adversaries list is, of course, the same villains, quote unquote, ranging from Iran to Venezuela to China and Russia, of course. And people are fearful that you can be fined up to $1 million and also with 20 years prison sentence for if they consider you to be doing something illegal, like utilizing. Again, this is vague. They claim that it's not going to hit VPNs, but using VPNs, for example, or even using TikTok. This came after. This was directed towards TikTok.
If they ban TikTok, you can go to jail for using TikTok? That's
technically.
Okay. You better start building prisons, boy.
Well, yeah. Well, that is a big.
Well, you know, but the interesting. I'm glad you brought it up. The interesting thing about this is, from an economics point of view, it's kind of remarkable. You know, I've lived all my life in the United States. I was born in Ohio and been working here all my life. And I grew up at a time when we were told in the economics courses I took in the universities where I've taught economics all my life, that an economy works best if it's private. And if the government doesn't enter in, do this, do that, regulate this, choose one company over another, we were told literally that this is a bad thing to be avoided at all costs. So I think one important thing is to recognize that all of that stuff has been thrown out the window in the last 5 or 10 years, just as if it were never spoken, as if it were never taught, even though it was the dominant ideological statement of what Western capitalism was all about. And you're now seeing, it used to be a phrase, the government should not choose winners and losers in the market. That was the kind of phrase that we were told. Well, what you're seeing at every turn is exactly the opposite. The government is choosing winners and losers, helping these industries, not those industries, saving this one, not the other one, forbidding this, allowing that. It's never stopping, and it's not a sign of confidence in your system. It's a sign of fear and retreat and danger and isolation. And now let me put on my economics hat. You know, it's not that list that you mentioned a minute ago, Iran, Russia, China. You better get out your pencil, because that list is becoming longer and longer and longer with each passing day. It used to be Russia, China, and we would, have the usual socialist bad guys or communist bad guys. But now we have all kinds of societies. The important thing to remember is something called the BRICS, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. We are isolating ourselves from them by pretending we are isolating them. But that's not the way it's working. The rest of the world is gathering around them, not us. And the make-believe that that's not the case is a dangerous form of self-delusion in the United States. Look, the war in Ukraine, whatever else you think of it, was supposed to be over in a short time once the sanctions got going. They were called the mother of all sanctions. They would bring Russia to its knees. Go back and look at the press in February, March, and April of last year. That's what they were predicting. None of that has happened. None of it. And why? Because it turned out that Russia, which is a weak economic system, and was before this war started, but Russia has really big and powerful friends, more of them each day. And they turned to those friends and they made a bad joke out of the mother of all sanctions, which hasn't stopped the war one iota. And adding more tanks and sending more shells isn't going to change that. These are more and more looking like the acts of people who took a really bad turn, cannot admit it, cannot face it, and keep doubling down in a way that makes the rest of the world shake their head. And more of us inside the United States scratching our head and wondering, what are you doing? What are you doing? And that's really where people like me, that's where we find ourselves.
What kind of policy is it that you would like to see in terms of like how America responded to the war in Ukraine instead of sanctions?
Sure. I think the best way is actually to remind everybody about American history, right? At a certain point, back in the 18th century, the people here in the United States decided that they were sick and tired of being a colony of Great Britain. So we broke away from the British Empire. We did that by means of a violent revolution. We fought a war with England, 1776. We've all learned about it in school umpteen times. We know. And an amazing thing happened. The British Empire, which at that time ruled the world, the slogan in England at that time was, "The sun never sets on the British Empire," because we've got the whole world covered, from India to Africa to, you know the story, okay? To the amazement of everybody, the British were defeated by the Americans in that Revolutionary War. But they didn't give up. In 1812, we had another war where the British Empire decided again to try to squash the new emerging economic power of the United States. 2 wars, they were defeated both times. Finally, the British got the memo. This not gonna work. You are not gonna undo the history that you yourself helped to make. So what you ought to do is sit down and work out with the United States this new get over your upset that your empire isn't growing anymore. Get over it. Recognize that your empire is now on the downturn and that a new power is arising, namely the United States. And they worked out a peace agreement that lasted a century. Okay, you want my answer? That's what we ought to be doing with Russia and China. Not go to one little war, or not so little, one proxy war. Next we'll have a war that isn't a proxy war. You know, we're on the edge of it anyway almost every day. We'll do something in the South China Sea. We'll provoke one way or another, or we will be provoked. This is a dead end. It's not in our interest. It's not in their interest. We need to live with this new emerging economic power. We don't need to keep trying to squash it. It doesn't work. Every other empire, Greek, Roman, British, Persian, Ottoman, you go through them. They all had a ride up, then they plateaued, and then they went down. The last 100 years has been the American empire, especially after World War II. It was a great ride up for the U.S. It's going to be a bumpy, difficult ride down. And the sooner we face it, the better our judgments will be and the better our policies will be, because where we are going, whether it's Ukraine or banning TikTok or hounding Huawei, these are things that are going to hurt the U.S. I keep trying to explain to people, when Saudi Arabia shifts its oil resources from the West to China and Russia, this is a screaming signal, uh-oh, even the people you thought were most dependent on you aren't anymore. And unless you're blind or blinded by some ideological reflex you ought to outgrow, you're going to be making one mistake after another, and people like you and me are going to be talking about them, even though we would wish we didn't have to.
And I
So your answer is collaborative multipolarity, like leaning into that with all of the other hegemonic powers, or at least like superpowers that are growing at a rapid pace.
The propaganda, though, that I think a lot of people consume in America is that these countries are not willing to work with us. It's them that's putting up the roadblocks.
But they are working with us. We're working with them all day, every day. I mean, we have no commerce without China.
Listen, let me give you a couple of just simple statistics. Throughout the entire anti-Chinese or China bashing or whatever you want to call it of the last 8 or 9 years, beginning at the end of Obama, right through the tariff and trade wars of Trump, and now the continuation under the neocons working with Biden. Throughout that time, the trade between the United States and China goes up every single year. There's a peculiar disconnect between, if you pardon me, the roaring bullshit from the politicians and the underlying reality that we need them. We need them to produce consumer goods. If the American people had not been able to buy cheap Chinese consumer goods over the last 30 years, they would have demanded and they would have gotten higher wages to pay what would have been the price if those things had been produced anywhere else. Capitalists in America are grateful, if they're honest, for the cheap Chinese goods that have made it possible for profits to go up without rising wages, because you could go to your neighborhood TJ Maxx store and buy inexpensive Chinese clothing, or to the other stores. You know, there is no Amazon, there is no Walmart without Chinese goods. If you plot the growth of Walmart and the growth of China, you discover something. It's the same business. The China can outproduce us on everything, but they could never have gotten into the American market unless Walmart, Target, and all the others acted eagerly to be the distributor of those Chinese goods and to make a fortune for themselves along the way. Those are the realities. The rest is make-believe. Nobody wants this war in Ukraine. Above all, the people of Ukraine, who are suffering beyond all words the destruction of their society. Who's benefiting out of this? I mean,
American weapons manufacturers.
Excuse me?
American weapons manufacturers are.
Yep. Yep.
It seems like those with the least to lose and the most to gain out of this are the ones that are pushing for it and pushing for the continuation of it, whether it be Boris Johnson back when he was the prime minister going into Ukraine during the first round of peace negotiations or a possible ceasefire and peace negotiation talks that were happening, organized by Turkey, or whether it be, Ned Price and numerous other American State Department officials continuously talking about how they are not interested in peace at all. Obviously, there's an argument here about what Ukrainians want, and some will say that, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians want to keep fighting this fight, but ultimately, we are not giving Ukrainians everything they want. It's not like we're, implementing Article 5. We're not even giving Ukrainians F-16s. We're not training them on that. We might down the line, I think, but so far, these are demands that they've made that we haven't conceded to. So, I think that pushing for peace negotiations on that front with China and Russia at the other side of the table, with Ukraine and the United States of America on one side of the table, would be the quickest and most swift way to try to stop this conflict and further bloodshed from continuing.
Well, I mean, let me just expand one dimension of that point. We now have a defense budget, depending a little bit on how you look at it, in the neighborhood of $850 billion to $1 trillion. If you take a look, it's more money than the next 8 or 9 countries in the world combined spend on their military. We have just authorized an additional $100+ billion just for the war in Ukraine. Even if you believe that one motivation for the Ukraine war is the money being made by the defense industry, we already are doing more than anyone in their right mind could ask to provide them with a profitable business. Over $1 trillion. I don't even think they're that greedy. They're getting a bundle, a big bundle with no opposition. Nobody opposes the defense budget. I mean, a handful of people, but it's basically trivial. The two parties that run our politics are both eager to outdo one another in supporting the defense budget. They're in very good shape. They don't need another $100 billion war on top of the gift that this one represents. So for me, I don't think it's even them. I wouldn't mind criticizing them if I thought it, but I don't see. They've made a ton of money by all the stuff we've shipped to Ukraine, and all of that will have to be replaced. They will get the money and the profit out of that. The budget is huge, and it got a tremendous boost. Look, I'm an economist, and two things have happened in the last year that strike me as downright funny. We are in a supposed war against the inflation in our country. And to that end, we have a Federal Reserve, our central bank, that has raised interest rates. And that's supposed to slow down the spending by individuals and businesses because it's too expensive to borrow money at high interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. What's the worst thing you can do to an inflation? Pour money onto it. It's like squeezing kerosene on a campfire. It flares up as a stupid thing to do. What have we just done? We have just spent an extra $100 billion on a war in Ukraine. Most of that money goes right back into the American economy because it pays for the military one way or another. And Mr. Zelensky is not stupid. He understands he better spend that money back in the United States and not in some other country, because that will be the fastest way to cut that game over, number one. The second thing we did when our banks started to collapse a couple of weeks ago was to say that the Federal Reserve is going to come in and give any bank in trouble losing deposits, they can go to the Federal Reserve and borrow brand new money to replace the deposits. Well, let me explain to you. If the deposits go from a troubled bank to an untroubled bank, that's still money circulating in our economy. If the Federal Reserve backstops banks by pumping more money in, then you've got a bank crisis leading to more money and a war leading to more money. You're not slowing down the inflation that way. You're making it worse. What's my point? It's obvious. No one discusses it in this country. No one is saying, wait a minute, we got to think about the inflationary. If we propose to help the food stamp recipients for another 6 months, the issue of inflation would be raised.
Yeah, that's a moral hazard. It's only a moral hazard as it pertains to the working poor when you're helping the working poor. It's never a moral hazard when you're helping bankers get golden parachutes in the aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse. So what you're basically, just to make it a little bit easier to understand for our audience here, am I correct in stating that we have two methods of dealing with the inflation? We have monetary policy and fiscal policy. Fiscal policy conducted by the legislative branch, which is usually just completely powerless, with the exception of the bipartisanship that they always find when it comes down to more money for the military. And then the monetary policy is also one that you can use, and it's pretty much the only one that you can use, unfortunately, because there is no such deflationary fiscal policy that the Republicans or the Democrats will ever allow. So they're utilizing that, the control over the inflation, by controlling the interest rates, with the express purpose of depressing wages, kicking people out of jobs, with the hopes that, like, inevitably people will be, this tight labor market will turn back around, and you will have a labor force that's willing and able to take less pay for the same work.
Yeah, and again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but again, I'm astonished. I'm an economics professor. I'm astonished that the only way we are discussing as a nation dealing with the inflation is by raising interest rates. which will throw millions of people out of work, and everybody knows that, which will probably hurt the poorest amongst us most, the last hired, the first fired, all of that again, worsening the disparities of our racial community, of our ethnic community, of the genders, and on and on. Really, we're going to go through that? I'm a professor. I learned that there are other methods of dealing with inflation.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that?
Do not involve raising interest rates. I'm mystified why I live in a country where the people in charge know what I just said, and they refuse to discuss it. We have a country in which raising interest rates is considered like the thing, the only thing, and all that's left for us to discuss is how many percentage points it'll go up or down, how soon. Let me drive it home in a personal way. People seem to like this, so I'll tell you this story. I got my PhD in economics at Yale University. At the time I got it, it was almost all men who were students. Women didn't go into economics then. They do much more now, but they didn't then. So there were 2 or 3 women in my class, and we all got to know them because there were only 2 or 3 women in my class. And one of them, who took the same courses I did, in the same classroom I did, from the same professor I did, was a woman you've gotten to know. Her name is Janet Yellen. So I know what she knows. She knows what I know. We were schoolmates. We went to the same graduate program. In that program, we learned that one of the most interesting ways to stop an inflation that has been used in many countries at many times, often with great success, and that was used August 15th, 1971, by the sitting president, Richard M. Nixon. He got on television and he said to the American people, we've got a terrible inflation. Here's how we're going to deal with it. As of right now, as he was speaking on radio and TV, any business that raises its price, we're going to come for you, we're going to arrest you, and you're going to jail. Any union or other worker organization that pushes or tries to push the wage up, we will do the same to you. This policy is called in this country a wage price freeze. In other countries, it's called an incomes policy because it freezes the income of the employer and the income of the employee at the same time, wherever it happens to stand. That was originally put into effect for 90 days. It was extended. It brought the inflation down. It is an alternative. It has its strengths and weaknesses, just like raising interest rates, but they're different. And an honest society trying to deal honestly with its problems would have a debate publicly about these alternatives. And by the way, there are others I could give you if you were interested. It's not the only 2. There's more than 2. But we live in a society that has a quick dismissal. If they even admit what I just explained to you, which is in every history book and can be verified in 10 minutes of Googling anything, there's no excuse for what's going on. Just like breezily dismissing the Ukraine war by saying the Russians and the Chinese don't offer to sit down and have a ceasefire. Both of those countries have done it. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they'd cop out once you started the process. But we're not in a very good position to call them bluffers if we haven't called the bluff. And if we're willing to sit down without conditions, why don't we say so? And I don't think you can use the argument about what the Ukrainians want, because here I'm not interested in criticizing Mr. Zelensky. But you should know, if you don't, that he has shut down opposition newspapers, opposition media, opposition politicians. He's fighting a war. Maybe you have to do that in war. But there is no way to know what the mass of the Ukrainian people feel unless you want to take the fact that somewhere between 6 and 7 million of them have left the country, and it's not that big a country, and that would not be a sign that you would want to make a big argument about, that this shows that they're in favor of fighting to the last Ukrainian, since they've made a choice not to be among those last Ukrainians that we're fighting for. So it does strike me as there's an awful lot of accumulated evidence that we're not dealing honestly and straightly with these major problems of our society, and that's usually the sign of a society that is scared shitless, if you pardon my Spanish, and therefore is functioning with a level of anxiety that is scary to watch.
Getting back to fiscal policy and monetary policy, you talked about some things that have demonstrably worked, like the Nixon price freeze. For contemporary America, for contemporary American society, do you have any suggestions on fiscal policy that would be deflationary? And can we even implement these policies?
Absolutely. The first policy that would be deflationary, and it is long overdue, is raising taxes on corporations and the rich. If you want it very concrete, reverse the tax cuts that were passed in December of 2017. The biggest single economic act of recent history was that tax cut. That is what produced the trillion-dollar deficits we've had ever since. We had deficits before. It's not that we didn't, but we took a quantum leap. And let me drive home. The 2017 tax cuts, benefiting mostly corporations and the rich, came at the end of a 30-year period, maybe even 40 years, of a dramatic boom in profits, of a dramatic increase in the inequality of wealth. Those were two arguments that said this was the last thing you needed to do. Corporations were rolling in money. That's why we had the greatest peacetime stock market boom in the 80s, 90s, and into the first decade of this century. They didn't need it. They shouldn't have got it. The people who deserved it were the ones who had come out on the short end of the stick over the 80s, 90s, and the first decade of this century. If you wanted to help someone, help them. But if you didn't want to help them, okay. But shoveling vast amounts of money into the hands of those who needed them least was an incredibly, if you pardon me, stupid. It was so greedy, it lopped over beyond greed into downright stupid. And then to scratch your head and say, gee, we have terrible deficits. Well, what the hell did you think you'd get with a tax cut? It's like today saying, you know, we have a shortage of labor. Hello, you just kicked out millions of immigrants. They were doing that work. What, are you surprised by the results of what you did? Were you born yesterday?
I wanted to ask about the. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I got some more questions, or at least your opinion on one of my suggestions. I think stock buybacks used to be considered market manipulation, and that consideration was correct in my opinion. It is market manipulation, and they used to be illegal until 1982. I think that one other immediate, not a full-blown solution, but one other immediate form of legislation could come by making stock buybacks illegal again, especially at a time when, you know, corporations are very clearly only beholden to their shareholders. Even the World Economic Forum and other capitalists are talking about how they need to find a new capitalism to a stakeholder focused solution to the economic problems. I think that's one other thing that we could absolutely be considering as well.
Yes, I agree with you, but I hate to throw water on your little campfire here. So I'm going to agree with you that stock buy, but they certainly are a market manipulation. That's why they're done. Their goal is to boost the price of the stock in the market. The company, by going in and being a major buyer, has the effect of driving up the price of the stock. If you remember that members of the board of directors of many companies, high executives in many companies, are paid with stock options and other kinds of stock remuneration, then you can see they have a personal interest and a personal gain by using the company's money to drive up the price of the shares they have. But here's the water I'm going to throw a little bit. Corporations understand what we're saying. The general public maybe not, but the people who run the larger corporations hire economists and accountants like me who explain this to them. And, you know, maybe not the first or third or ninth time, but by the 15th time we go over it, they kind of get it. And they can keep it in mind because it's their wallet. But they have developed over the years a whole host of strategies. And if you deny them this one, and I'm in favor of it, I agree with you, I would support it. But I've been around now, and I will tell you, they have dozens of other strategies that will accomplish more or less the same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll give you one example just so you get the flavor. Company A, a big multi-billion-dollar company, and Company B, another one. And they get together over golf or at the fanciest restaurant they can find, and they come to an agreement. Company A uses its profits to buy shares in Company B. That's not a stock buyback. And Company B uses its profits, you get the picture, to buy the stock of Company A. I've watched it. It's there. It's a strategy. And I could go on. And as long as we allow a tiny group of people, a board of directors, 15, 20 human beings sitting at the top of these mega corporations, as long as you give them the authority of disposing of the billions of dollars in profits, in revenues that they have at their disposal, you can't be surprised if they use it to enrich themselves. That's how the game of capitalism is organized. The rest of us are supposed to be spectators and go ooh and ah when they use the money to aggrandize, themselves or their companies. They really do have lovely shrubbery around their headquarters.
I want to say there's at a certain point, and kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, when, during a 40-year period of, huge profits, they give themselves another massive tax cut. It, like you said, it's stupid, but it's even worse than that. It's almost like self-defeating greed to the point where it's destabilizing society. Is going to end up eventually with their head on a pike. You know what I mean? Or their head in a goddamn.
Ethan is recognizing the contradictions, Professor Wolf. That's what's going on.
Or their head in a guillotine. So, like, how is it that they're not aware? They must be aware of where they're going. And at a certain point, I just don't understand why they don't acknowledge that I can be ultra rich, and also it's as important that we live in a stable society where someone's not going to, people are going to come eat me.
Okay. Let me answer it by telling you a story. Since I am a graduate of the fancy schools in this country and have all the connections that those schools create for you when you go through them, the education you get, by the way, is quite mediocre, but the connections, they are super. They're just super. All right. I have therefore been at the following conversation. A group of people sitting on the boards of directors of the biggest corporations in America. Some of them talk like you just did. They say things like, well, I'll quote you, Warren Buffett will say to the public, I pay a lower rate of taxes on my billions than my secretary does on what we pay her. Remember, he said
Yep.
that. He got
Yeah.
a lot of play. So he gets it. He gets it that it's stupid what they're doing, it's self destructive what they're doing, and he appeals to the other directors like him to see what he's saying. And he's not the only one. But the problem is, there's another group of directors who come right back at him and say the following: the mass of people in this country are too divided, too disorganized, and too ignorant to figure any of this out.
They say that? They're that.
They say that.
They're
They say
actually
that, and
malignant. It's
yes.
just evil.
Well, you know, it's very. Look, if you keep sticking it, I'm going to defend them now. But
Go
I'm
ahead.
only answering your question. I
Yeah,
don't
go
mean to
ahead.
defend them, but
Absolutely.
I am going to defend them, because here's where it goes. Once you get over your anger that they think like that, which I get, you're going to ask yourself, because you're a smart guy, why? I mean, you know, people aren't born that way. Why would they think and talk like that? And here's the answer. They were Warren Buffett's in the past. They warned in their company, look, let's not go so far. Let's give the workers a decent pay. Let's, you know, pay our taxes. Let's spend some money to make the city nicer for people or whatever. And they got shot down by the, let's call them, for lack of a better term, the conservative-y type, pro-business types. They got shot down, and the pro-business guys stuck it to the workers some more and evaded the taxes some more and didn't give a nickel to the community. And guess what? The profits of the company went up because there was no reaction. The local politicians didn't do anything. The people didn't get the pitchforks. They didn't march down Main Street with them. None of it. And so over time, they began to feel as though their, let's call it humane impulse, or whatever you want to call it, to be nice guys as employers was a mistake. Made them look like they were weak, or in some way not as gung-ho to make a profit for the company as their fellow directors. They didn't want to take that kind of risk.
Right.
They didn't want that kind of reputation. They kind of swallowed their bad feeling. They stopped telling their wife about how they felt, because the wife would notice that if you felt that way in the past, you're not feeling that way now. I don't hear you say anything about doing good for the community. You've got me sitting on the board of the local Y or the orchestra or the local charity, but you're not coming to the meetings, and you're not even asking me anymore. So what you've got is a capitalist employer class whose majority thinks they can safely ignore the mass repercussions. Nothing will happen. The Republicans and the Democrats will distract people away from what we're doing to them economically. They'll get more interested in, I don't know, immigrants, or in carrying a gun, or whether transgender people can use the toilet. We don't have to worry about it.
That
And
makes
that's
sense.
the answer they give.
Sadly, that does make sense.
So what is the most effective mechanism of pushback in your opinion?
It's exactly what we were just talking about. Let me give you an example. As I'm speaking to you, in three countries of Europe is the answer: France, Germany, and Greece. In all of those countries, masses of people are letting the power structure there, both the political power structure and the business leadership, know that there are limits. In France, they are telling the president, Mr. Macron, you are not going to solve the fiscal troubles of France by depriving the people of 2 years of their pension. You're not going to do that. We're not going to let you. In Germany, all the railroad stations and all the airports are closed because the workers are on strike. And the issue there is the inflation. You are not going to jack up the price of oil and gas for all of us and then not change our wages. I mean, we're not going to tolerate it. And Greece, you might find, is even the most interesting. 4 weeks ago, they had a terrible train wreck, worse than the one we had in East Palestine, Ohio, but around the same time. It killed 60 young people, among other things. And they went into the streets to denounce the privatization of the rail system in their country. The government came down on them, and so now they're all against the government. This is making everybody stop and pay real close attention. The Poles in France. My father was French. I speak French. I have since I've been a kid. The Poles in France are about 60 to 65% supporting the people in the streets. So there is no escape from the president for him. He's in a deep, deep container of doo-doo and with very little mechanism to get out of it.
Well, what you're describing also, I can't, I have to mention this, but what you're describing is three nations that, even with Greece, that have a higher rate of participation in unions in the labor force, with a stronger history of labor uprisings, and also, like, even when you consider France, for example, even if they do not have actual card-carrying union members, they have collective bargaining agreements that encompass damn near the entirety of the economy. In France, it's, I believe, 98% collective bargaining agreements.
Yes, and they're industry-wide. I mean, the unions get together, the employers get together, they bargain across the table, and it covers the entire industry across the country.
Whereas one fact that I like to always point to in the United States of America is the union participation rate in this country is actually even lower than a country that we destroyed, we eviscerated, like Chile. Chile has a 15% union participation rate. The United States, on the other hand, has an 11% union participation rate, which is unimaginable to think about. It's unimaginable to consider, considering what we've done in Chile. So I think that factors into this a lot. You talk about democracy at work. You talk about, how workplaces should implement a democratic process, even though it's authoritarian currently, and people expect that, and people think that that's normal. I think that that is the main mechanism of pushback, is
also,
building out.
I want to ask, maybe this is why. I'm just wondering, why are Americans so docile?
Yes. In many ways, that's what we've been talking about, even if it hasn't been explicitly in so many words. And the whole world wonders about it. I wonder about it, but I can assure you, I go to Europe fairly often. I give talks, papers at university conferences and crap like that. And that's the question I'm asked. What is it? The French have the yellow vests a few years ago. You guys may remember before the pandemic hit, this amazing outpouring of opposition among the French people to the rising cost of gas and electric bills. And so yeah, I mean, what is it about the American people? They grumble. You know what they say at the bar at night. You've been there. You know what they say over the dinner table. You know they have feelings about this. They're angry about what the price of eggs going up 2 to 3 times over the last 6-8 months. Everybody knows. You can't. I mean, and inflation is a phenomena that pokes you in the nose, every day. So people know, but they have this sense somehow in America that it is either impossible or unwise to get together with other people, enjoy the benefit of having numbers, and beginning to actually act democratically, to say that we the people have a right to be heard, to have a right to shape the policies that we live under. They say it, but they don't really believe it. And somehow in there, I think, lies the explanation for this docility, for this hesitance to get out there and do stuff. It's very discouraging. And I want to go back to the story I told you about the board of directors I meet with. When you have docility like that, you are encouraging the corporate board of directors to think that they can get away with virtually anything. Amazon is in the process, in case you didn't hear it, of doing away with the free delivery. They got what they wanted.
There's gonna be blood in the streets from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because they see profit. They're going to start changing. They've issued some indications. Only if you buy so much will you get. If you don't buy that much, you don't get it for free. And you might get it sooner, then the other guy's going to get it later. They're beginning to play the game because they don't think they have any opposition they have to fear.
Part of me, I wonder, like, I imagine if you were to get, like, the majority of people interacting and caring together about one cause. In my mind, imagining Americans doing that is almost hard to believe because the different tribes, the two different tribes here in America, are so opposed, and the propaganda on either side is so compelling. It's like, if you have a bunch of, let's say, liberals in the street protesting inflation and price gouging and all this, it would be so easy for Fox News and their saddle and all their cronies to vilify them in whatever way they wanted, right? To prevent the other half from participating. And I feel like there's no critical mass eventually where it's like, because you need both people to come together on a cause to get anything done. I feel like in a meaningful way to have enough people. I wonder if that's why.
There are plenty of issues. There are plenty of issues where the American public actually unite on across the board. Abortion being one of the greatest examples of this, like the protection of abortion rights being one of the best examples of this. And yet, obviously, you know, the Democratic Party doesn't do enough to protect that, and the Republican Party very openly works to undermine it, and not even through the legislative body, but through state legislatures and the court process and the court system.
If a conservative who, let's say, even supports that privately, I think they would be afraid of being perceived as a traitor if they went out into the streets or something like that to support the cause.
I think that they have weaponized wedge issues very effectively in the United States of America as a mechanism to divide the working class. The working class has no class consciousness in this country. Historically, they haven't had class consciousness in the country. Even like in the Eugene Debs era, there were still plenty of people, like the Steinbeck quote that comes to mind immediately is about how socialism will never work in the United States of America because the workers do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I mean, that's paraphrased and maybe falsely attributed to Steinbeck, but it doesn't matter. My point is that attitude still exists. American exceptionalism is built into people's minds. Americans still believe a false meritocracy that doesn't exist. These are all ideas that the bourgeois state and its institutions have basically reinforced through even neoliberal institutions like where Professor Wolf graduated from, Yale, all the way down to, you know, our regular education and what people are taught in schools from, you know, pre-K through 12. So that's it. It's very successful. This is what happens when you have a country that has no class consciousness and capitalists have won. And it makes sense. We are the labor aristocracy. We are living in the imperial core. We do benefit from the global exploitation of the third world. The exploitation of the global south, and we kind of recognize that. We recognize that the cheap goods and commodities that we consume are you know, sedating the masses, and people are relatively comfortable. That's why no one fucking rises up when you see a 700% increase in profits for an egg company, the California egg company that just reported like insane, record-shattering profits, and they did that because egg prices were increased. There's too much corporate consolidation. They have all the power, and just like Professor Wolf pointed out, Amazon is doing that single-handedly, monopolizing e-commerce, and then slowly but surely increasing prices and doing whatever the fuck they can, and there's no way to fight back against it.
So I don't know if you have an opinion about that, or it's probably a whole lot of stuff, you know, but it is concerning. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I have to get off. I have other
Right,
things.
right.
I did want to end. I did want to end my part of this on a more positive note because I agree with everything you've said. I really do. But I want to again point out these things can change. In France, it was believed that their working class was divided beyond all repair, basically divided as follows: a vast group of people in the middle, then an extreme right wing associated with the Le Pen family that you may have heard about, father and now the daughter as a leader of a far right wing anti-immigration thing. And then a fractured left with a communist party, a socialist party, a green party, and all the rest. And that they could not get together. The unions, there are 8 national union federations in France. We have one, the AFL-CIO. They have 8, and they've never been able to agree on anything. In the last 5 years, all of that has changed. Here's what's happened. In the last election, that Mr. Macron won, and that Le Pen came in second, a very, very close third, 1 or 2 percentage points less, was a unified left in which the communists, socialists, Greens, and 3 or 4 other parties all got together. Unheard of. And they were, as I say, 2, 3 percentage points less than Mr. Macron. That's all. The division in France is very dangerous for the government in power because the left was unified. In the demonstrations that had involved millions of people over the last 2 weeks and are scheduled to continue next week again, the 8 different trade unions who have been unable to agree on anything else are all agreed. They are all together leading this movement. It's led by the labor unions united. France has never seen this before. And I believe it shows the wisdom of a famous remark made by a great leader years ago. Here's how it goes. For many decades, nothing seems to happen. And then in a few weeks, decades happen.
Who said that, Professor Wolf?
The man's name was Vladimir, but not Zelensky. You can think about who it might be, and you'll guess right.
Brilliant guy. He's really good, really smart guy.
I know you have to go, but thank you so much for calling. It was incredible talking to you. So great. Maybe you'd be open to coming back again sometime. That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I like your program. I like the style and the way you do things.
Oh, thank you.
And you don't beat around the bush, which I really appreciate, because I live in a country where beating around that bush seems to become
I only beat one bush, Professor, and it ain't the one we talk about. All right. But I do want to say
Jordan Peterson's grandmother's bush.
I do want to say you have a YouTube channel, Democracy at Work, or you're associated with it, and somehow you can subscribe on YouTube. I'm going to put the link in the description. You guys are going to be greatly benefited by following Professor Wolf on TikTok, on YouTube. We'll put all the links in the description. Democracy at Work on across social media. We'll put them all in there, but go please support and follow this brilliant man who's going to be calling in again soon, hopefully.
We're going to get Ethan to read State and Revolution.
And then we'll talk about that. Very good. All right,
Bye.
gentlemen. Take care.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
One of my favorite Lenin quotes,
Dude,
which I use all the time.
He's so smart.
Yeah.
Everything he says is so insightful and very scary, frankly. I'm glad he wrapped it up on a positive note, but
I don't even think that Professor Wolf is like particularly smart. He is, but I think it's more so.
You're really
no,
gonna say that
I think
after
he
you-
will agree. I think he will agree with
that
this.
man just called in. You're
No,
gonna say
I think
he's
he'll agree with what I'm about to say. It's common sense. I think this is what a lot of people fail to understand.
Can he be smart and have good comments?
Yes, but what he is
Fucking hell,
talking
bro.
about, for the most part, especially as it pertains to, talking about some of these issues and foreseeing the inevitable is just common sense. It's more descriptive, really. I think that's the fundamentals of any kind of like Marxian analysis.
I know what you mean, but goddamn, he's awesome. I didn't even get to. I had all these questions lined up about Jordan Peterson. I'm gonna get him next time. I really want to hear his analysis. On Jordan's
there's so much to talk about
Marxism. But
he's brilliant, though. Yes, I do think Richard Wolff is great. For the record, I'm just
not that bright.
No. I think like the real brilliance of Richard Wolff comes from being able to describe complex complex text with ease. In a way that is digestible.
That makes sense. And
but ultimately, like he is simply describing common sense. I think everyone should understand that it's approachable. This kind of stuff is approachable if you just simply think it through.
That's what I was really enjoying. I mean, everything he was saying, I was really. It was really easy to consume and follow. I mean, the guys, we have to harvest his brain more. I need to steal more of his labor. Did I steal his labor?
No. That's not.
Because he's not my employee.
Can
I steal his labor? How can I? I'd like to steal his labor.
This is something people. This is something people in my community say about like people who quote unquote steal my takes or whatever. But like agitative propaganda is important for class consciousness, and therefore it doesn't matter who's repeating it as long as other people are hearing it. Like I don't give a shit, and I don't think he would give a shit either.
That was awesome, man.
Having the opportunity to describe such subjects to a broader audience of liberals is always good.
That is weird. What the fuck? Sorry. Great guy. We should reach out. Let's get him back on. Let's schedule it.
Like 30 seconds after you guys went off the line.
What?
Nothing. I was just
write him and say, despite Hassan thinking you're not that smart, we do want to.
That's not what I meant. I obviously think he's.
I'm gonna send that clip in the email.
Everyone's gonna run with that now. No, I love Richard Wolff. I think he's great.
No, I was very when excited. I told you Wolf was coming on, you said, "Oh shit."
Yeah, I was very excited.
The Wolf?
Yeah.
Well, when you sent it to me, Ethan was like, "We got to get this guy on." I was shocked.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
I had so many more questions about how, like, the distinction between liberal, like an anti-capitalist. I wanted to talk to him about AI as a tool for capitalists, and what like the AI future represents for the labor force. Where the Marxists are in our colleges, in academia. And what the most right-wing departments are in colleges. We have a lot more to talk about, and we'll get to that next time we have him on.
Yeah, I was very thankful for that. So there it is, man. The Wolf. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even ask him a single Law and Order question, which is messed up.
Yeah. As the executive producer of the longest-running crime show, what did you think about that episode with Logan Paul?
Yeah, why do you do so much propaganda, Professor Wolff? How do you find time in your busy schedule to write so many and direct so many episodes?
What was it like working with Richard Belzer? Great actor,
Legend.
Munch.
Absolutely.
We should hit him with that next time. Now that we're friends, it'd be cool.
What is Ice-T like on set?
OG or SVU guys?
Do you think he would?
OG or SVU?
We can't have been the first ones to make that joke. He's got to know. Do you think he'll know what
he's
we're
probably
talking
been
about,
hearing it for the last 30 years, right? Yeah. That shit's been on, so yeah.
I'm sure he's been hit with that. Yeah, but it was dope. This was a great opportunity. All right, but we still got a lot of news to cover. Do you want to go through these line items, or do you want to get to the main?
I wanted to show. That's a good point because I know you probably you can't stay too long.
Yeah.
How long we got you? Because there's a lot here.
I gotta leave at 12:30 as I always do.
Okay, cool. I just want to show you this because it's so funny, and we can move on to the main stories. But Rudy fucking Giuliani, I mean, I love to make fun of this ghoul. This man was the president's lawyer not that long ago.
Yeah.
Here, another clip.
America's mayor.
He is America's mayor, as we all know. And he has this fantastic podcast. We've watched a few excerpts. Enjoy this one as he pulls up a clip He's high tech.
He's about to do React shit.
Watch this shit.
I love that.
Well, let's see.
Of course, the press
Gonna
would
try.
never, ever.
Stay in your fucking lane. Oh, dude, I've done that. I've done this.
Dude, there's someone behind the
You're
camera.
laughing, but
though.
I've done this.
No, there's someone behind the camera that's moving it and zooming in. This is fucking awesome.
And it's not playing. It's not playing.
No,
Oh,
it's not
God.
playing.
Get it to work. And the glare from the light makes like a quarter of the screen unviewable.
Why is he zooming and panning?
It's a sexual dance.
I don't even know why he's showing this clip. It didn't end up being really interesting, but if you...
And it's so quiet you can't hear.
Yeah, you can't hear it. It's playing off this down.
I have the volume maxed out.
It's playing off the tablet, and then so here I'll just pull back.
That's it? That was the clip?
Well, then he pulled. Yes, that's it.
No. That's his clip that he
That's
pulled?
it, yeah.
Why did he pull that?
It was him talking about ice cream. I didn't understand the significance.
He's not even
I'm
reacting.
taking a moment because what I say will be edited if I don't.
Oh, he's just that upset about it.
I have had issues.
This man,
wow,
is a
powerful.
dual.
This man's coming from our jobs, Ethan.
High level.
He's gonna have that dentist guy that you have on next week.
Oh no,
Jimmy!
Yeah,
He would never.
He's gonna have the dentist guy on to interview Donald Trump.
Jimmy would go on fucking Rudy.
Oh, he would
absolutely.
He
absolutely.
could go on Rudy. That's
Knowing
fine.
Jimmy, he's probably already met him too.
They're dogs. Hey, I want to. So just to hit a couple things at the top. Aiden told you to kill yourself. That was cute.
That was funny. Yeah.
He also today said about trans people. My pronouns are kill them.
I haven't seen the full clip, but I think he was, what was he? He was looking at
It was a middle school teacher talking about her fringe pronouns.
That's cool, man. That's nice. That was.
He says my pronouns are kill them.
He's such a little edgy teen, going through his 4chan phase, but in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah. By the way, that hairline is not looking hot. That thing has gone back.
Dude, hey, don't
You know
come
what
after.
I'm
Don't go after
saying?
Ethan. You know what I mean? That's what happens to your hairline.
Do you see that? It seems noticeably receding.
Every
Ian
time.
just flash frame to me.
It's just a fact in my
mentioned the
opinion.
bad hairline.
Every time he drops another
Dating
fat rope at his sister, he's losing another. He's losing another inch of his hairline.
Oh shit.
He's just like, oh, accidentally jerked off to his sister again. Fuck.
So cringe, bro.
So
all you guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is kill/them. Okay.
But that's not really funny because people are wanting to kill them.
Yeah. Well,
Which is makes that super crazy thing to say.
the weirdest part about this that I find particularly fascinating is that, he's saying this, but is he ideologically genuinely motivated to actually kill trans people? I don't think so. I think he. And what's really
Not at all.
important, and this is not a defense of Aiden Ross in any way, shape, or form. This is more so a criticism of the structure itself. That in entertainment, anti-trans rhetoric is so popular that even if you're not transphobic originally or don't give a shit or haven't really thought it through, you can lean into that kind of rhetoric as violently as possible, like he has thus far, like he's doing currently, specifically to gain clout and prominence through some of the more right-wing circles. That is what's truly fascinating about this, is that someone as stupid as Aiden Ross, who hasn't even been ideologically motivated to be angry at trans people in the same way that fascists like Matt Walsh are, fascists like Matt Walsh or those over the Daily Wire are, he will still repeat that like a toddler.
He's winking to them.
He will repeat those talking points like a fucking toddler with diminished brain capacity, so that he will be welcomed by this audience.
Well, that's
don't know why they think this is a big audience. To be fair,
his folks are tater tots, so it makes sense. He's pandering to them. But okay, as we're have about 30 minutes left, let's talk about our main story here. Trump finally, at long last, week saying Trump's back, baby. He had his first campaign rally today in none other than the great city with the illustrious and wonderful history, Waco, Texas.
Hell yeah, baby.
We're holding out, brother. Of course, is it not coincidental that he held it there at the infamous raid that killed a bunch of people?
30th anniversary.
30th anniversary, in fact.
Yeah.
Why would he want to connect his campaign to the Waco
Maybe he watched a new Netflix documentary and was like, and got the wrong idea. Like he was like, those guys over at Waco, they were good guys. They were very fine people. Like, obviously, the ATF is somehow more monstrous and horrific than like.
Because the police were the fucking.
Yeah.
Really fucked that up.
Like,
man.
let me just point something here, okay? I'm no fan of the 3-letter agencies, okay? And you know, give it up to the ATF to be the worst guys in a situation that involved a like pedophile cult leader.
Yeah.
Like they still somehow were like, no, you don't understand. We're the villains of the story.
Yeah, no, totally.
But
so Trump's channeling that. I love that. No matter, it's
But
funny.
that is insane. It is insane to look at that situation and be like, I actually will take a side on this. I'm siding with the pedophile cult leader.
That's it. I was wondering, are you with? But also, he's pro-police, so I guess I just don't understand any side of this one. But here he is.
Branch Davidians. They got some good ideas.
I love the pedophiles. I like a young girl who doesn't.
I mean, other than the pedophilia stuff, like obviously the Branch Davidians, they sold a lot of guns, folks. They did. They loved their guns.
True.
Believe me. That's probably why.
So here he is kicking it off. Let's take a listen and a look.
Glory, glory, hallelujah, look, it's real America.
Oh, yes, sir, it's real America.
They got Uncle Ted, huh?
I'm telling you, the whole world sucks, and America's catching up, but here in Waco, Texas, with the real shit kickers, this don't suck at all.
What in the fuck? This your people? Hell yeah, we kicking shit and sucking dirt down here, boy. Pass me that vinyl chloride, son.
I mean, yeah, Ted Nugent is like a disgusting little piglet,
Dude,
and so he loves that. Like he's like, yeah, we're all filthy. Protect Shredder from Ted Nugent, I think.
Oh, Alfredo's here too. Hey, Freddy. They came with Hila today.
Hi, Shredder.
I'm taking Shredder to the another vet after the show today, a specialist.
Yeah.
And Did you know that there was like internal medicine, like specialist vets?
I did not know that. No.
I didn't either.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So we're gonna go see what they have to say. But anyway, let's continue on here. Oh, can someone grab water for them? Thank you.
Hey, look! Everybody take a look! Take a good look around you. This is real Texas.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Glory, glory, hallelujah, look!
And real Texas, we gotta fortify the bleachers.
When he says shit kickers, he means like that time when he started taking shits in his own pants, specifically so he could avoid the draft. I think that's what he's talking
what is
about.
the shit kicker?
Like they're just in the gunk. You know what I mean? The real Americans.
That doesn't seem. That seems like an insult. Is an unsophisticated or an oafish person from a rural area?
But he's like, you know, he's reclaiming it.
Okay, we the real shit kickers around here. On his way to the stage, he debuted a new dance move. Also a weak fucking crowd size, which is sad. We don't like that, but it's Waco, Texas. I mean, okay, new dance moves, people. Maybe this will make it to Fortnite. Let's see.
The double dick suck is my favorite, and he's still doing it. He's still doing it.
You could see his mobility. He's flexible. He's
God, he's so hot.
God, that is desolate. There's not a lot of people there. Yo, there is not a lot of people there. You can tell he's got it all, folks.
He popped off.
Yes.
I love the double dick suck. That's my favorite. The two dicks. It's the best. It's the best. He's the goat.
Here is some highlights.
Did you watch the whole thing or no?
I didn't. I have highlights here.
Okay, I did.
You watched it all? How long was it?
Fuck yeah, I watched it live, dude. I'm
yeah,
his number one stan, dude. Are you crazy? Come on now.
Yeah.
He shit on DeSantis a lot. Didn't get a lot of applause from the crowd when he was shitting on DeSantis, by the way, which was interesting, even in Waco. He did that. He was kind of mid overall, still rehashing the same issues over and over again. And most importantly, it didn't mainstream media didn't cover it too much.
That's not good.
So it does kind of feel like, people are. I mean, he's fallen off a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
But this isn't good because if a lot of people are like, he's going to kill DeSantis. But Trump running again is the same Trump that ran last time. He's not going to have a shot. People don't want him. They've already said, we don't want him. He doesn't have support.
You don't understand, Ethan.
No, I mean, it's going to be a great ride, but he seems like a bad candidate for the Republican Party.
But there is no good candidate for the Republican Party as it stands currently, which is the problem, because you have this internal fraction of people who want more culture war, but they represent the most viable constituency to win primaries.
Yeah.
But if you lean into that too much, once you make it out of the primaries, you're going to get pummeled in the national election because the middle class, upper middle class, wealthy suburbanites that otherwise love like Reaganite policies and whatnot aren't super invested in like consistently talking about children's genitals, and you look like a pathetic fucking sweaty, crusty weirdo. You're constantly talking about children's genitals. They're super Twitter murders.
It's gonna be great. I'm so excited about it.
He also put on a rock show.
There was a lady. Yeah, that was.
I don't know who that is.
The Branch Davidian guy.
That's
Waco
the guy.
That's the guy.
Oh, okay. That's the Waco guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know he shredded.
Yeah, no, he's shredded.
Okay, fire. So anyway, let's watch some highlights.
Support baby bonuses. So many people like that.
We
for
love the
new
babies.
baby boom that will be coming. We need babies. All of this is.
What is this?
He's been talking about this a lot.
What is the we need babies?
He wants to give like subsidies to
Yes.
families with newborns, I think.
He is fearful. Okay, so here's what's going on. In every developed country, there is one consistent principle. The more a country develops, the wealthier a nation gets. If you implement xenophobic, nativist policies like anti-immigration, you will always have a declining birth rate. Japan is the primary example of this, a very well-developed economy with a basically reverse pyramid where you have a massively aging population. Even Japan has decided to, in recent years, start lowering some of the restrictions and letting in more people and start like a naturalization process for people because they recognize like, oh shit, we have no productive laborers left if this continues. And I think that is the reason why he's trying to get people to have more children because financial access is a major barrier.
So we need more babies. More babies.
Obviously, that won't solve the problem because like.
So not a bad policy, you think?
What?
Not a bad policy, maybe?
It's not necessarily a bad policy. Child tax credits literally wiped out child poverty in this country, which is why even the likes of Mitt Romney were advocating for it. There is almost bipartisan consensus on the matter, but a lot gets lost in this conversation with respect to child rearing, child development, and how expensive it is, but also how little time the parents have to do such a thing. So without like any kind of federally protected parental leave, and without any kind of like federal protections that would be labor protections that would hurt the profit margins of corporations in the United States of America, you're still not going to see a massive increase in the birth rate of American citizens.
I see. We need more babies.
For the record, the reason why America has not had the same problems that Japan has experienced is immigration.
Right.
Immigration has been the main reason why the American labor force is replenished with younger people actively participating in
We don't like immigrants, brother. Didn't you get the memo?
No. But greatness for our country again.
Oh, here's Trump ranting about we must do something about this ugly architecture, people. It's just savage what they're doing.
My favorite part.
It will be a quantum leap in American standards of living. We will hold a competition to build new freedom cities throughout our country, giving countless Americans a new shot.
Motherfucker, you think this is Sim City or some shit?
Freedom City?
What the fuck? We're a quantum leap in living a quality of life. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
I mean, none of his initiatives ever end up happening. The only, the most successful legislative policy for Donald Trump in his presidency was the tax cuts that we talked about for the corporations and the wealthy. So, none of the other initiatives ever actually come to fruition.
Freedom cities, people. They'll be the freest cities in the world.
Yeah.
Talking about greatness for our country again. Our objective will be a quantum leap in America.
The promises he's making are like so outlandish. They're not even like believable, I would assume, to even the dumbest people. But shit, I don't know.
In standards of living, we will hold a competition.
People will be able to fly. We'll be able to fly. People, it'll be fantastic. Yes. I'll invent little VR machines to lifelike VR machines to sleep with all the lonely men. Be like real women, everyone for every lonely man in America.
No, you can't do that. Then the birth rates will continue to decline. That's like, again, the Japan
You'll be able to
problem.
reproduce with the machine. It's all done.
Dude, that's the Japan problem. Hatsune Miku
was two sexy folks. Made the Japanese into hikikomoris. That's what they're calling.
My friends will be having Chinese dick-sucking factories everywhere. It'll be
69.
fantastic on every
We must
street,
avoid
every
the
street.
Chinese dick-sucking factories.
We'll be collecting semen like it's gold.
He does hype up China quite a bit. Like,
So it's like, China is destroying us, folks. They're killing us.
now, here's what I will say. Donald Trump is very good at reading the room. So I like to look at.
I gotta pee so bad.
Okay, well
Keep that
I'll
going.
talk about this without you while you're peeing. So what I mean by this is sometimes it's best to look at the energy behind what he's actually pushing for or what he's actually stating. What do I mean by this? The last time he ran, he routinely talked about corporate corruption and how much the wealthy own both parties. That was a fundamental truth that he was able to cut through the noise with, and I think that paid in dividends for him. I think that boosted him as an outsider. What he's doing now is talk with the future cities or freedom cities that he's talking about is obviously silly. It's never going to happen. But having said that, he must have clearly seen that there is interest within his base and within the American population in general for not only innovation, but also, a new way of prospering internally through economic development, through building new buildings, through building cities. And he's not wrong about that. That part of the statement is true. Like, if he were to talk about